After handling the affairs in Shanhai City, Ouyang Shuo finally had some free time. Organizing the military and pacifying Zhaoqing Prefecture, these two tasks would proceed simultaneously. Even so, it would take at least a month to see any results. Making use of this rare respite, Ouyang Shuo prepared to set off and tour Zhaoqing Prefecture. Although the prefecture had been pacified, the hearts of the people had not. The government had posted announcements to try to calm them, but they remained frightened. The death of their lord, the loss of their army, and the subsequent surrender were still fresh in their minds after a month. Fear and uncertainty enveloped the entire Zhaoqing Prefecture. Over the skies of Zhaoqing, the dark clouds signaled death and despair. According to reports from the Black Snake Guards, hundreds of people had moved out of some of the cities. In the wilderness, people were their most significant strategic resource. Ouyang Shuo was pained by the loss of people in Zhaoqing Prefecture. He ordered the Internal Affairs Department to strengthen control and was also prepared to personally visit the area. At such a critical moment, as the Lord, Ouyang Shuo naturally needed to reassure his people. The 1st Regiment of the Guards Division accompanied him. Although they had pacified Zhaoqing Prefecture, Ouyang Shuo still did not dare to travel alone. With the Guards Division present, he would face no danger. Of course, the night before he set out, Ouyang Shuo booked the most prominent restaurant in Wulong City. He held a feast to thank the scholars, officials, merchants, and elders of the city for their support of the Shanhai City Army. Ouyang Shuo had promised this feast when he first moved in. Hence, before he left on his tour, he had to fulfill this task. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he also bid farewell to Songwen and the others. Tomorrow, Songwen would move to Shanhai County, while his family would relocate to Shanhai City, where Songjia would welcome them. Ouyang Shuo had already instructed Shanhai City's mayor, Zhang Wenjung, to allocate a piece of land in the western region to the Song family. Not long ago, when they completed the basic infrastructure and road systems in Shanhai City, the construction division helped to reorganize and plan the city districts. Previously, Shanhai City was divided into the Imperial City, Inner City, Chiyou City, Friendship City, and the Outer City. The sizes of these regions were vastly different, especially the Outer City, which occupied 2/3 of the land area. It extended to every corner of the territory and could hardly be called an outer city. As Shanhai City continued to prosper, it attracted a steady stream of people, including merchants, scholars, and tourists. The city's importance in China grew increasingly significant. Therefore, a logical reorganization of the regions and districts was necessary to avoid ridicule. In the end, Shanhai City adopted the classic 3x3 grid system to divide the city into 9 regions. The central area of the 9 regions is located at the intersection of Friendship River and Chiyou River. The 4 large city regions are to the east, west, north, and south, along with the northwest, northeast, southwest, and southeast. After the reorganization, the original Friendship City is now in the northern region, the Inner City in the southwestern region, and Chiyou City in the southeastern region. Apart from the Imperial and Inner Cities merging into the Imperial City, the commoner and business regions would relocate from the Inner City to the West region. As the territory expanded, the original Imperial City would become too small, unworthy of housing the Nanjiang Governor General's house. Therefore, it was necessary to expand the Imperial City. In addition to planning the city regions, it was crucial to define the functions and uses of each area. The waterways converged in the central region, which served as the pier area. The east and west regions, known as the business areas, were connected to the pier via the waterways. The south region was designated as the technology research area, where the military workshops and technology research bases were situated. The original Friendship City region became the current North region, and the Chiyou City region was the Southeast region. Both areas were designated as residential regions. Lastly, the military regions were located in the northwest and northeast, each housing one of the 2 divisions of the City Protection Force to safeguard Shanhai City. Consequently, Ouyang Shua planned to have the Song family reside in the West region. Songwen received an appointment, and the divine martial guards in Shanhai City could not return immediately. They had to wait for the Shanhai City Garrison Division to be fully organized and equipped. Thus, the divine martial guards would need to remain there for a period. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shua ordered the Beihai Bay Squadron to return. Beihai City was the gateway to defending Lianzhou, so it could not be abandoned. The Beihai Bay Squadron could not be away for extended periods. Otherwise, if pirates attacked in their absence, the consequences would be disastrous. The 1st Division of the Yashan Squadron would temporarily camp in Jiaozhou Harbor. Kai Mao guided Yan Huayaoni to manage the preparatory work for building the Jiaozhou Squadron, which included selecting soldiers, modifying the harbor, and other similar tasks. The shipyard had received the news and would arrange to send a batch of warships over. Before the 1st Division of the Jiaozhou Squadron was completed, Kai Mao's Yashan Squadron would not leave. Shanhai City still relied on them for now. In addition to the Song family, Xiaohe would also return to Shanhai City. He did not dare to handle the matters Ouyang Shua had entrusted to him too slowly. He transferred the duties of Zhaoqing Prefecture to the 4 directors, as he needed to return to start planning and organizing his new department. After drafting his proposal, he needed Ouyang Shua to approve it. The next morning, Ouyang Shua set off without nagging anyone. His touring plan and route remained highly confidential, known only to the Shanhai Guards and the Black Snake Guards. Ouyang Shua toured the entire Zhaoqing Prefecture at a pace of 1 city per day. Upon reaching each city, he met all the people, both to announce his authority and to reassure them. Additionally, he aimed to test the local officials. After extensive training, Ouyang Shua's judgment had improved. He could thoroughly evaluate a person, especially an official, with just a few simple words. Ouyang Shua would even meet some of the officials who were well received by the locals in private. Every day, Ouyang Shua would write down everything he had seen and felt in a letter and send it to Fan Zhengyan. Undoubtedly, any official Ouyang Shua praised would be placed in a high position. However, he did not make the final decision, he left it to the administration department. For the people he mentioned, the administration department would pay closer attention during their evaluation. To ensure the prestige of the administration department in evaluating officials, Ouyang Shua was setting an example. The titles of Lianzhou Lord and Nanjiang Governor General were a significant deterrent to the common people. Everywhere he went, all the people would come out to welcome him. The gentry would gather, and the merchants would swarm out like mice that had smelled cheese. Ouyang Shua treated them all equally. At times, he would display his power and position, while at other times, he would converse with them and share the ideals of the region. In these conversations, Ouyang Shua vaguely announced the upcoming reforms in education and healthcare. This way, people would have a general idea and would be less resistant when the changes took place. At the same time, Ouyang Shua wanted to use these opportunities to show his genuine feelings. He wanted to clearly demonstrate that their future lives would be much better. People cared about benefits, and they would support whoever treated them well. When they heard that their children could go to school for free in the future and that the government would cover medical expenses, cheers erupted. Thus, Ouyang Shua's personal visits were more effective than any announcements or reassurances. Apart from ensuring that the locals did not worry and evaluating the local officials, Ouyang Shua gave himself another mission, to assess the local produce and finances. The workers of the financial department were not as adept at identifying new industries and unknown resources. For instance, when he passed the Yingshan mountain range, he discovered a unique stone the locals called the Ying stone. After thousands of years, the Ying stone had slowly formed, with exquisitely carved and textured surfaces, characterized by its thin, creased, and transparent qualities. However, no one paid much attention to such a distinctive stone. On the same day, Ouyang Shua sent a letter to Chiyou, asking her to have the industry division collect these stones on a large scale. Whether used as decoration or placed in forests, the ink stone was highly suitable. One time, while passing through a city, Ouyang Shuo overheard people talking about someone who had dug up an unusual item, though they did not know what it was. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Shuo immediately ordered someone to retrieve the item. Upon seeing it, he realized it was a type of ginger. Although ginger had some uses in ancient China, it was not commonly used in cooking. It was not surprising, then, that the locals did not recognize this wild ginger. Undoubtedly, Ouyang Shuo had discovered another valuable local product for the territory. For the development of the territory, Ouyang Shuo had been doing all he could. This tour was also an opportunity for him to broaden his horizons. As the saying goes, reading 1,000 books is not as effective as walking 1,000 miles. During his journey, he crossed rivers and mountains and traversed the wilderness. Although the wilderness was sparsely populated, it had its own unique charm. The words wild and rugged best described the wilderness. At this point, Ouyang Shuo recalled his past life and the many adventures he had in the wilderness. Thinking back, those memories were exceedingly precious. _9th month, 20th day, Shanhai City, as Ouyang Shuo toured Jiaqing Prefecture, the Song family settled in Shanhai City. To compensate them for the loss of Tianjing County, Ouyang Shuo granted them a large span of land, enough to purchase a huge mansion, shops, and a workshop, which they could develop into an independent, small-sized neighborhood. Of course, the Song family would have to cover the construction costs themselves. Along with the various chambers of commerce in Shanhai City and the rise of private ownership, many public teams, apart from the construction division's construction teams, now operate in the city. These public teams only need to register with the construction division, obtain the necessary legal paperwork and qualifications, and can then take on construction projects within Shanhai City. Even for government construction projects, if the construction division lacks manpower, they can subcontract the work to these public teams. The reason for this change is to further stimulate private economic activity in the territory. The scale of Shanhai City's planning is so extensive that if the government team were the only one working on it, who knows how long it would take. Therefore, the construction division devised this plan. Ouyang Shuo did not expect that under his leadership, a modern construction organization would emerge in his territory. This demonstrates that the business atmosphere in Shanhai City is truly vibrant and prosperous. Not only have construction teams proliferated, but the Architectural College at Sinan University has also started accepting projects. Some graduates have even set up teams to take on private projects. The full industry chain of the construction sector is gradually forming in Shanhai City. In the future, the government can step back, focusing mainly on public services. The role of the construction division would change from leading the construction of the territory to setting standards for construction, monitoring projects, and making overall plans for the regions. The government could rely solely on the income from selling and renting land to become wealthy. This would free up funds for activities such as building city walls, repairing roads, water facilities, and public gardens, without burdening the territory. This was the magic of the market. Of course, they would still ensure the basic living conditions of the people. This was a line Ouyang Shuo would not cross. The land sold by the government would be used for stores, workshops, private mansions, and the like, ensuring that the proceeds from land sales would primarily support public constructions, rather than become a primary financial income source for the territory. The rise of the construction industry would be a result of the private economy in Shanhai City. Ouyang Shuo's hard work was finally paying off. The growth of the private economy was not only lifting Shanhai City but also influencing the entire territory. Reports indicated that in other parts of the territory, other public construction teams were emerging. Shanhai City was poised to become the financial center of the territory, with new ideas and initiatives primarily originating and flourishing there. The people of Shanhai City, especially the elder generation, had all been influenced by Ouyang Shuo's thinking. In the public construction teams of Shanhai City, more than half had emerged from the first construction team, dating back to when Shanhai was still a village. These individuals also formed the core support for Ouyang Shua's governance. Nanjiang Governor General House, Shuangyun Palace, Shuangyun Palace, Songjia's sleeping quarters, is located on the east side of Ouyang Shua's Wuji Palace. In the main hall, Song Jia was having a conversation with her father, Song Tianxiong. For the Song family to move to Shanhai City, Song Jia was the happiest. This way, she could be with Ouyang Shua and wouldn't have to separate from her family. It was a win-win situation. However, the other members of the Song family did not see it the same way. Being under someone else's control certainly didn't feel good. Especially for those who knew his real-life identity, it was a bitter pill to swallow. How could they have imagined that a poor boy in reality would become one of China's greatest powers? Meanwhile, they, who had so much power and control in the real world, were now under this poor kid. Their roles were completely reversed. This kind of role reversal was difficult for most to accept. Song Tianxiong, however, did not feel this way, and if he did, he would suppress it. As a prominent merchant, he had faced many challenges in his life. Compared to those, this was a minor issue. After settling his family, establishing the Song Chamber of Commerce became his top priority. Before Ouyang Shua left Shanhai City, he had set 3 conditions for the Chamber of Commerce, all of which were now fulfilled. First, the 68,000 gold low-interest loan that Song Wen had mentioned to Song Tianxiong in Wolong City. The day Song Tianxiong arrived in Shanhai City, he had completed all the necessary paperwork at the Four Seas Bank. Including the gold from the Tianshuang County Vault, Song Tianxiong had around 100,000 gold with him. Of course, if one wanted to build a large-scale chamber of commerce, 100,000 gold did not seem substantial. Just the Song family residence they planned already cost 10,000 gold. Secondly, the context of the Pearl Soul dealership contract. The industry division had already drafted it and passed it to Song Jia. Once Song Tianxiong signed it, the contract would take immediate effect. This contract would also be one of the early revenue streams for the Song Chamber of Commerce. Ouyang Shua had asked the industry division to estimate the potential earnings. From this contract alone, the Song Chamber of Commerce could earn 2,000 gold every month. Additionally, the shipyard had completed 10 merchant ships, which were now docked near the central area of Shanhai City. Based on the current market price, these 10 merchant ships were valued at 40,000 gold. After understanding the situation, Song Tianxiong could not imagine what else he could ask from Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua had truly helped Song Tianxiong in every possible way. Even so, the Song Chamber of Commerce in Shanhai City would still face challenges. As a seasoned merchant in the real world, how could he be satisfied with the Song Chamber of Commerce being inactive and obscure in the game? After all, the development of the Chamber of Commerce would impact his future. Among the members of the Song family, Song Jia, without a doubt, would have a high permission level. Even without Ouyang Shua's influence, her martial arts achievements and her position as the leader of the Dongli sword sect were enough to secure her status. Song Wen and Song Wu, these 2 brothers, had entered the Shanhai city system and taken up roles as official and general. If they worked hard, their futures would also be bright. Apart from them, the other family members faced uncertain prospects. With no territory and now under someone else's rule, they would not have a chance to shine. Just maintaining their luxurious lives and the expenses for 100 family members would cost a vast sum. Relying on profits from the pearl business would not be enough. Their only hope lay with the Song Chamber of Commerce. Thus, Song Tianxiong needed to find a way to make it prosper. Since he had taken control of the family, he naturally bore the responsibility to take care of them. After Tianshuang County fell, his father became exceedingly dejected. As a son, Song Tianxiong could not bear to see his father in such a state. It meant he was not being filial. Although the struggle for power had strained their relationship, they were still blood-related, and the other man was his father. Song Tianxiong did not come to Shuangyun Palace to complain but to visit his daughter. Her situation was his only consolation now. Dad, I heard Wu Yi say that the fall of Tianshuang County had something to do with the Yuan family. After discussing some family matters, she carefully brought up this sensitive topic. That's right. In front of his daughter, Song Tianxiong did not hide anything. Of the 3 family representatives who came over, the Zhou family was actually close to the Song family and knew nothing about the Yuan family's intentions. They were there purely to calm things down and were being used. The Zhou family's territory was located in Zhaoqing Prefecture. After the war ended, as the Zhou family's position wavered, Ouyang Shua did not spare them and annihilated their group. The Song and Zhou families had a relationship spanning more than 10 years, but now they had reached the end of their paths. The Zhao family, which was close to the Yuan family, was also a member of the South Alliance. Although the Zhao family was not fully aware of the Yuan family's plans, they knew something about them and went to Tianshuang County to provide cover. Therefore, the Zhao family could be considered partners of the Yuan family. The representatives of the 2 families, including grandfather Yuan, were currently imprisoned in the Song family mansion in Shanhai City. The moment the war ended, the Zhao and Yuan families sent a series of letters, stating they were willing to pay money to exchange for their family members. Particularly, Yuan Ping was anxious, as the person imprisoned was his grandfather. This morning, he had sent his 4th letter and raised the ransom to 20,000. It was evident that he was under significant pressure within the Yuan family, having followed Yuan Ping's plan into a precarious situation. After hearing this, Song Jia's face showed clear disgust. Dad, just raise the price to 30,000 and let them go. There's no point in keeping them here and tainting our land. Even if Song Jia wanted revenge, she did not want to have much to do with them. Ouyang would soon destroy the Yuan and Zhao families, making such actions pointless. At that time, they would lose everything, and the current small actions would be meaningless. All right. Song Tianxiong also felt there was no reason to drag this matter out. Shuangyun Palace. Father, what items will the family Chamber of Commerce sell? After talking about the Yuan family, Song Jia took the initiative to change the topic once again. I still have no idea, Song Tianxiong replied, his massive headache causing his brows to tighten. The game offered many more item types to sell compared to reality, but any special items required the related technical manuals, forming a kind of technological barrier. For example, stationery. The large chambers of commerce controlled the raw material markets for items like jade and gems, making it difficult to break into this competitive environment. On the other hand, guilds like Thread, which specialized in labor occupations, directly avoided competition with NPC chambers of commerce and targeted adventure game mode players, earning a fortune. Song Jia's brows twitched as she said hesitantly, I keep hearing Wu Yi say that us players landing in the game world is like collectively teleporting to ancient society. Can you discover some new item channels from this perspective? When Song Tianxiong heard these words, he felt amused. His precious daughter had always been a strong-willed woman with her own views. Ever since she started following Ouyang Shua, who knew how much he had influenced her. Now, her words echoed his. Although he found it humorous, her idea sparked a thought in his mind. However, as a traditional merchant, he understood little about the concept of time travel. What new methods, he asked. Seeing that she had captured her father's interest, Song Jia eagerly began to elaborate, since we've gone back in time, we should invent things that didn't exist in ancient times, like glass, perfume, soap, and the like. Perfume? Will that work? Yes, it can, Song Jia replied confidently. There's a book called Elite Product that became really popular. The protagonist got rich by selling perfume and soap. Song Tianxiong was not convinced. After a moment of thought, he hesitated and said, do you know how hard it is to produce such items in ancient times? Father, you're really out of touch. Don't forget we can go online to forums and look up information whenever we want. Besides, these daily necessities aren't restricted by the technology tree, so Gaia won't stop us from researching them. Technology tree? Song Jia facepalmed, realizing her father had such a limited understanding of the game. Of course, all these ideas and ways of thinking came from Ouyang Shua to her. Reluctantly, Song Jia had to explain the concept of the technology tree to her father. The moment her father heard the information, his eyes lit up. Being a merchant, he might not have known much about technology, but he had an exceptionally sharp eye for market potential. As Song Jia had pointed out, inventing perfume and soap could indeed create a significant cash cow. Great, let's take a chance. Song Tianxiong slapped his palm onto the desk. As a merchant, he naturally exuded an adventurous spirit. This new direction for the future of the Chamber of Commerce gave him a renewed sense of hope. Seeing his response, Song Jia smiled slightly. Just as Song Jia was talking to her father, Shanhai City welcomed another special guest. The new arrival was a vibrant and exquisite woman with bright eyes and white teeth. She wore a white dress and rode a white horse. Behind her was a girl dressed like a maidservant. Both looked rather cute. "Miss, is this the Shanhai City where the master works?" "It's so lively, almost as bustling as Xianyang City," the maidservant exclaimed, energized as she observed the crowds. The woman in white did not reply, instead surveying the shops lining the streets with keen eyes. She was a merchant with a unique sense for various goods. The bustling business atmosphere in Shanhai City had also surprised her in such a short time. Both mistress and servant, especially the woman in white, were striking figures in Shanhai City. As they inquired on the streets, they caught the attention of everyone who passed by. The moment they entered the city, the Shanhai Guard spies began to monitor them. When Shinbuhai established the Shanhai Guards, Ouyang Shua's first command was to have a tight grip on Shanhai City. According to his orders, nothing should escape the eyes and ears of the Shanhai Guards. Over 30% of the funds allocated to them by Ouyang Shua went toward building an intelligence network in Shanhai City. The eyes and ears set up by Zissou through the Lord's Manor were also integrated into this network. Thus, in a short period, the Shanhai Guards established a comprehensive monitoring system for the entire city. The unassuming sellers at the city gate, the innkeeper, the coolies at the pier, and others like them served as eyes everywhere. No matter what stranger entered Shanhai City, the Shanhai Guards would immediately monitor them. The master and servant duo were so eye-catching that more attention was naturally focused on them. The petite maidservant suddenly approached the woman in white and whispered, "Miss, someone is spying on us." Who knew that such a pure-looking girl would actually be so perceptive? The woman in white did not react and simply smiled. "It's okay," she said. The two of them continued walking and shopping. They moved from the side door of the North Gate through the North City region, the Central region, and the West region. Their final destination was the Imperial City, located in the southwest corner. The entire trip took the entire morning. At noon, when the two arrived at the main gate of the Imperial City, the guards stopped them. The main gate was now a restricted area for the general public, so the Guards Division had specially built a city guard regiment to secure the Imperial City. The Imperial City is sacred ground, strangers cannot enter. Why are you being so fierce? The petite maidservant showed no fear when she saw the guard, indicating that she had a special identity and had seen much in her life. When the woman in white heard this, she stopped the maidservant and said warmly, "Please inform Wei Yang that Bai Shui is here to visit." Recognizing that she was no ordinary person, the guard did not dare to take her lightly and asked, "You mean the Internal Affairs Director, Mr. Wei Yang?" "Yes." "How are you related to him?" "I apologize, but this is my duty." Being a guard was no easy task. Being too harsh would alienate those with noble identities, but being too lenient would make one vulnerable to manipulation and exploitation. "Listen well, she's his wife," the maidservant couldn't help but step forward to explain. Hearing this, the guard quickly interjected, "Please wait," before hurrying off. Less than 20 minutes later, Wei Yang followed the guard, rushing over. Yes, he ran. This internal affairs director, usually strict and fierce, emphasizing the rule of law, rarely ran through the streets. This moment held significant meaning. Wei Yang was emotionally overwhelmed and couldn't contain himself. Seeing her, it felt as if the world stood still. In his eyes, nothing else mattered. At that moment, Wei Yang felt like he owned the world. Bai Shui. A simple greeting carried deep emotion. Wei Yang choked up, his eyes turning red, and he dashed forward. The scene even stunned the guard. Bai Shui. Husband. The woman in white laughed brightly, her smile like a blooming lotus, as if the world revolved around her. This smile filled Wei Yang's heart with warmth and happiness. Bai Shui. Wei Yang could no longer hold back and walked up to hug her. After thousands of years, these two lovers were reunited. Witnessing this, everyone was moved, even the maidservant was on the verge of tears. "Mister," she bowed to Wei Yang. "Mei Gu." Wei Yang released Bai Shui and smiled warmly. From that moment on, Wei Yang turned into a person with depth and warmth, no longer the cold internal affairs director. "Bai Shui, Mei Gu, let's go." Wei Yang composed himself, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes, and led the way. Who was Bai Shui? Bai Shui, a merchant from the Warring States period Wei country. Not only did she possess a beautiful appearance, but she also had rare knowledge and intelligence. Although she was the owner of the Bai Trading Company, she did not strive for gold and power, instead, she supported Wei Yang, influencing his life. The Bai Trading Company, which she managed, not only sold goods but also developed a unique intelligence network that spanned the land. With her arrival in the wilderness, the Bai Trading Company also appeared in Tianjing City. Besides coming to reunite with Wei Yang, Bai Shui also brought clues about family, a special gift she had prepared for the city. When Ouyang Shua received the news during his tour, he immediately ordered the Black Snake Guards to search for family with all their might. The relationship between Bai Shui and family originated from her father, Bai Gue. Bai Gue was a disciple of Gue Guzi, known as the business ancestor. Meanwhile, family was referred to as the business saint. Although they were not from the same generation, both were prominent figures in the business school of thought. Upon their appearance in the wilderness, they naturally made contact. During the philosophers' debates, members of the business school did not participate. This was because people in ancient times looked down on business. Even if they did participate, they would have been ridiculed and mocked. However, Bai Gue and Fan Li were exceptions. Both were not only merchants but also politicians and military personnel. Especially Fan Li, who aided the Yu King in destroying the Wu Kingdom, later changed his vocation to that of a merchant. Bai Shui learned from her father's letter that Fan Li was with Shishir. This godlike couple was currently in seclusion at a famous scenic spot in Jiangnan. Consequently, Ouyang Shuo ordered the Black Snake Guards to search for them with all their might. In Shanhai City, at Wei Manor, Wei Yang was still basking in the joy and happiness of reuniting with his beloved. The wrinkles on his forehead had even smoothed out. Rumors were circulating that, no matter how cold and ruthless he appeared, if he were not truly a humble gentleman, he would not have succeeded in winning Bai Shui's heart. Bai Shui, since you are here, why not stay? Although Shanhai City cannot yet compare to Xianyang, it might surpass it in the future. The Bai Trading Company will also have a limitless future in the city. Although Wei Yang had historically helped to build up Xianyang, at the current moment, he had nothing to do with the Qing country in his heart, he only cared about Shanhai City. Being granted the powers of the Internal Affairs Department to form the legal system and expand the bailiff teams were all significant events. Since the Lord trusted him so much, he definitely had to give it his all. Not only Wei Yang, but Han Fizi and the other legalism greats were similarly motivated. Bai Shui's eyes revealed her deep emotion. Since I came here, I naturally should stay with you. She laughed. However, if the Bai Trading Company wants to gain a foothold here, you need to help me out. Wei Yang laughed with happiness and immediately thumped his chest, saying, no problem. In truth, Shanhai City did not have many restrictions on chambers of commerce moving in. It offered an open business environment. For the Bai Trading Company, it would be like a fish entering water. Since Bai Shui could take control of the Bai Trading Company, she clearly had her abilities. From today onward, the imperial chambers of commerce in the territory would likely increase to 3. The Chui, Song, and Bai companies would form 3 chariots leading the territory. What kind of long-term effect Bai Shui's arrival would have on Shanhai City was anyone's guess. However, outside of Shanhai City, a huge change was brewing. On the 25th day of the 9th month, half a month after the South Alliance's surrender, a significant move finally occurred. Faced with the colossal threat of Shanhai City, the South Alliance experienced considerable internal changes. This shift affected not only the situation in Lingnan province but the entire China region. Today, the South Alliance officially announced their renaming as the Lingnan City-State. They declared their intent to adopt a city-state system, officially taking root in the China region. Compared to the current alliance system, the city-state system is significantly different. Firstly, the structure of meeting and discussion organizations has changed. After thorough discussions, the members agreed to form a Lords Committee. This committee will handle and solve all critical decisions. The first head of the committee will be Yuan Ping. The head will change every 6 months and will be responsible for chairing meetings and representing the city-state to the outside world. All lords in the city-state are members of this committee, with the right to speak and vote. Each topic requires over 60% approval to pass. As a result, members of the city-state will work together administratively, while the committee will not interfere with individual territories. However, for external decisions, the power will lie with the Lords Committee. This means that, from today onward, the entire Lingnan province, comprising 3 prefectures and 60 territories, will be seen as a single entity and one city-state. Secondly, they will merge their economies. Unlike the limited and scattered cooperation of an alliance, the city-state will deepen its collaboration. The lords will contribute funds to establish the Lingnan Bank, which will drive economic growth. Each member of the city-state can borrow from the bank to develop their territory. However, this comes with a condition. The city-state decreed that all banks in each territory must merge into the Lingnan Bank and operate as its branches. With this, out of the 60-odd territories, all the people's money would now flow into the Lingnan Bank. The bank's sudden rise made it the second largest player under the Four Seas Bank. Besides the bank, members would also open up more frequent and free trade among themselves. All trade would be tax-free, and merchants and artisans in the territories could move freely, greatly stimulating the city-state's economy. Ouyang Shua had a better understanding of this matter, as the third system update at the end of the year would bring significant changes to how territories traded with one another. Unknowingly, the Lingnan city-state had progressed. Additionally, they would integrate their military. Aside from the city protection teams in their territories, they would also build an alliance army, initially set at 100,000 men. They might expand the army in the future, and all members would bear the expenses. This alliance army would be equipped with the best gear and undergo the strictest training. According to Yuan Ping, the alliance army was a trump card, the elite of the elite. Similarly, the alliance army would have a commander, but the choice for this position was kept secret and not announced to the public. Though they did not announce the alliance army commander, Yuan Ping made their base a high-profile topic. The 100,000 troops would be stationed at the border between Zhaoqing Prefecture and Jiaozhou Prefecture to ensure the city-state's safety. The targets they were defending against and warning were quite clear. These 3 points alone demonstrate that the Lingnan city-state would be working closely in administrative matters, the economy, and the military. This cooperation was on a different level compared to an alliance. Apart from the 3 main points, there were other collaborations between members, totaling up to 100 points. They had just created the city-state, so they had not yet settled all the details. In addition to the above benefits, building a city-state also had another advantage: it prevented the chance of betrayal. During the Battle of Zhaoqing, a traitor had significantly influenced the outcome. Learning from this lesson, they established a set of strict policies when building the city-state. For example, members were not allowed to form alliances, and the Lords Committee monitored their teleportation formation permissions. If a territory did not agree, it would be considered an enemy. With this measure, Upping stabilized the Lingnan city-state. The future Lingnan city-state would be an entity united by a common goal. No one could crush them from within. Everything was aligning, and it was undeniable that the Lingnan city-state would become a power that the China region could not overlook. Shanhai city's path eastward would be challenging. Fortunately, Ouyang Shua had established a foothold in Jiaozhou Prefecture. As the city-state grew, the strategic importance of Shanhai city would increase. Ouyang Shua was already considering whether he needed to send reinforcements there. The establishment of the Lingnan city-state had a significant impact on the various powers in the region. Any intelligent observer could understand the purpose behind building the city-state. Although the other local alliances had not faced a threat like Shanhai City, who could say that such a threat would not arise in the future? At the very least, Di Chen and his gang would pose a significant problem. Looking at the bigger picture, future regional alliances would work together even more closely. Building a city-state was, without a doubt, a good decision. Only then could they stand up to such enormous powers. For example, the Chiyou alliance of Xiangnan province already had such intentions. After the Shanhai alliance took control of Zhaoqing Prefecture, if they moved east, they could attack Lingnan. If they moved north, they would attack Xiangnan province. Thus, the Chiyou alliance definitely had the motivation to establish a city-state. As for when and whether they could, that would depend on Chiyou Zenon's ability and his influence within the alliance. The city-state system had its advantages, but also its drawbacks. Once part of it, they could not act as they pleased. The city-state would regulate their actions. Besides the regional alliances, the Shanhai Alliance, Yanhuang Alliance, and others were affected. Among alliances, while they could operate like a city-state, closer cooperation was essential to keep up with the times. The era of city-states was about to dawn. The Lingnan city-state was not the only factor gradually changing the situation in China. As they entered the winter season of the Gaia second year, the flames of war ignited. After the Battle of Julu ended, all territories underwent a power transition. The victors of the battle were enjoying their spoils, employing the benefits they had gained. Those who had lost were simply hoping to survive. While the fires of war blazed, blood dripped on the battlefield. Blood-red clouds covered the Chinese skies, lingering for a long time. During this period, Chiyou City, Fallen Leaf City, Black Lion City, and Swordsman City all became Grade 1 prefectures. The Chinese region now had 12 prefectures. The next stage, Wufu's Stone County and Shaopujuan's Azura County would also upgrade. The Chinese region was one step away from the 15 prefecture requirement to trigger the Fifth War. The strong lords in the region were naturally sharpening their blades to secure that last spot. After all, when the war began, those who had upgraded to prefecture would reap immense benefits. No one wanted to lag behind. The entire wilderness had an air of impatience. Especially in northern China, time was running out. In about 2 months, an icy air would sweep across the entire region. At that time, not to mention fighting wars, even conducting regular training for soldiers would be challenging. Snow and ice would cover the land, bringing freezing temperatures. The entire northern region would fall silent as it endured the winter. Therefore, the lords had to reach their goals before that happened. In truth, those feeling impatient and acting up in the wilderness were not only the lords. Apart from Huangjin, which had already been exterminated, the remaining 3 uprising armies were planning something. On the first day of the 10th month, Qianshang led his troops to attack territories in Zhongyuan Prefecture. Afterward, he announced the establishment of his country, officially setting up the Zhongchu regime in Qin County. From the moment it was established, the regime became a significant force in the region, even surpassing Shanhai city, which spanned 4 prefectures, in terms of territorial size. On the day the regime was founded, the lords in the region shouted in unison, "The wolves are here." After establishing his country, Qianshang did not foolishly attack Luoyang or consider attacking other provinces. His primary goal was to pacify the people, rest, and solidify his rule. Having been reborn, Qianshang was no longer the farmer others used as a pawn. The first peasant uprising leader in Chinese history was now stepping onto the path to kingship. The Zhongchu regime's vast territory made it face enemies on all sides. To the north was fallen Phoenix City, to the west was fallen Leaf City, to the south was Pilsun City, and to the east was Xiangyu's West Chu regime. The day the Zhongchu regime was established was the day the wolves began to carve up the territory. Almost simultaneously, fallen Phoenix City, fallen Leaf City, and Pilsun City began to gather nearby territories, forming 3 massive armies at the border. A major war was about to break out in central China. Ironically, the Shanhai Alliance and the Yanhuang Alliance had become temporary allies. Qianshang, of course, had no intention of surrendering. To break the deadlock, he acted decisively. On the same day, he announced that they had officially formed an alliance with the West Chu regime to the east. Xiangyu led the West Chu regime. After entering the wilderness, they turned their blades toward Ludong province, north of Pang City. They did not, however, move against the neighboring Zhongyuan province. It's likely that, at the time, the 2 powers had reached a mutual understanding. After all, Xiangyu had served under Qianshang in the early days, so a level of relationship existed between them. In such a precarious position, the 2 regimes decided to trust one another. This alliance made the regional dynamics increasingly complex. Not only did it eliminate the eastern threat to Qianshang, but it also provided him with Xiangyu's support. This alliance immediately addressed Qianshang's shortage of capable generals. Whether it was Xiangyu himself, his grandfather, father, or Xiang Zhuang, they were all generals that any side would covet. As expected, on the day they formed the alliance, Xiang Yan traveled to Qin County to assist Qianshang in military affairs and the establishment of defense lines. Qianshang even boldly appointed Xiang Yan as the great general of Zhongchu, demonstrating the exceedingly close relationship between the 2 Chu regimes. Zhongchu was now facing a 3-front alliance. To the north, the Shanhai Alliance Phoenix Alliance, led by Feng Qiuhuang, had gathered 150,000 troops. To the west, Piaolinghuan had amassed 100,000 soldiers. To the south, Chun Shinjun had formed an army of 180,000. However, Zhongchu was no pushover. After taking control of an entire province, their total military strength approached 600,000 soldiers. Adding up the number of soldiers on both sides, the total approached 1 million troops. Undeniably, this war was set to be the largest-scale conflict on the main map so far. It would also cover the largest land area since the start of the game. The Zhongyuan region encompassed a total of 5 provinces, all of which were embroiled in this battle. There were even rumors that Di Chen, located in Jingdou, was planning to form another alliance to march south and attack. The Zhongyuan region was facing a situation where numerous powers vied for control. Of course, there was also the possibility that all these powers would be defeated. After all, they were not allies. Not to mention Feng Qiuhuang and Chun Shinjun, who were not even in the same camp. Even within the Yanhuang alliance, many factions did not see eye to eye. Chun Shinjun and Di Chen, as well as Chun Shinjun and Piaolinghuan, were enemies. Each side was fighting for its own interests. It seemed that the flames of war would endlessly engulf the entire Zhongyuan region. Moreover, You might think that all of this had nothing to do with Ouyang Shua and Shanhai City. You couldn't be more wrong. The entire China region was like a chessboard, where any small move could ripple out and affect every area. The Zhongyuan region, being a place where dynasties were often founded, could plunge the entire China region into chaos if it fell into disarray. The 4 uprising armies that Gaia had planned were far from useless. Additionally, Feng Qiuhuang, a key member of the Shanhai alliance, was deeply involved in this matter. Ouyang Shua was not worried about her performance on the main battlefield, but what if the Yanhuang alliance was plotting something? Hence, Ouyang Shua instructed the Black Snake Guards to closely monitor the region. They were also to share any intelligence they gathered with Feng Qiuhuang. Members of the Shanhai alliance prioritized fallen Phoenix City. Taking Ouyang Shua as an example, even though Shanhai City was expanding its army and required equipment, he still sold 10,000 God arm crossbows to her. Ouyang Shua even promised that if things went south, he would send reinforcements. One could foresee that the Yanhuang alliance would likely do the same. At the very least, Xiangba would support Piaolinghuan. This indicated that the 2 most significant alliances were now involved in the war, affecting the entire China region. Perhaps they believed the world was not chaotic enough. Huang Chao, who had kept a low profile for a time, reappeared. In the past few months, they had regained a foothold in southern Wannan province. Following Qinsheng, Huang Chao declared the establishment of a country, forming the Daqi regime in Anqing. At this point, the 3 remaining uprising armies had all established their own countries and named their kings. After forming their regimes, their ambitions grew, and they immediately announced their plans to move north and reclaim their lost territories. The actions of the Daqi regime drew the neighboring provinces into the conflict. The southern Jiangchuan province, the southeastern Jiangnan province, the northeastern Jianya region, and even the northern West Chu regime all made their moves. Suddenly, the southeast region of China became. To prevent Daqi from expanding, the 3 provinces began to mobilize their troops. Note, the last sentence has a word in Chinese, which means chaotic or disorderly. I will correct it for consistency. Suddenly, the southeast region of China became chaotic. To prevent Daqi from expanding, the 3 provinces began to mobilize their troops. On the south, Gong Chengshi started to form the Jiangchuan Province Alliance Army. On the east, Xiangba and Zhan Lang were preparing a colossal alliance army. For this battle, Zhan Lang was determined to destroy Daqi. If they escaped, this kind of peasant uprising would continue to re-emerge. From this, one could see that Di Chen's decision to lead the alliance army against Huang Jin was a smart one. Amidst all the chaos, only Jingdo remained peaceful. Apart from the Huangchao uprising army, the Taiping country was also making its moves. After swallowing Guilin and Jinan Prefecture, Hong Shichuan was planning to expand again. Both Chuanbei Province and Yunnan Province were in the area of attack. Suddenly, with the 3 uprising armies at the core, the entire China region entered a time of chaos. The peasant uprisings that had been building for 10 months finally reached their peak. The uprising exploded 2 months before the end of the 2nd year. These last 2 months would decide the future fate of the China region. If they could destroy the 3 uprising armies, the strength of the lords would take a significant step forward. Conversely, if they failed, the future would be a great mess. All of this was a test Gaia gave to the lords. Who could stand out from this test? Gaia would pay extra attention to those who managed to do so. As the flames of war ignited in China, the rest of the world was far from peaceful. With the 3rd year of Gaia's era approaching, the global situation gradually evolved. Some small countries, constrained by limited land, players, and population, began to show their top powers. Over 2 years, these leaders started consolidating the strength of their nations, uniting them under a single banner. The dynamics in different regions became increasingly clear, most notably in Europe. Countries like Norway, Iceland, Italy, Portugal, and the Netherlands had already united, while Germany, England, France, and Switzerland were on the brink of a similar fate. In his past life, the entire European continent had even formed an alliance, creating a formidable region that the world could not underestimate. The only group capable of challenging these lords were the Aboriginals. Much like peasant uprisings, Gaia introduced similar Aboriginal powers based on their historical context to counter the lords. Overall, Gaia ensured that the lords would not relax, as the wilderness was always a place of both danger and opportunity. China, with its longer history, presented a wider array of battles and Aboriginal conflicts. In contrast, other countries, with less historical depth, lacked such options. Some modern nations, one could say, had virtually no history. Gaia, however, had its methods for these groups. Even if history did not record specific events, Gaia drew inspiration from books, films, and movies to create battle scenarios for the lords. If even these sources were scarce, Gaia used its robust computational and speculative capabilities to craft scenarios from the era of cold weapons. In essence, Gaia aimed to be as fair as possible to each country, though as fair as possible was the best it could achieve. This was particularly evident in the case of China. China has a long history filled with many great talents and detailed records. Numerous battles and generals have been meticulously documented, providing Gaia with a wealth of information to work from. Consequently, Gaia could bestow these characters with a higher-tier AI. In contrast, characters that Gaia created would naturally have lower AI values. This disparity reflects the cultural differences between countries, and as such, no one could truly complain about it. Europe, in comparison, has a unique characteristic. Several large empires that spanned the entire continent have appeared in European history. Among these, the largest and most expansive was the Roman Empire. This allowed European lords to engage in competition and conflict, meaning that when battles reached this era, originally unconnected countries could join the same battle, leading to a complex web of alliances between the various nations. The European continent is home to many ambitious players, such as France, the birthplace of Napoleon, and Italy, the cradle of the Roman Empire. Overall, the European countries are allies and rivals, with a relationship that is highly intricate and difficult to articulate. Moreover, Europe's strength is bolstered by two additional factors. Firstly, it has been the birthplace of many powerful maritime nations and even some overlords of the seas, such as Portugal, Spain, Holland, France, and England. Gaia took these elements into account when configuring their technology trees, ensuring that these countries, in terms of sailors, shipbuilding techniques, and maritime navigation, were stronger than others. The navies of these countries advanced rapidly, and their explorers embarked on long-distance voyages, charting new oceanic routes. They were the greatest opponents of the Shanhai City Navy and even their enemies. If based on wooden ships, the Ming Dynasty warships stood on the same level. However, the moment these countries developed iron-armored warships, even the strongest turreted ships could not compete. As such, from the start, Ouyang Shua had established the No. 7 Research Institute to research relevant technologies. Although they could not compete with England and Holland, at least they would not fall too far behind. Secondly, Europe was where the Industrial Revolution began. The revolution in technology was the most deadly. Avec-Fort's steam engine research had entered its final stages. Within half a year at most, the first steam engine would appear in the world. The seeds of the Industrial Revolution were slowly growing. The moment it erupted in England and spread across Europe, it would bring about a terrifying power. In his previous life, China did not have the ability to contend with these countries. Europe was a continent that could not be underestimated. Apart from Europe, Africa and Asia were both quickly moving toward unification. On the African continent, prominent chiefs held absolute power and could unify their countries without much competition. Below them were intermediate and small chiefs. In Africa, chiefs were feared and revered. They were the rulers of the tribes and had control over various aspects of life. In the game, the people were willing to unite around the chief and work toward a common goal. Because of the cultural elements in Africa, the continent was the first to unite. Of course, this so-called unification was only between tribes and countries. Once they achieved internal unity, the various nations, under the leadership of the prominent chiefs, burst forth with a pent-up thirst for war, fueled by the long period of peace. The entire African continent erupted into conflict, and nations began to war with one another. The frequency of wars and their cruelty toward enemies was comparable to that in China. In some aspects, it even exceeded China. To them, such wars that could change their lives were not wars but games. As such, they all enjoyed the madness. In the entire world, probably only African players could genuinely relish the game. They seemed eager to unleash the war cries and thirst for blood they had pent up for years. Thus, they were the craziest, and they would not yield. They needed one country to destroy another before the war would end. The players of the defeated country would then revive and rejoin the battle. In his last life, even after 5 years, the entire continent of Africa remained a massive mess. Even countries from other continents showed little interest in the impoverished African region. Consequently, these prominent chiefs could continue there. Entire Japan was quickly merging, and even Sonli City and Black Dragon Guild had started to work together. The eyes of the Japanese people were turning from their own land to overseas. Their invasive nature meant they were not content to remain in one area. The vast shoreline of the China region had become a prime target for the Japanese. In his previous life, the Japanese had assaulted and disturbed territories in the China region, leading the Chinese players to embark on a long journey to destroy Japan. The situation in Korea was similar to that in Vietnam. Due to historical issues, the country was divided into a north-south standoff. Park Wins-Ulsan City currently ruled over South Korea, while the only imperial city in Korea, Han City, was in a chaotic state. Korean players were also filled with ambition. In his previous life, the Koreans had also attacked the northern regions of China, including the Jingdo region. Di Chen, in Ouyang Shua's previous life, was too focused on the benefits in Zhongyuan and did not pay much attention to these attacks, leading to criticism from Chinese players. This time around, Wufu's Stone City would serve as the front line against the Koreans. Aside from Japan and Korea, island nations like the Philippines and Malaysia posed hidden threats, watching China like a pack of hungry wolves. Asia was the most complex region in the world. Besides Asia, there was also America, where the most substantial threat would still come from North America. Among America, Canada, and Mexico, America remained the strongest. Gaia showed some bias toward America in the technology tree settings. Otherwise, Jack Dawson would not have already possessed a team of musketmen before upgrading to the county level. The thermal weapons technology tree of America stood out as the most advanced in the world. Guns and cannons originated in America, while China, still using cold weapons, faced considerable challenges. This was the so-called fairness mentioned earlier. Despite China's vast number of historical generals and civil servants, they had to contend with countries with shorter histories that possessed thermal weapons. Of course, Gaia would set restrictions on such thermal weapons. Without these, the so-called fairness would become entirely unfair. Ouyang Shua speculated that in the future, Gaia would completely remove the technology tree restrictions on players. However, the exact timing was uncertain. In his previous life, even 5 years into the game, such a change had not occurred. At that time, the world lacked the capability to cross oceans and engage in battles, and a large-scale world war had not yet broken out. Everything remained speculative. Overall, the future leaders were beginning to show their true colors. The world was changing, but the China region was still striving for internal control. Even Ouyang Shua, who knew the game's progression, could not advance the situation. In such a predicament, there was little he could do. No matter how the world changed, Ouyang Shua still had to take matters step by step. However, on the 10th month, 5th day, an emergency letter from the Military Intelligence Division disrupted his touring plans. It compelled him to cut his Jiaoqing tour short and hastily return to Wulong City. Just as Qinshan and Huang Chao were causing chaos, Hong Xiuquan, who had been biding his time, finally made a move. The moment this happened, Shanhai City faced a perilous situation. On the 10th month, second day, the day after Qinshan established his kingdom, Hong Xiuquan struck a tacit agreement with Chiyou. Representatives from both sides signed a peace accord at the Wuzhou border. This accord stipulated that their people would not harass one another, one would advance west, the other east. The moment the treaty was signed, the Taiping kingdom's troops stationed at the Wuzhou border withdrew. They dismantled their entire eastern camp, leaving no trace behind. Simultaneously, the army Chiyou city had stationed on the western border also vacated. No outsider knew the nature of the communication between the two sides or how they managed to trust each other to such a degree. It was as if they had agreed to lay down their defenses against each other, the entire process remaining highly secretive, with only the top brass of both camps involved. Otherwise, surely the Military Intelligence Division and the Black Snake Guards would have intercepted some information. The withdrawal of the troops from both sides was only the first step. The eastern forces from Taiping Kingdom converged with the southern forces and then directly headed for Mulan stronghold, totaling 150,000 soldiers marching towards Mulan with a suppressing momentum. It seems Taiping country was determined to take down the stronghold. Who knows what made Lianzhou Prefecture so important that Hong Xiuquan gathered so many troops to capture it. When the Military Affairs Department received the news, they immediately dispatched the City Protection Division to the north. They would enter the stronghold to assist the 3rd Division of the Dragon Legion, led by Erlai. As a result, Shanhai City was left nearly empty of soldiers. Du Ruhui immediately ordered the various city protection squads of the houses and counties to enter Level 1 alert and prepare for further instructions. The only fortunate event was that the 1st Division of the Beihai Bay Squadron had successfully returned to Beihai City, making the door to Lianzhou temporarily safe. The 1st Division of the Tiger Legion in Qiongzhou also moved into Yashan City. If the situation changed, Fan Liwa would lead them to assist immediately. Apart from attacking the Mulan stronghold, Taiping country also merged its northern and western troops into a new western army of 200,000, aimed at Kunming Prefecture in Yunnan Province. Kunming Prefecture, which covers about 1/3 of the province, is the largest prefecture by land area. Moreover, it falls under the control of Consonant City. After a period of expansion, Consonant City had taken over more than half of the prefecture. However, the prefecture is vast, and controlling the entire area will take more time. Before they could achieve this, the current situation arose. It's not that Consonant City was unprepared for Taiping country, the issue is that Taiping country controls 3 prefectures. Apart from going west, going north to Chuanbei or Pannan provinces were both excellent options. Who knew how Hong Xiuquan's mind worked, as he changed his strategy of attacking on all fronts. Instead, he focused his attack on Kunming Prefecture. Consequently, the situation for Consonant City looked dire. Located conveniently close to the intersection between Yunnan Province and Chuanbei Province, Consonant City was set to bear the brunt of this attack. Upon receiving the news, the entire city went to Level 1 war alert. Zhang Liao led 50,000 troops to the border to form the first defensive line. The entire Consonant City had a total of 5 divisions, approximately 70,000 soldiers. This time, Bai Hua was pulling out all the stops. She had no choice but to do so, for if the Taiping forces broke through, she would lose her territory. What made her feel helpless was that in the entire Kunming Prefecture, the territories not occupied by Consonant City decided to remain neutral. They did not join the Alliance army. In all likelihood, these lords were eager to see Consonant City's downfall. They preferred this situation over allowing Consonant City to gradually wear them down. As for how they would face the Taiping forces in the future, that was a different matter. As a result, Consonant City was temporarily without reinforcements and suddenly found itself crying for help. Consonant City was a crucial piece in Ouyang Shua's plans, so he could not afford to lose it. At this moment, only Shanhai City could come to its aid. The other members of the Shanhai alliance were embroiled in their own battles. This massive war in the China region had finally pushed the Shanhai alliance to the edge of the cliff. Ouyang Shua still needed to plan how to send reinforcements, not because of other reasons, but because this move was not solely against Taiping country. Since the western border forces retreated, Chiyou has gathered his 100,000 mountain barbarian army in the east and aimed toward Zhaoqing Prefecture. After a year of solitude, the one prefecture space was finally not enough for Chiyou's appetite. This devil finally bared his fangs at the wilderness, dragging Shanhai City into the affair once again. Meanwhile, the newly established Lingnan city-state started to sharpen their knives. Yuan Ping announced that they would build a 100,000-man alliance army as quickly as possible and station it at the border of Zhaoqing Prefecture. If the situation permits, there was a chance they might invade Zhaoqing Prefecture. Additionally, north of Zhaoqing, Xiongnan Province's Kaiyun alliance agreed to build the second city-state in the China region. The moment they established the city-state, Kaiyun Zenan announced on the forum that to protect the city-state's safety, they were considering placing troops at the southern border. Suddenly, enemies surrounded Shanhai City. Given this situation, Ouyang Shua had to spur his horse and rush back to Wulong City. Initially, Ouyang Shua was hesitant after the military reorganization, considering whether to attack east or west. Who knew the enemy would make the choice for him? Now, Shanhai City was threatened from three sides. To break this deadlock, they needed a good strategy. October 8, Wulong City, Meeting Hall. Only 4 others attended this military meeting. Du Ruhui, who had hurriedly teleported over from Shanhai City, along with Commander-in-Chief Baiqi, Great General Sun Bin, and Great General Han Xian, were the 4 magical stabilizers of Shanhai City. Du Ruhui provided a brief overview of the surrounding situation and then reported on the progress of the military reorganization, saying, from the 9th month, 14th day, the military began a large-scale reorganization. 25 days have passed, and it is nearly complete. We only lack a portion of the equipment, which has not yet been transported due to the long distance. The various generals can now start to collect their forces. The moment Du Ruhui spoke these words, a surge of energy erupted within the hall. Facing the current situation, a large-scale army was their greatest insurance. Indeed, the expansion of the army came at a perfect time. Previously, Ouyang Shua had been worried about this matter. However, if he had reduced the force by 1 or 2 divisions, their current situation would be much worse. According to the plans of the Military Affairs Department, the 4 garrison divisions had already moved into their bases. The Zhaoqing Prefecture Garrison Division was stationed near Tianjing City and was the first to arrive. The Lianzhou Garrison Division and the 2nd Division of the City Protection Division had sailed north from Liizhou Prefecture, reaching Beihai City. In less than 3 days, both garrison divisions would be fully prepared. This temporarily alleviated the crisis in the main camp. Zhao Sihu's City Protection Division 1st Division could also stay in Mulan Stronghold without any worries. Otherwise, without any troops in Shanhai City, even Ouyang Shua would be nervous. What if the adventure game mode players caused a riot? In this situation, he could only rely on the 2,000 bailiffs. Similarly, the Zhinhai City Garrison Division was taking a boat down south. The southern part of Zhaoqing Prefecture also had a shoreline. The Zhinhai Garrison Division was preparing to disembark from a hastily built harbor. The entire journey would take less than a week. In less than 5 days, the Zhinhai City Garrison Division would be in place. Once there, they could release the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards and allow them to teleport to Wulong County. Apart from the Divine Martial Guards and the Guards Regiment, they could also move the 3 fully formed divisions. Since Shanhai City faced attacks from 3 sides, Ouyang Shua planned to split the 3 divisions, assigning each to one region. At this point, Ouyang Shuo had a new concept of zonal fighting. Everyone, Ouyang Shuo looked at the 3 god generals under his command. To settle the current situation and to form a defense zone for the future army, we need to establish a system. I've decided to establish the first official war zone in Shanhai City. This war zone will be the highest commanding organization, directing the strategy and direction of the battle. The war zone will have 1 command center and 1 commander. As his words rang out, Bai Qi and the others were stunned. Without a doubt, compared to generals, the war zone commander held a higher level of power. Moreover, the commander would take on some of the responsibilities of the military affairs department. Ouyang Shuo decided to set up war zones after considering the expansion of the territory and military, as well as the complex external environment. The military affairs department could not be prepared for everything. Therefore, to ensure that the front line remained flexible and proactive, they could not allow long distances to cause command issues. Forming war zones was the best choice. Apart from making major decisions, the war zone command center would function similarly to half of a military affairs department. Wulong City Meeting Hall. The sunlight streamed into the hall, casting streaks of shadows. In the hall, a military meeting concerning the fate and future of Shanhai City was underway. Ouyang Shuo was implementing his war zone plan. He raised his head and called out, "Sun Bin." Present. Sun Bin, seated in his wheelchair, cupped his fists. He looked fully energized, his face flushed with excitement and gratitude. Sun Bin had not expected that the Lord would choose him as the first general. In comparison, Bai Qi was the longest-serving general with the most military experience. The sunlight illuminated his face, highlighting his usually ashen-white complexion now tinged with red. Ouyang Shuo focused his gaze on this handicapped general and said solemnly, "I have decided to establish the Lingnan War Zone, with you as the commander." The Lingnan War Zone, as the name suggests, will cover the entire Lingnan province, including Cheongzhou Prefecture. The Lingnan War Zone will include the Tiger Legion, Cheongzhou Garrison Division, Laizhou Garrison Division, Jiaoqing Prefecture Garrison Division, and Jinhai City Garrison Division, totaling 120,000 troops. Additionally, the 1st Division of the Jiaozhou Squadron will be under your command. The Yashan Squadron, however, will remain under the Military Affairs Department. Placing the various garrison divisions under the war zone commander changed the power structure of the military. As the number of garrison divisions increased, the Military Affairs Department would struggle to oversee each one. Why not place them under the jurisdiction of the war zone commanding force? In addition to the garrison divisions, the navies in the area were also part of the war zone. As a result, within the war zone, every type of troop existed. Consequently, the war zone commander faced a significant challenge. Currently, only Bai Qi, Sun Bin, and Han Xan possessed the necessary abilities. Ouyang Shuo had clear reasons for choosing Sun Bin. Firstly, Sun Bin had started in Cheongzhou, and the Tiger Legion was stationed in Lingnan Province. Therefore, geographically, he was a suitable choice. Secondly, the battle's needs dictated this decision. Bai Qi was excluded because he excelled at efficiently sieging and claiming territory, making him better suited for the most intense areas of the battlefield, where he would fight fire with fire. The Azura Bai Qi's image was always in the most heated regions. Han Xan, a master of troop deployment, was also a suitable choice for a warzone commander. However, he had only recently joined Shanhai City and had not yet demonstrated enough skill to earn the respect of his peers. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo chose Sun Bin. "Thank you, my lord." Sun Bin cupped his fists again, his voice now calmer. He could feel the weight of his new responsibilities. The Lingnan War Zone, beyond defending the base, would primarily face the Lingnan City-State. Including the Xiangnan City-State to the north, these areas formed the defense region of the Lingnan War Zone. Additionally, Jinhai City stood alone and required constant readiness. Given these responsibilities, the 120,000 troops seemed insufficient. The war zone's command center will be established in Tianjing City. The structure will mirror the Military Affairs Department, with divisions for military intelligence, combat logistics, war, and military law. Members of the divisions will be selected from the Military Affairs Department to form the required structure. At the end of the year, when the students graduate, we will fill the remaining positions. Based on Ouyang Shua's plan, apart from a commander, the war zone would also need an advisor. Unfortunately, the territory only had Zhao Kuo, and there were no other suitable candidates. Moreover, Zhao Kuo was responsible for the war division and could not be relocated. As a result, they had to leave the position of Lingnan Warzone military advisor temporarily vacant. The establishment of the command group was a core element. With a stable command center, it would put an end to the usual movement of forces during wartime. In the future, the command center would have full control over the entire Lingnan battlefield. Whether it was troop movements, logistical supplies, war planning, or other related matters, the command group would handle them. Of course, the Military Affairs Department would still hold authority over the war zone command group. Ouyang Shuo was striving to establish a highly efficient system. He did not want the generals to have independent power to deploy troops. Especially the Military Law Division, whose officials were appointed by the Military Affairs Department, retained their independent authority. The defense of the East depends on you. I will not let you down. This statement was the highest commitment that the civil servants and the generals of Shanhai City could make. Ouyang Shuo nodded and turned to Baiqi and Han Exayan, who had remained silent. Pure defense is not our style. After stabilizing the eastern defense line, we will demonstrate our prowess by taking down both Chiyou City and Taiping country. His words were filled with arrogance. The expressions of Baiqi and Han Exayan remained unchanged. They had been through various situations and seen countless events. Whether it was Hong Xiuquan or Chiyou, they were not at their level. In the end, they needed to use their strength to speak, and it was not easy to destroy Shanhai City. Ouyang Shuo gave Baiqi and Han Exayan clear duties. General Baiqi. Present. General, lead the 2nd and 4th Divisions of the Dragon Legion and the new 5th Division back to Lianzhou Prefecture and into the Mulan stronghold. The north against Taiping country will depend on you. Initially, Baiqi was the commander of the northern camp of the territory. Now, he was returning to his old post. Baiqi was exceedingly familiar with the Mulan stronghold. Do not worry, Lord. Ouyang Shuo nodded and continued, General, remember that against Taiping country, your task is to defend temporarily. The key is to ensure that our ally, Consonant City, remains safe. Therefore, when you return, you must strengthen cooperation between the two armies. If needed, you can send Luo Shixin's division to assist. Remember, Consonant City must not fall. Mulan stronghold was an iron fortress. On the walls alone, the 3 types of bow arqueballistas numbered 100. Ouyang Shuo believed that even with only 4 divisions, with Baiqi's leadership, everything would remain secure. Even if Taiping country added more troops, one should not forget that within Lianzhou, there were still the Lianzhou Garrison Division and the 2nd Division of the City Protection Division. These 2 could assist Mulan stronghold at any moment. Ouyang Shuo did not know what exactly gave him such confidence, to want to attack the strongest fortress in China. No matter what, they were bound to bleed. The part that worried Ouyang Shuo the most was Consonant City. As a result, Ouyang Shuo would arrange for Luo Shixin's division, a trump card, to assist them if necessary. However, even with his assistance, Consonant City was still in danger when facing 200,000 troops. Moreover, the other lords in Kunming Prefecture might backstab them. With time running out and no other plans in sight, Ouyang Shuo temporarily could not devise any other strategies. After all, Shanhai City had a limited number of soldiers, and sending a reinforcement division was his maximum effort. Now, Ouyang Shua could only hope that Bai Hua had a way to save herself. The Yunnan overlord from her previous life, it was time for her to shine and radiate her brilliance. Bai Qi nodded without a word. Azure, a person who usually spoke few words, his actions spoke louder than his silence. During the Zhaoqing battle, his strategy of burning the entire city changed the tide of the battle. After the battle, officials like Fan Zhongyan and others privately complained to Ouyang Shua that Bai Qi had made a mistake and killed innocents. Not only Fan Zhongyan but Mingzi and other Confucians also criticized Bai Qi. However, since Ouyang Shua was not present, they had no one to complain to. This led to Bai Qi's reputation among civil servants falling, and he became known as a cold-blood slaughter. However, in the military, his prestige reached unprecedented heights, and the name of the Azura spread widely. Bai Qi did not care about external debates and rumors. Ouyang Shua understood that Bai Qi lived by his own principles and followed. No one could shake his resolve. Resolution *. Ouyang Shua arranged for Luo Shixin's division to assist if necessary. Despite having Luo Shixin's division, Consonant City was still in peril when facing 200,000 troops. Other lords in Kunming Prefecture might also take advantage of the situation. Time was against, and Ouyang Shua had to think of any other strategies. With limited troops, sending a reinforcement division was his maximum effort. Final *. Hope that Bai Hua had a plan to save herself, and trusting her to outshine her brilliance. Solution *. Bai Qi nodded, acknowledging the as a person who usually spoke little words but acted with great. This way of life was not the way of killing that the outside world misunderstood it to be. Killing was only what it appeared to be on the surface. Bai Qi's calculations were all for the war. To win, any method was justifiable. He was like an AI, like a machine, discarding all emotions on the battlefield. What remained was rationality alone. As a result, outsiders saw him as cold, he looked cold, and his heart was even colder. Some even joked that even Gaia had more emotions than Bai Qi. Ouyang Shua did not agree with such words. At least when it came to others, Bai Qi was an emotional and kind person. His coldness was a solitude and loneliness, a loneliness that outsiders could not understand. At the apex, one was bound to be lonely. Finally, Ouyang Shua turned his attention to Han Xian. The brief displayed during the Battle of Zhaoqing had shown a glimpse of Han Xian's military strategy. His timing and grasp of opportunity were impeccable. This time, Ouyang Shua was going to give him a significant task. General Han Xian, lead the Leopard Legion, Guards Division, and the Divine Martial Guards, including the 100,000 Mountain Border Shui Division and Shanju Division, to defeat the Chiyou army. Ouyang Shua needed to defend against the movements of Lingnan city-state and Taiping country. But against Chiyou, he needed to launch a full-scale offensive. His goal was to completely destroy the Chiyou army and take over Wuzhou Prefecture. Only by annihilating Chiyou could they gain control of the situation. Undoubtedly, this would be a fierce battle. One must remember that Chiyou had not yet revealed his trump card. Facing such a dangerous situation, Ouyang Shua divided the Shanhai city army into three main groups. Sun Bin was placed in charge of the Lingnan war zone, responsible for the eastern front. Bai Qi was to move to the Mulan stronghold and command the northern forces. Han Xian would lead a significant army to confront Chiyou directly. All the plans were set in motion. Next, they needed to move the troops and finalize the remaining war preparations. Combat logistics had already been underway for a month. After all, whether it was Chiyou City or the Lingnan city-state, Ouyang Shua knew that a clash with them was inevitable. Thus, they had initiated the movement of resources well in advance of the troop deployment. After the meeting concluded, the various generals set out to execute their tasks. Sun Bin led his forces into Tianjing City to establish the Lingnan War Zone Command Center. Simultaneously, he set up the eastern defense line. Although Yuan Ping was causing trouble, Ouyang Shua did not believe he would dare to launch a direct attack. At most, he might attempt some sneak raids while Shanhai City was at war with Chiyou City. However, Ouyang Shua would not provide him with the opportunity. The Lingnan war zone under Sun Bin's command was not only going to defend passively, if necessary, they could also launch probing attacks on Jiaozhou Prefecture. Baiqi brought his guard unit and teleported to Taonan City, then proceeded toward the Mulan stronghold. The Dragon Legion, on the other hand, would travel to Lianzhou Prefecture by sea. Ouyang Shua could not afford to spend such a vast amount on teleportation costs. The troops of Taiping country were waiting for supplies, so the real war would not start immediately. Han Xin led his troops toward the Zhaoqing Prefecture border to set up a frontline command center. Based on Ouyang Shua's instructions, it was best not to let the war enter Zhaoqing Prefecture. Each army had a god general leading it, so Ouyang Shua was not worried. With the Military Affairs Department's assistance, everything proceeded smoothly. As for the war, such matters had not alarmed Shanhai City for a long time. Taking advantage of this rare lull, Ouyang Shua left Wulong City and teleported back to Shanhai City to complete the upgrade quest. Earlier, on the 10th month, first day, Shanhai City had reached the upper limit of 500,000 population. However, since Ouyang Shua was in Zhaoqing Prefecture at the time, the matter was delayed. Using this opportunity, he planned to complete the territorial upgrade. Ouyang Shua's return to Shanhai City did not cause any alarm. He had a brief conversation with Song Jia before entering the main hall alone. Having completed the upgrade procedure 9 times already, he was very familiar with it. He muttered territory upgrade to himself, and a white light shone across the hall. In the center of the hall, a golden stone stele slowly rose from the ground. Ouyang Shua placed his right hand on the stele, and a system notification sounded out. System notification, checking Shanhai Prefecture upgrade requirements. Requirement 1. Population reached the upper limit of 500,000. Requirement met. 500,000 people were far from Shanhai City's full capacity. According to the city's design, if the entire city were to be fully opened, it could easily house over 5 million people. Therefore, the current population was merely 1/10 of the total capacity of Shanhai City. However, Shanhai City's construction was far from completion. Requirement 2. All basic buildings completed. Requirement met. The construction teams had built the Wenxi, the Painting Academy, and the Distribution Center. The Wenxi was integrated with the city wall, while the Painting Academy was situated in Sinan University. The Distribution Center, the last to be constructed, was centrally located near the pier. Requirement 3. Lord has reached at least ranked 2 marquis. Requirement met. In the entire China region, besides Ouyang Shua, who was a rank 1 marquis, the 2 rank 2 marquises were Bai Hua and Feng Qiuhuang. Di Chen and the others lagged a step behind. At this point, Ouyang Shua's rank advantage was unmatchable by anyone. However, advancing to Duke was a monumental leap, requiring a total of 1 million merit points, 5 times that of a rank 1 marquis. This indicated that at this bottleneck, anyone could potentially catch up. If no unforeseen circumstances occurred, Ouyang Shua would not be able to achieve the upgrade in a short period. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, Shanhai City meets all the requirements. Will you upgrade? Upgrade. From the stone stele, a golden light shot up into the sky, exploding outward in a radiant glow that spread to the edges of the territory. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, for successfully upgrading the territory. Lord's Manor has automatically upgraded. Please review the changes. Ouyang Shua was not overly concerned with the upgrade to the Lord's Manor. After all, the current Nanjiang Governor-General Manor exceeded the scale the system had intended. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, upgrading the territory too. After upgrading, 1 teleportation formation can be added, please choose the location to construct it. Who knew that upgrading your prefecture would come with such benefits? In his last life, Ouyang Shua had little knowledge of prefectures, so he was unclear about such occurrences. For a major city like Shanhai City, the addition of a teleportation formation held significant meaning. The current teleportation formation was located within the imperial city, making it highly inconvenient for the general public to use, considering safety concerns. During emergencies, when the imperial city entered a lockdown state, the teleportation formation would also be restricted. However, Shanhai City's influence over the China region was immense. Scholars, merchants, and talents from all over congregated here, making it challenging for the Guards Division to secure the imperial city. Now, Ouyang Shua had a great opportunity. With an additional teleportation formation, he could make a significant difference. He decided that only officials, military personnel, and those he invited would use the formation in the imperial city, while the new formation would be for the common people. This way, he could address potential issues and ease the burden on the Guards Division. Ouyang Shua thought about it and decided to place the second teleportation formation in the northern city district. First, the northern region served as the city's entrance and was primarily a commoner's district, making it a highly convenient location. Second, the central district was accessible from the northern region, facilitating travel to other areas. Lastly, the city protection divisions were stationed near the northern district, so if anyone dared to cause trouble, the nearby troops could quickly secure the entire area. Without a doubt, after this new formation was set up, the Black Snake Guards and the Shanhai Guards would closely monitor it. They would arrange members to keep an eye on it. After choosing the location, another system notification sounded in his head. System notification, teleportation formation location selected. Formation automatically created, please review. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou for successfully upgrading your territory. After the upgrade, the Lord can make minor changes to the geography of the area, with the extent of change decided by the system. Friendly reminder, the adjustment of the geography is limited to altering what is already present. Players cannot choose to change the type of land. However, players can opt for changes such as expanding rivers and raising mountains. Ouyang Shua's eyes brightened. This was getting more and more interesting. This action by Gaia seemed to be a form of compensation for the players. After all, when choosing the village creation location, they considered only 2 points. Geographically, there were bound to be regrets. For example, Ouyang Shuo's biggest regret was that the Lianzhou Basin was isolated from the outside world, with only 2 canyon passages. Once an advantage, it was now a disadvantage. Ouyang Shua could not alter the Jinnan Pass or the Mulan Stronghold Canyon. Any such action would render the stronghold useless, allowing Taiping country to walk in. Ouyang Shua would not sabotage himself. Therefore, he directly chose to modify the Southern Canyon River, hoping that after this change, large ships could directly enter the Shanhai City Pier. Expanding the Friendship River, the Chiyou River, as well as the Canyon River path where the 2 rivers intersect. System notification, confirming the changes. Widening the rivers and deepening the channels has commenced. System notification, changes completed. Both rivers have been widened by 100 meters, and the Canyon River path has been expanded by 200 meters. The depth of the rivers has also been adjusted accordingly. In this instance, both rivers were expanded to twice their original size. The local inhabitants, however, felt no particular emotion. It was as if time had paused momentarily and the river had suddenly widened. The sight was so impressive that the people fell to their knees and offered prayers to the heavens. In their eyes, it was the natural work of the river gods. By this time, the Chiyou River and the Friendship River each had a river god that the people revered. Temples dedicated to these river gods were constructed along the banks, and the people made offerings and prayers there regularly. With the widening and deepening of the rivers, even large, turreted ships could sail upriver. This meant that large merchant ships would no longer need to unload their cargo at Beihai Harbor. In this way, it greatly facilitated freight transportation and maritime trade for Shanhai City. Of course, the city's defense faced new challenges. After all, if turreted ships could sail upriver, pirate ships could do the same. The Beihai Bay Squadron took on an increasingly crucial role. Naturally, Ouyang Shuo was willing to take this risk. For Shanhai City to rival the imperial cities, it could not confine itself. The future capital must assume a grand presence, and it should not behave timidly. At this point, the territorial upgrade was complete. A system notification sounded in his ear. System notification. Congratulations to player Chiyou for becoming the first lord in the China region to upgrade, awarded 4,400 merit points. The upgrade of Shanhai City did not cause any uproar this time, as the entire China region was ensnared in a frenzy. All the lords had focused their attention on the battlefields. On the 9th day of the 10th month, in Shanhai City, at the Nanjiang Governor-General Manor. Although the upgrade of Shanhai City was silent and did not cause any uproar, it was a significant achievement for the city itself. The addition of a teleportation formation and the expansion of the river had a substantial impact on the city's future development. Only time would reveal what surprises Gaia had in store for the next upgrade. In the main hall, the territory stone steel had sunk into the ground once more. Ouyang Shuo examined the territory's stats. Territory, Nanjiang Governor-General House. Lord Asterisk Nanjiang Governor-General, Lianzhou Lord Chiyou, First-Class Marquis. Main title Asterisk the world's first prefecture, increases town fame by 50%. Subtitle Asterisk Home of Martial Arts, Land of Philosophers, Blessed Land of Artisans. Governed area Asterisk Shanhai City, Grade 2 Prefecture. Population Asterisk 500,000/1 million. Refugee spawn rate Asterisk 500 Asterisk 1 plus 50% equals 750/day. True refugee spawn rate Asterisk 750 plus 700 plus 700 is equal to 2,150/day. Territory area Asterisk 4 prefectures, approximately 800,000 square kilometers. Territory specialty Asterisk. Political Asterisk 80 out of 100, affects administrative efficiency and morale. Economic Asterisk 85/100, affects trading prosperity and tax. Cultural Asterisk 88 out of 100, affects education development and quality of residence. Technology Asterisk 50/100, affects technology levels and technology tree. Military Asterisk 78 out of 100, affects military strength and stability. Affiliate counties Asterisk Lianzhou Prefecture, Leizhou Prefecture, Qiongzhou Prefecture, Zhaoqing Prefecture, Zhanhai City. Financial institutions Asterisk 4C Bank. Education institutions Asterisk Sinan University, Principal Jiang Shang, Army Military Academy, Principal Sun Wu. Philosophers Asterisk Military Advisors, Legalism, School of Agriculture, School of Diplomacy, Moism. Territory Chamber of Commerce Asterisk Chui Chamber of Commerce, Song Chamber of Commerce, by Trading Company. Territory Specialties Asterisk Lianzhou 3 Flowers Wine, Colored Silk, White Tea. Special Building Asterisk Book Collection House. Hidden Buildings Asterisk Mazu Temple, Recruitment Hall, Yellow Emperor Temple. Basic Buildings List Asterisk. Guqin Academy Asterisk an official department in charge of Guqin. Apart from researching tunes, it trains teachers and students. Construction requirements for the Guqin Academy building blueprints, 20,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of green brick, and 10,000 units of stone. Construction time, 20 days, note, already completed. Wholesale market, a market for sellers to sell wholesale government products or services. Construction requirements, 30,000 units of wood, 500,000 units of green brick, and 30,000 units of stone. Construction time, 20 days. The interface of Grade 2 Prefecture has undergone significant changes. The most notable change is the addition of the Technology Index, indicating that as the game progresses, technological standards will become increasingly important. Shanhai City's Technology Index was only 50, far behind its other indices. For the next step, Ouyang Shuo was prepared to invest heavily in technology research. In the 9th month, even though Ouyang Shuo was not in Shanhai City, the financial department still submitted the financial report for him to review. Compared to the previous month, the income had increased significantly and surpassed the 200,000 mark. Of course, expenses from Jiaoqing Prefecture and military expansion were deducted. After these deductions, the profit was approximately 100,000 gold. As for how to use this sum of money, Ouyang Shuo had a rough idea and planned to meet with Chiyou to discuss further. Besides the territorial indices, other areas also experienced minor changes. Compared to a Grade 1 prefecture, the upper population limit had doubled. Regarding the affiliate territories of Friendship County and Chiyou County, they had been upgraded to prefectures, so the average spawning rate of Shanhai City had reached 2,150 people. At this pace, it would take another 200 to 300 days to reach the upper limit once more. If he considered migrants from the imperial cities that moved over 20 days, this time would be shortened. Ouyang Shuo predicted that in the 5th to 6th month of the 3rd year, Shanhai City could upgrade once more. Initially, Ouyang Shuo was not too excited about this upgrade. After all, the 4,400 merit point reward was not that appealing to him. Shanhai City also had no reason to be first and ascertain its standing as the best in the world. If there ever was a need, that would be the future battle for the world's first capital city. And that would take place at least 2 years later. Ouyang Shuo remembered that in his last life, even after 5 years had passed, not a single duke had appeared in the game. Who knows, perhaps he could break that record. Only after this upgrade did Ouyang Shuo realize that Gaia gave out such significant rewards, which made him more eager and motivated for the next territory upgrade. Besides the upper population limit, territory size changes, and other aspects like policies were all adjusted based on the events of the game. Besides the territory interface, there were the new basic buildings. The basic buildings of a Grade 2 prefecture were quite impressive. Regarding the Guqin Academy, it goes without saying, they had already captured Master Musician Shi when they took down Lizhou Prefecture. Less than half a month after the war, they had established the Guqin Academy in Sinan University. The only tough part was the wholesale market. Construction did not require a building blueprint, but a specific requirement had to be met. Ouyang Shuo understood how to fulfill this criterion. Firstly, since it was a wholesale market, there should naturally be suitable items for sale. Common goods like rice, salt, cloth, and leather were essential. Secondly, they needed to establish a robust channel. Typically, the sale of ordinary items was managed by merchants or chambers of commerce, who bought directly from the people or the farms. If they built a wholesale market, it would introduce 1 or 2 additional sales methods. This way, merchants wouldn't need to travel extensively to make purchases. Instead, local sellers could bring items to the wholesale market. The intermediaries would earn a small profit, and the chambers of commerce would save on manpower and time, making both sides happy. These 2 points ensured that the wholesale market would have a viable demand and wouldn't be at risk of closing soon after opening. However, the territory had not yet perfected the second point, so there was still some time before the wholesale market could be built. After reviewing the stats, Ouyang Shuo left the main hall and returned to his reading room. Since he still had some time, he decided to handle a few matters before returning to Wulong City. When Lu Mo entered the Nanjiang Governor-General Manor, his heart was filled with doubt. He felt nothing but admiration for his sworn brother, Ouyang Shuo. He never expected that Ouyang Shuo, who appeared so unassuming in real life, would be so remarkable in the game. Lu Mo had devoted all his time to researching guns and cannons and barely paid attention to external affairs. However, the continuous system notifications reminded him that Shanhai City was still developing at a rapid pace. As such, he did not want to fall behind. In terms of gun research, his collaboration with Magnus had already made significant progress. Lu Mo was wondering if he had been called over for that reason. When Lu Mo stepped into the reading room, Ouyang Shuo was discussing matters with Yu. As Ouyang Shuo spoke, Yu listened intently, earnestly taking notes. The industry division must plan the shipbuilding matters well. The shipyards must build on this foundation and add 3 more. Jinhai City can build 1 large-scale shipyard, and Yanluo City can do the same. The last one can be built in Cheongzhou Prefecture. The shipbuilding industry will be a pillar of our territory. In the future, whether it's merchant ships or warships, the demand will only increase. Understood. Although the military expansion used up a lot of funds, there's a way to make up for it. Contact Director Du and transport all the equipment eliminated from the army, as well as those collected from the battlefield. Then, send the items to Yashan City to sell. This way, we can save a lot on sales tax. I predict that this batch of equipment can be sold for at least 300,000 gold. The current Yashan City is filled with adventure mode players, and they have a high demand for such equipment. When Yu heard his plan, her eyes lit up. It seemed like she was about to earn a substantial sum this time. Of course, we must increase our support for the military industry. I'll have the various Imperial City intel stations work with the financial department to initiate a large-scale recruitment. Offer high pay and great benefits to attract blacksmiths and tailors to Shanhai City to work in the workshops. Apart from that, the various prefecture military workshops can do the same. The military industry was the silent force behind this military expansion. Without the work of numerous artisans, how could Shanhai City update all their equipment? How could they sell the obsolete equipment to replenish military funds? As a result, the artisans in the military workshops were among the best treated. During the restructuring of Shanhai City, they designated the southern region as the military district. In addition to meeting the expansion needs of the workshops, this was to provide the artisans with better treatment and benefits. The construction department of Shanhai City built mansions for them. Any artisan working in the military workshops could enjoy free housing. This benefit alone earned them the envy of everyone around them. Brother Lu Mo. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and saw Lu Mo standing by the door. Please come in. Ouyang Shuo stood up and guided Lu Mo to a seat. Although this thermal weapons specialist appeared unassuming, he would soon become the core of the territory's weapons technology. I called you here to discuss the steel factory construction, Ouyang Shuo said, dispensing with unnecessary formalities. My lord, you wish to build another steel factory? Lu Mo remained calm, as most technology researchers do. The first one has primarily mastered the technology and has the capacity to expand. No, Ouyang Shuo shook his head, his fingers interlocking in a cross. Not 1, but 10. 10? Lu Mo was taken aback, jumping to his feet. Even Yu, standing to the side, widened her eyes in disbelief, wondering if Ouyang Shuo had lost his mind. For the current steel usage of the territory, building 1 more factory would be sufficient. 10 seems a bit excessive, Lu Mo cautioned, reminding Ouyang Shuo of the risks of overexpansion. Ouyang Shuo smiled slightly, pressing his hands down to signal Lu Mo to calm down. Let me finish. Building 10 steel factories at once is not a decision made in haste, it's been planned for a long time. Ouyang Shuo had a clear idea of the territory's future need for iron, driven by the upcoming system update. During the 3rd system update, Gaia will completely remove the super trading platform. This means players will no longer be able to transport items through the system. All items must be moved via relays or the sea. What items does the steel factory need most? Iron and coal. The Shanhai territory is particularly short on these two resources, especially coal, which it lacks entirely. For this resource, they must purchase it from fallen Phoenix City. Once the system removes the super auction platform, it will be nearly impossible to transport the massive amounts of coal from fallen Phoenix City to Shanhai. At the very least, such transactions could not be completed quickly. As a result, Ouyang Shua decided to use the next 2 months to build steel factories and purchase coal and iron ores aggressively. His goal is to buy enough coal to last the territory for several years, similar to his large-scale purchases before the first system update, but now on a much larger scale, involving hundreds of thousands to millions of gold. However, he cannot explain these plans to Lu Mo and Chiyou. Instead, he relies on the prestige and trust he has built over time. To Chiyou, in particular, Ouyang Shua is like a reincarnated god of foresight and knowledge. Any decision he makes for the territory has proven to be absolutely correct and forward-thinking. For example, his large-scale grain purchases before the grain crisis, or buying all the leather in the adventure game mode when it was not in demand, or his early focus on the wilderness. At that time, Ouyang Shua had shifted his attention to the sea, hoping to gain riches from there instead. There were many such examples. Seeing Ouyang Shua so resolute, Chiyou kept her doubts to herself. She decided to give a vote of confidence and stand on his side. When Lu Mo saw this exchange, he could only laugh awkwardly. Probably, to be able to become such a leader in the world, one must have an unexplainable foresight. Although I do not understand it, as long as you are sure, No. 7 Research Institute is willing to go along completely. If they plan to build steel factories, it would naturally involve No. 7 Research Institute. Without a doubt, if they wanted to build 10 steel factories at once, all the researchers would have to stop their work for the next 2 months. They would need to go out and teach the artisans how to build them. Steel factories were exceedingly professional buildings, including large amounts of steel-making equipment and facilities. Without the building blueprints, they could only have the members of the Research Institute present to help out. Telling them to stop their research for 2 months pretty much took the lives of these people. Without a doubt, the moment Lu Mo went back to announce this, Ouyang Shua would be given the nickname Cold-Blooded Funder. A shred of embarrassment appeared on his face. He did not possess any special foresight, he only relied on his past life. Ouyang Shua felt warm in his heart from Lu Mo's support. Although they had seldom come into contact, these two had already formed an unbreakable brotherhood. Great, with both of your supports, let's go. Ouyang Shua collected his thoughts and continued, in regards to the 10 steel factories, I am planning it like this. In Lianzhou Prefecture, along the Friendship River and Chiyou River, build 1 steel factory at each location. Similar to the Shanhai City Steel Factory, we need to form a strong steel corporation. No matter how the territory changes, Lianzhou Prefecture will always remain the heart of the territory and the prefecture that needs the most iron. Building 3 steel factories here, they will all come into use in the future. Constructing the steel factories by the river can solve the water source problem and facilitate sea transportation. Especially after the territory's upgrade, the rivers have expanded, allowing larger merchant ships to pass through. Recently, Old Sun and Zhang have started to research a freight ship specifically designed to transport iron ore and steel raw materials. The moment they succeed, it will solve the iron ore transportation problem. In terms of shipbuilding, Old Sun is extremely familiar. Under his guidance, the types of ships built by the shipyard exceed those described in the technical manual. The ship types in Shanhai City have further diversified, including tugboats for towing, fishing boats, and more. Especially the modifications to the warships, there have been many changes. The new generation of turreted ships in Shanhai City far surpassed the standards of the Ming Dynasty. After obtaining the Ming Dynasty shipbuilding technical manual, some of Old Sun's old modification ideas have exploded with creativity. One of the turreted ships, one of the warships, has been modified so much that it looks completely different. After all, any idea must be tried. The truth has proven that some of his ideas are feasible, while others, deemed too advanced by Gaia, have not been permitted. Additionally, each of the 3 shipyards will have a steel factory nearby, and Beihai City will also have one. The remaining 4 would be located in Jiaoqing Prefecture, Liezhou Prefecture, and Qiangzhou Prefecture. Building a steel factory near the shipyard exemplified Ouyang Shua's ambitions. In the future, if he wanted to research and produce armored warships, they would have a colossal demand for steel. Therefore, he aimed to build the steel factories near the sea. Liu Mo was extremely sensitive to technical issues, so he could read Ouyang Shua's intentions. Thinking this through, the sense of responsibility in his heart felt exceedingly heavy. To produce the armored warships, the biggest bottleneck still lay with the No. 7 Research Institute. To build an armored warship, the ship's movement system must transition from sails to steam engines. However, the steam engine had not even been invented in England, the birthplace of the Industrial Revolution. Relying solely on Magnus, a European, was far from enough. The research speed of Shanhai City for steam engines was far behind that of England and even Europe in general. The road ahead was exceptionally long. Ouyang Shua looked at Chiyou and instructed, the finance department must adjust the budget for the next 3 months. We need to allocate funds to purchase iron ore and coal, especially coal. The supplies we buy will be stored separately in the 10 steel factories. When Chiyou heard this command, her face revealed a bitter smile. Ouyang Shua's move had disrupted the finance department's previous plans. Big brother, can you give me an idea of how much we should purchase? Ouyang Shua resolutely said, whatever is available on the market. We will buy it all. Ce. Chiyou couldn't help but let out a cold breath. If need be, we can borrow money from the various chambers of commerce, Ouyang Shua added, indicating that his plan must be fully executed. In his mind, borrowing money was never an embarrassing matter. To borrow money and use the borrowed funds to generate more wealth was an incredible feat, I understand. Chiyou nodded, she was already prepared for the next few months. They would need to reduce other expenses in the territory. Next, we need to try and sell all the large-scale items like salt and silk. We must try to dispose of them before the year's end. After taking control of Kongju Prefecture and Liezhou Prefecture, the territory had already become one of the largest food salt producers in the China region. Colored silk production also increased tenfold. These 2 items could only be sold in Canzhou through seafaring routes. The issue was that Canzhou was also located near the sea, so its salt market was always self-sufficient. In the future, the salt from Shanhai City would face the challenge of not being able to sell. Salt to Shanhai City held a deep significance. At the beginning of the territory's development, they had relied on the profits from the Baimu salt pans to sustain their growth. For the time being, Ouyang Shua could not think of any good solutions. He could only proceed step by step. If they really could not sell the surplus, it would be a significant strain on the territory's finances. Chiyou was not prepared to probe further, so she simply nodded to show her understanding. At this stage, Ouyang Shua had conveyed all his thoughts. On the 10th day of the 10th month in Shanhai City, Ouyang Shua was stunned by his first glance at Bai Shui. She was enchantingly beautiful. Miss Bai Shui, welcome to Shanhai City, Ouyang Shua greeted, standing at the main hall's entrance to personally welcome the head of the Bai Trading Company. The warm reception left her both welcomed and amazed. After briefing Chiyou on the purchasing matters, Ouyang Shua's next aim was to persuade both the Chui Chamber of Commerce and the Bai Trading Company to relocate to Shanhai City. With the systems update and the removal of the super trading platform, the various chambers of commerce in the imperial cities, except Tianjing, would face significant challenges in maintaining communication with Shanhai City. This was especially true for Xianyang, which was isolated from Shanhai by the Yanhuang Alliance territories, making trade routes difficult to establish. Ouyang Shua naturally foresaw this issue and planned accordingly. The Chui Chamber of Commerce already had plans to relocate. The relationship between the Chui family and Shanhai City was becoming increasingly strong. Among the Chui family's younger generation, too, besides Chui Shaoxi, had become county magistrates in Shanhai, solidifying the family's influence in both the political and commercial spheres of the region. Weighing the advantages, Shanhai City was far more appealing to them than Dali. The future prospects for the Chui family in Shanhai territory were promising, leading to a swift family decision to begin the relocation following Ouyang Shua's announcement. Given the Chui Chamber of Commerce's long-standing presence in Shanhai, they had secured a substantial plot of land in the western part of the city, ensuring a well-organized and systematic move. The head of the family had likely been planning this for some time. Of course, relocating an entire family was no simple task. They had to decide which of their shops in Dali to sell and which to keep, and they needed to ensure that the shops they retained were properly managed. They also had to address the needs of the thousands of workers and managers they employed. Those willing to relocate would keep their jobs, while those who preferred to stay would not be forced to leave, and everyone would part on good terms. Maintaining their relationships in Dali was also crucial. Those that should continue would be maintained. The Chui _family _head _good _foresight _and understood the potential of the Linzhou lords future. He anticipated that in just a few years, the entire Dali region might fall under the rule of the Shanhai territory. One of the most challenging aspects of the relocation was the Bai Trading Company. Despite Bai Shui being the young miss of the trading company, her father, Bai Gue, was the true mastermind behind the scenes, holding the fate of the Bai Trading Company in his hands. Bai Gue was someone Ouyang Shua could not easily meet. Therefore, his only option was to persuade Bai Shui, who was in front of him. In their business discussion, Ouyang Shua did not want to leverage his relationship with Wei Yang to pressure Bai Shui. As the saying goes, there are things a true man will do and things he will not. Additionally, the Bai Trading Company and the Chui Chamber of Commerce were fundamentally different. The Chui Chamber of Commerce represented the indigenous power in the main map, with deep roots in Dali, though its influence was primarily confined to the region. The Bai Trading Company, on the other hand, was a different entity altogether. They suddenly appeared after the Spring and Autumn Warring States period and entered the game. Hence, Ouyang Shua knew exceedingly little about the foundation and abilities of the Bai Trading Company. On the surface, they appeared to be a humble chamber of commerce located in Xianyang. The truth, however, was hard for outsiders to discern. After all, the historical Bai Trading Company was a massive entity dealing in trade and information. Ouyang Shua estimated that Bai Gue had deliberately asked his daughter to reveal news about family to curry favor with him. Amidst these events, what plans did Bai Gue have? Were the philosophers of the business school of thought preparing to emerge and contend for wealth? What kind of understanding and plans existed between Bai Gue and family? All of this was a significant mystery. Although the philosophers' debate had concluded, the ideological and political battles between schools of thought were just beginning. Since the Qin dynasty, there had been signs of philosophers playing a vibrant role on the historical stage. The only difference was that they were overt during the Spring and Autumn Warring States period and covert thereafter. The disputes between the philosophers would continue throughout the game. Because of the game, schools of thought and factions that were less prominent in history might gain traction in the wild. The business school of thought was one such example. In the wild, Ouyang Shua was not the only one focused on the development of business and commerce. Rumors spread that Pilsun City's business atmosphere could almost rival that of Shanhai City. After all, Chen Shenjuan's family was a business aristocracy, and commerce was their forte. Besides Chen Shenjun, the other lords were not fools and were not limited by outdated thinking. They would not make the mistake of prioritizing agriculture over commerce. Hence, the business school of thought was growing in popularity. Furthermore, during the dynasties, the business school of thought could be called fairly famous. If figures like Shenhuan San, Xiaozhiyang, or Hu Shuiyin were placed in modern society, they would be prominent personas. This was why Bai Gui and Fan Li would not remain silent, they would rise up. The mysterious circle of historical figures was something that neither the Black Snake Guards nor the Shanhai Guards could infiltrate. Gaia had clearly planned against such attempts. However, no one knew Gaia's ultimate goal. Ouyang Shua asked to meet Bai Shui for two reasons. First, to discuss the prospects of the Bai Trading Company moving over. Second, to test out their strength and to see what exactly Bai Gui was planning. As the two of them entered the main hall and took their seats, they scrutinized each other, their eyes filled with curiosity. Ouyang Shua was curious about Bai Gui and family, while Bai Shui was curious about Ouyang Shua. After all, how could Bai Shui not be curious about Ouyang Shua? She was exceedingly clear about her husband's character. If he had not met a leader that could change the world, he would not easily take up a job. In history, Wei Yang had traveled across many countries and rejected numerous invitations. In the end, he had surprisingly settled in Qin country, which was weak and on the verge of defeat. One of the reasons was because of Qin Shaogong. What kind of person was the man in front of him, to possess enough charm to make Wei Yang follow him with loyalty? On the surface, he looked simple. The many successive wars and battles had made this tender youth resolute and resilient. His face was like a knife, hard and cold. Although he tried to control it, Ouyang Shuo's body emitted a killing aura and an aura reminiscent of a king. These two distinct auras merged perfectly within him. The ways of killing and mercy were interchangeable for a lord, they were not mutually exclusive. Thus, even though Ouyang Shua appeared warm and gentle, no one dared to try anything funny. Bai Shui did not dare to underestimate the person in front of her. However, she couldn't understand the reason behind his invitation. Logically, as a guest visiting Shanhai City, she should have visited Ouyang Shua, the lord. However, when she had visited, Ouyang Shua was away in Zhaoqing. His return was known to only a few. Just last night, a guard from the Governor-General's manor came to Wei Yang's residence to inform that the lord wished to meet Bai Shui in the morning. May I ask for Bai Trading Company's thoughts on the Shanhai city market? After some courteous exchanges, Ouyang Shua steered the conversation to the main topic. Even if Ouyang Shua wanted to probe someone, he did not mince words. Shanhai city's businesses are thriving. The government supports the chambers of commerce. In terms of openness, even Xianyang cannot compare, Bai Shui replied, reciting the words she had prepared. When she saw Wei Yang, she had joked about wanting his help to establish the Bai Trading Company in Shanhai City. In reality, she wouldn't truly rely on him. She knew all too well what kind of person her husband was. For Wei Yang, everything had to follow the rules, and he would never misuse his power for her. Therefore, when she came to meet Ouyang Shua, she intended to find a way to make a breakthrough. As long as the lord opened his mouth, the Bai Trading Company could truly gain a foothold in Shanhai City. Otherwise, they would not even be able to set up a shop, let alone obtain enough land to build a workshop district. The current Shanhai City is far different from when they first started construction. When Wei Ran was in charge, to increase the construction speed and attract chambers of commerce, he opened the doors, selling them land and tailoring policies to their needs. This action laid the foundation for the early development of Shanhai City. Now, it's different. Shanhai City has passed the open period of its development. After Zhang Wenzhong's appointment, he began to control the sale of land. With the 3x3 city planning in place, it is even harder for chambers of commerce to purchase land. The entire Shanhai City only has the eastern and western business regions where chambers of commerce can build workshops. In the central region, the competition is even more intense. Various chambers of commerce use many different tactics and acts just to secure a portion of the pier, making it clear how difficult it is for a newcomer like the Bai Trading Company to gain a foothold. After all, many chambers of commerce, like Hequanji, have supported Shanhai's development from the start. They helped when Shanhai City was in a tough situation and played a part in the construction of Liuzhou Prefecture. Therefore, the business division would definitely grant them some benefits. What about the Bai Trading Company? At the very least, Shanhai City cannot see its value. Bai Shui guessed that, without bringing news of family, she could not even gain the business division's help without Wei Yang's assistance. As a result, Bai Shui really cares about this meeting. Wei Yang's love for him was undeniable. At the same time, Bai Shui was an independent woman, and she yearned to craft a business of her own. Entering Shanhai City was likely a test her father provided. Bai Shui did not want to fail. Since that's the case, will your trading company consider moving your main headquarters here? Ouyang Shua smoothly continued, directly reaching her first goal. Moving headquarters? Ouyang Shua's request left Bai Shui stunned. That's right. Ouyang Shua nodded. If Bai Trading Company is willing to move its headquarters, you will receive the same treatment as the Chui Chamber of Commerce. How about that? Ouyang Shua immediately saw through what Bai Shui needed most at the moment. Hence, he directly emphasized the preferential treatment to attract them. If Bai Shui did not agree, Ouyang Shua could only give up and not push further. A war loomed ahead, and Chiyou was sharpening his blades. Ouyang Shua could not stay in Shanhai City for long. Moreover, before he left, he needed to settle all matters related to the upcoming system update. Otherwise, he would waste his revival advantage. Frankly, the terms Ouyang Shua offered were tempting. If Bai Trading Company could receive the same treatment as the Chui Chamber of Commerce, their rise in Shanhai City would be smooth. Unfortunately, moving the headquarters was not a decision she could make alone. I feel the Lord's sincerity deeply. However, this is a significant matter, so I need to consult with my father before I can give you an answer. Is that acceptable? Ouyang Shua nodded. He had anticipated such a response. As expected, all major decisions lay in the hands of Bai Gui. Of course. However, my offer will only be valid until the end of the year. After the new year, even if Bai Trading Company is willing, it will be difficult. Certainly, here's a cleaned up and grammatically corrected version. Please help me tell your father this point. Bai Shui had some doubts, but she still agreed without hesitation. She had a feeling that her father had asked her to come over because he was truly concerned about moving the headquarters to Shanhai City. Therefore, this decision would not take long to make. The Nanjiang Governor-General Manor was located in the southwest corner, a hidden side palace. The place did not have a name. Concealed in the greens and waters, it was quiet and without people. Even the people who walked in and out did not make a sound. On their faces, one could not see any emotion. The special aspect of this place was the dark atmosphere that enveloped the area. In the future, the officials of the territory would learn to fear this place. That was right, this was the headquarters of the Shanhai Guards. After a period of construction time, with the support of Shanhai City, the structure of the Shanhai Guards was essentially complete. Now, they were up and running. They monitored all of the tens of thousands of officials in the 4 prefectures. Before the end of the year, the administration department acted openly, while the Shanhai Guards moved in the dark. Both of them would cooperate with one another to complete a large-scale and total investigation. Ouyang Shua named this operation as the Sharp Sword Operation. Once the sharp sword leaves its sheath, blood would flow. After a quiet noon and sending Bai Shui off, Ouyang Shua sneakily arrived at this hidden palace. Behind him followed a cool-looking young man, Cui Tianqi. Cui Tianqi and the others had completed the Special Forces base training. He had graduated from the base as top in the exams. When Ouyang Shua received the news, he immediately summoned Cui Tianqi to the manor to receive a new duty. After training at the Special Forces base, Cui Tianqi grew colder and quieter, exuding an atmosphere that warned strangers not to approach him. The once teenage swordsman had transformed into a killer, cold, merciless. Cui Tianqi's personality made him the ideal choice for such a role. When Ouyang Shuo ordered him to assassinate Su Qin, he executed the task with precision and efficiency, living up to Ouyang Shuo's expectations. This time, Ouyang Shuo wanted to personally introduce Cui Tianqi to the Shanhai guards. When Xinbuhai saw Cui Tianqi, he was not surprised. When the Shanhai guards were being formed, Ouyang Shuo had already informed Xinbuhai of his plans to create a specialized unit for assassination missions, known as the Shadow Guards. The Shadow Guards operated as the shadow of the Shanhai guards, and only Ouyang Shuo and Commander Xinbuhai knew of their existence. The leader of the Shadow Guards held the position of garrison officer, a rank second only to the commander. Unquestionably, Cui Tianqi was Ouyang Shuo's choice. The Shadow Guards, mostly martial artists, were equipped with divine arm crossbows. Their duties included assassinating spies from other territories and performing cross-territory killings. Based on Xinbuhai's reaction, there were already many spies within Shanhai City. The Shadow Guards were tasked with rooting out these spies, as well as eliminating traitors within the territory. Shanhai City had expanded through war, leaving no doubt that residue and evil from the old regimes remained. The Shadow Guards would show no mercy to such individuals. If the military were often sent to calm the situation, it would easily terrify the people. Sending the Shadow Guards was different, as they could settle the issue without anyone knowing. Thus, the Shadow Guards were a hidden blade that Ouyang Shuo kept in the shadows. The moment he used it, blood would flow. Of course, the Shadow Guards, and even the Shanhai Guards, were a different concept from the Ming Dynasty's silk-clad guards. The Shanhai Guards only had the power to investigate and possessed limited authority to capture and interrogate. The real rights of capture and interrogation remained under the Internal Affairs Department. Ouyang Shuo wanted to monitor the people, not create an uncontrollable monster. In his system design, controls and restraints were evident everywhere. After handing Cui Tianqi over to Xinbuhai, Ouyang Shuo got up and left. The current Cui Tianqi no longer needed his nagging and could act independently. Next, Ouyang Shuo visited Song Tenxiang, then hurried Binger to do her homework. After meeting with Song Jia, he left Shanhai City. His entire journey was hurried. The pressure that Chiyou placed on Ouyang Shuo was simply too great. On the 12th day of the 10th month, Ouyang Shuo teleported to Wulong City. The same day, Wang Feng led the Divine Martial Guards and teleported over from Shanhai City to meet with Ouyang Shuo. Before he left, the Shanhai City Garrison Division was already in place. Afterward, Ouyang Shuo did not stay in Wulong City. Instead, he led his troops toward the front line. Before he left, Ouyang Shuo dismantled the teleportation formation in Wulong City. The formation had finished its duty, so he should not remain there any longer. Ouyang Shuo did not want any accidents to occur. On the 14th day of the 10th month, Ouyang Shuo led the Divine Martial Guards. They hurried to the command center that Han Xian had established at the border. The location he chose was a small county 20 kilometers from the border. Before this, Han Xian had led the Leopard Legion, including the Guards Division, in completing their preparations. Large amounts of grain had flowed in. Near the border, the army's tents were closely packed together. Flags stabbed into the ground, and spears stood upright. In addition, the 1st Division of the Dragon Legion and the 3rd Division of the Tiger Legion were already ready on the 100,000 mountains. When the command center gave the order, the two divisions would directly strike Wuzhou Prefecture. Similarly, Chiyou's 100,000 mountain barbarian army was slowly approaching Zhaoqing Prefecture. The scouts on both sides had already met in the wilderness and fought. Every day around sunset, the scouting group would return with a few dead bodies. The scouts from Shanhai City underwent training at the Special Forces base and still took losses. This showed that the Chiyou army was no pushover. The flames of war had been lit, and the real war was about to ignite. In this battle, Shanhai City had sent a total of 8 divisions and the Divine Martial Guards, for a total of 110,000 troops. This was the first time Shanhai City had more troops than the opponent. Even on the main battlefield, Shanhai City had deployed 86,000 troops, just 15,000 less than Chiyou's 100,000. Despite their numerical advantage, this battle would be unprecedentedly tough for Shanhai City. One could foresee that the Battle of Wuzhou would be harder than the Battle of Zhaoqing. This was not due to any other reason but because their opponent was the devil Chiyou and his mountain barbarian army. Although the Military Intelligence Division could not infiltrate them, long-term monitoring revealed that these 100,000 troops were all well-equipped and elite. The scouts' reports confirmed this. Chiyou had spent more than a year and a half in Wuzhou, and the entire prefecture was run like an iron bucket, deep in strength. The mountain barbarians were not truly barbarians. There were reasons why Taiping country was unwilling to fight Chiyou City. Ouyang Shuo was clearer than anyone about the strength of the mountain barbarian army. The Erlai-led mountain barbarian regiment was the nightmare of every enemy in battle. This time, Shanhai City needed to face 100,000 of them, a thought that was terrifying on its own. In contrast, the Leopard Legion under Han Xan, apart from the 1st Division, the remaining 4 had been recently formed. What would happen was anyone's guess. This was why Ouyang Shuo needed to lead the Divine Martial Guards and the Guards Division personally. At the crucial moment, he would have to deploy his trump card unit. Unlike previous battles, the Battle of Wuzhou would take place in the wilderness. While Shanhai City was the defender, Ouyang Shuo could not allow them to cross the border. Chiyou City was the attacker, but given Chiyou's character, he would not neglect his defenses. As a result, both sides would engage in a large-scale war in the open field. Dark clouds of battle covered the entire sky, making one feel short of breath. The word chaos summarized the wilds of the 10th month. Be they lords or aboriginals, they prepared for the Great War before winter. The sooner they fought, the sooner it ended. The victor would be crowned king, while the vanquished would become a dog. Within the wilderness, a lethal fatal aura spread out. As the saying went, if the spirits wanted blood, the skies and planets would turn. If the earth desired blood, snakes and dragons would manifest, and if humans sought blood, the world would turn upside down. The intangible killing intent permeated from various groups of people, like a crimson energy blade charging towards the skies. Numerous killing auras converged in the sky, altering even the hues of the clouds. The scarlet clouds loomed overhead in the sky, an ill omen. In an isolated patch of land in the wilderness, the delegate of the Yin and Yang school of thought, Zhou Yan, silently observed the crimson clouds above him. Such an occurrence was something rare, even during the Warring States period when conflict was commonplace. As one of the prominent figures of the Yin and Yang school of thought, Zhou Yan perceived more than ordinary people. He concentrated, as if he glanced past more than 100,000 miles. In the heavens, the north, east, and south each bore a dragon. Among these, the dragon positioned in the south exuded the most killing aura and was the most striking. Around each massive dragon, myriad smaller dragons orbited. This was the so-called dragon fighting configuration. The clouds that carved the dragons were the symbols of fortune and success. It was the fortune and success of the sovereign and also the region, ascending and manifesting. Besides the dragons, other beasts populated the skies. There were phoenixes, bears, tigers, and the like. The form that fortune and success crafted represented the decree of the sovereign. At the end of the year, Ouyang Shuo let his own luck take shape. It appeared beforehand because of the rarely seen killing intent. The moment it disappeared, everything would vanish with it. Hence, at this moment, it was the best time for the people of the Yin-Yang school of thought to take a look at the luck and fortune of their lords. When others looked into the sky, they would see nothing but crimson clouds. A time of war, a time of chaos. Zhou Yan muttered, then vanished into the wilderness. He chose not to go to Shanhai City, probably because he did not want to be embroiled in the war. The killing intent came from men and could also influence men. In the wilderness, any soldier the red clouds affected would have their eyes reveal a tinge of bloodthirst. Each one of them would feel a desire to fight, as their blood throbbed with a yearning to fight. The killing intent formed and charged into the clouds once more. These two forces pushed one another, making the crimson clouds in the sky grow more vibrant. The vibrant red made one unknowingly want to pray toward it, as it was the color of the emperor's power. Within the wilderness, the thousands of lords were unwilling to keep lying in wait. Even the plants could not withstand the killing aura, so they withered early, leaves dropping onto the ground. From north to south, the entire wilderness seemed to have entered winter early, showing no signs of life. The scarred sky and the withered ground formed a rarely seen scene. The winter came early this year, and it felt especially cold. After this, who could survive and who would be buried in the wilderness, everything was unknown. Even Gaia, who was planning everything, could only act as a quiet bystander. The land was a chessboard, and the people were the chess pieces. The game has already been set with the people as the pieces, so no one could change the situation of the game alone. The entire China region had not an inch of peaceful land. Anyone who tried to seek peace would be eliminated. Only those who threw themselves into the bloody chaos would have a chance to survive. This was the result of the murderous intent, which had gathered between the heavens and the earth, and it needed to be expressed. The first to explode was the Zhongyuan region. Xinjiang and Jiangchu's West Chu alliance faced off against the territories of the neighboring provinces. After half a month of preparation, this massive war had finally started. Numerous leaders had gathered there. The first to attack was the 100,000-man alliance army led by Piao Linghuan. The 100,000 troops had suddenly entered through the western border. Jiangchu's capital city, Qin County, was located on the eastern side of Zhongyuan province. On the west, their defense was the weakest. Therefore, Piao Linghuan's army did not face much resistance, as they walked in. This victory naturally ignited the spirits of others. Once one acted, everyone rushed into action, as if they had triggered some switch of a war machine. The cogs of the war began to churn. Shortly after Piao Linghuan, Chen Xinjun led 180,000 troops and attacked from the south. The moment he entered, they charged straight toward the core area of Jiangchu. The two armies were like a pair of scissors, stabbing right into the heart of the Jiangchu regime. Only the 150,000 troops led by Feng Qiuwang did not act and remained at the border. The Luoyang imperial city was the close neighbor of fallen Phoenix City in Taiyuan province. Hence, on the north, as the Jiangchu regime was aware of Luoyang's presence, they posed little threat to Taiyang province. At the same time, even if Feng Qiuwang and her followers took control of the north of Zhongyuan province, the presence of Luoyang meant they could not run their new territory in peace. One must not forget that the next battle map would be set in the Han Dynasty. If nothing went wrong, Chang'an was left over from the Tang Dynasty, so Luoyang undoubtedly belonged to the Han Dynasty. Therefore, Ouyang Shua sent Feng Qiuwang 2 sentences: "If the enemy does not move, I do not move. If it attacks, I'll give it a swift blow." Ouyang Shua believed that with her intelligence, she would understand his message. Chen Sheng was not a man without skill. Otherwise, he could not have taken over the entire Zhongyuan province in just half a year. Under his command, besides Xiang Yan who came to assist, there were many renowned generals such as Wu Guang, Wu Qin, Zhang and Qin. Wu Qin, Zhang and Qin would lead the Battle of Julu. Additionally, the 600,000 troops of the Jiangchu regime were not to be underestimated. Upon receiving the news, Chen Sheng began to move his troops and generals. He ordered Great General Xiang Yan to lead 200,000 troops south to strike Chen Xinjun. Wu Guang would personally lead 150,000 troops west to face Piao Linghuan. Zhang would lead 200,000 troops north to defend against Feng Qiuwang and Di Qin, who could attack at any moment. The capital city, Qin County, was left with only 50,000 troops, commanded by Chiyou. For this battle, Qin Sheng had no choice but to go all out. If he won, he would gain much-needed time for the Zhangchu regime. The entire winter would allow Qinsheng to consolidate control over the province and the new territories he had captured. By the time the new year arrived, the Zhangchu regime would be prepared to face any challenge. Of course, if they failed, they would lose everything. Qinsheng, given a second chance at life, would not allow himself to fail again. The explosive war in the Zhongyuan region sparked conflicts across the land. Shortly after, the southeast region also erupted into battle. Huang Chao was ambitious, while Zhang Lang and his allies were resolute. Only one of the two sides would survive the second year of Gaia. Zhang Lang had once again assembled an army of 100,000 and advanced into the northern part of Hunan province, planning to move from north to south. However, he was cautious to avoid the territory of West Chu. Zhang Lang and his allies did not dare to provoke this powerful overlord. In truth, when Pang City emerged in the wilderness, Zhang Lang was the most concerned. Blood Red City was just a few hundred kilometers away, and having such a formidable neighbor brought constant unease. A conflict between West Chu and Blood Red City was inevitable, it was only a matter of time. But not now, as Zhang Lang was clear on his immediate priority, to eliminate the Huangchao army. If they were to ally with Xiangyu, the consequences would be catastrophic. Similarly, Xiangyu had no immediate plans to attack Blood Red City. His first strategic target was to the north, aiming to occupy Ludong province. The lords of Ludong province, aware of his intentions, huddled together in fear. At the moment, they had formed a 200,000-strong army. Between the two, a war was also brewing. The question was when it would start and whether it would affect the war in Zhongyuan province. In the southeast region, besides Zhang Lang, Xiang Ba was also an impetuous individual. Just as Zhang Lang deployed his troops, Xiang Ba led 150,000 soldiers from the south to the north to clear the area. The two armies would form a pincer movement against the Huangchao army. At present, Gong Changshi led 80,000 troops and assembled south of Hunan province. His position was extremely awkward, as if the current battle had nothing to do with him. One had to admit that in such a situation, the influence of a powerful family was evident. In terms of connections and communication channels, Gong Changshi could not match them. Otherwise, Bai Hua would not have found herself in Yunnan, where she had no allies to support her. Of course, there was another reason why the lords of Yunnan Prefecture were reluctant to send troops to attack Taiping country, Shanhai City. Everyone knew that Shanhai City was aggressive. Not to mention Chuanan province, even the neighboring Lingnan province had been partly taken by Shanhai City. Therefore, how could Shanhai City allow anyone to invade Chuanan province? In their eyes, attacking Taiping country would merely assist Shanhai City. They were like prey waiting to be devoured by a tiger. They lacked the strength to seize the three prefectures of Taiping country. Given this, why not stay neutral? Why not sit on the sidelines and watch the tigers fight? Just let Shanhai City and Consonant City battle it out with Taiping country. The reality was precisely this. Consonant City was being pushed to the edge. Toward the current situation that Consonant City faced, Ouyang Shua wanted to help, but he lacked the resources to do so. The current Ouyang Shua had no time or effort to concern things outside the direct battlefield. 100,000 Chiyou soldiers had appeared 10 kilometers away from the Shanhai City Command Center, a distance of 10 kilometers. Even infantry would take at most 2 hours to cross such a distance. As for light armored cavalry, they could enter the enemy territory in just half an hour. It was the same to say that at such a distance, both sides could initiate the war at any moment. The real war between the two sides had officially begun. Han Xian started to plan the army formations. He named Zhang Han as the left general, who would lead the 1st and 4th divisions of the Leopard Legion. Di Qing would take the role of right general, leading the 3rd and 5th divisions of the Leopard Legion to act as the right wing. Han Xian would take charge of the middle and lead the 2nd division. The Guards Division would also temporarily be under his charge, acting as the middle forces of the army. Ouyang Shua would lead the 3,000 martial guards as the backup for the army. 80,000 troops spread out at the border, spanning several kilometers. 2 days earlier, Shi Wanshui and Shanju had received orders from Han Xian to immediately set off, avoiding the patrols and scouts of Wuzhou Prefecture to sneak attack Chiyou from behind. Han Xian was not ready to attack Chiyou City. It was only Chiyou City when Chiyou was there. Without him, it was just an empty city. Hence, sneak attacking his camp was a completely useless action. If they started fighting, no matter whether the city fell or not, Chiyou would lead his army forward. As a result, as long as they could crush the 100,000 troops, the Battle of Wuzhou Prefecture would come to an end. These were simple calculations. Han Xian had seen through this, so he was ready to focus all his men on attacking the Chiyou army. But what was Chiyou doing now? At the highest point of the area, The mountain was less than 100 meters high, and Chiyou's tent stood at its peak. People called this spot the Devil's Slope, signifying the place where the devil Chiyou had set up his tent. Although the mountain was high, the trees still flourished. Surprisingly, there was a large cluster of osmanthus trees at this peak. October was the time when the osmanthus flowers typically bloomed. Unfortunately, the solemnity and killing aura of the battlefield had destroyed this beautiful scenery. All the osmanthus trees on the mountain withered in a single night. The blooming flowers that fell off their branches and onto the ground were continuously trampled by the mountain barbarians, leaving them in a terrible state. They had become part of the ground, with only a faint smell remaining as a sign of their existence. As the autumn breeze blew, the air still carried a hint of the osmanthus flowers' fragrance, which seemed out of place in the serious atmosphere of the battlefield. Chiyou probably chose this place for this very reason. To the outside world, the mountain barbarians were uncultured, and their leader, Chiyou, was naturally vulgar, stupid, evil, and ugly, a devil. People feared him but did not worship him. All this was merely bias and misunderstanding. At the very least, Ouyang Shua did not see them that way. As one of the few lords who had come into contact with the mountain barbarians, Ouyang Shua did not believe they were a stupid and uncultured race. Among them were many amazing and exceptional individuals. Whether it was Rue Ji, the shaman of the Suanio tribe, or Sherhu and Sherbao, they all left a deep impression on Ouyang Shua. Needless to say, Lei Fan, the leader of the Leidian tribe, used his abilities to secure the position of Broken Blade House Prefect. Mountain barbarians could take up administrative or military roles. In contrast to the cunning and trickery of the mid-plains, the mountain barbarians were more reliable and loyal. Therefore, as their spiritual leader, how could Chiyou be a stupid person? Long ago, during ancient times, Chiyou's tribe possessed technology far ahead of its time. This proves that he was, in fact, an intelligent individual. Otherwise, he could not have controlled such a vast area and become a formidable force in the wilderness. Meanwhile, the Yellow Emperor and Fire Emperor, who were from the same era, had vanished. Of course, being smart did not mean he was merciful. The violence of Chiyou was an undeniable fact. Every mountain barbarian guard emitted a killing aura. These guards were his elite, the Chiyou Blood Guards. Compared to Han warriors, they were of similar height, but strangely, they were much taller than average mountain barbarian warriors, exceeding 2 meters. Their muscles bulged, brimming with explosive power. Even more peculiar were their blood-red eyes, which glowed scarlet even at night. This is how the Chiyou Blood Guards got their name. Each blood guard was a standard human killing machine. They had no feelings and could not feel pain. They only knew how to kill. The development of the blood guards was top secret. Even in Chiyou City, very few people knew about their existence. In the city, he built a secluded courtyard to train the blood guards. The walls were extremely high, separating them from the outside world. The commoners of the city could hear the cries of pain from inside. Pain was etched into their bones, their shouts were like those of desperate and sad beasts. No one knew what kind of pain the soldiers sent and had to endure. Each day, bodies were carried out and buried. Even the bodies taken out were covered, so no one could see their real faces. As time passed, some secrets were no longer secrets. Finally, someone saw the faces of the corpses. It was said that the mountain barbarian was so shocked that he had a stroke and nearly died. A devil from hell. The body carried out had a mangled face, with blood vessels all over the body exploded, and the corpse bled from every orifice. He was just a bloody mess. No one knew what kind of method Chiyou used to train these blood guards. Additionally, there were even people who saw large numbers of Han race people being sent into the courtyard. These innocent people were never seen walking out. Even when the war started, the courtyard remained closed, and no one saw them walk out. The long training had made even Chiyou himself violent. His eyes were like those of the blood guards, completely blood red. In a year and a half, tens of thousands of mountain barbarians were sent in. In the end, he had only trained 1,000 blood guards. The remaining 9,000 all became cold, lifeless bodies, laid to rest in the cemetery. Such a massive death rate would have caused problems within the various tribes if he did not possess such a high reputation and prestige. He was practically their god. One must understand that the mountain barbarians sent to train were all chosen from thousands or tens of thousands of people. They were the elite of the elite. Such a high fatality rate was unheard of. The soldiers who survived the grueling training seemed otherworldly. The moment they transformed, they lost their own consciousness. They were unsure of their past, did not recognize their loved ones, and lacked emotions. Only obedience and a killing instinct remained. They would obey their master, Chiyou, and kill everything in front of them. These 1,000 blood guards were Chiyou's strongest trump card. Additionally, there were the changes he made to the warriors of the various tribes. Chiyou City was formed from numerous groups of mountain barbarian tribes. Initially, it was a tribal alliance with Chiyou as the alliance leader. The Chiyou army in history was formed in the same manner. Legend has it that Chiyou had 81 brothers, which in truth, represented 81 different tribes. In the Battle of Zhualu, Chiyou suffered a severe defeat. Consequently, when he reappeared in the wilderness, he had learned his lesson. He was an extremely intelligent individual and understood the methods the lords used to deploy their troops. Chiyou ordered the soldiers of all the tribes to gather for reorganization. In the end, he formed 10 groups of 10,000 soldiers each, which were further divided into 1,000 soldier groups, and then into 10-man squads. Chiyou's method of organizing his troops was similar to that of the grassland army. This organization was effective due to its simplicity, requiring minimal ability from the commander. Just from this point, one could see Chiyou's intelligence, as he learned and applied his new knowledge. After forming the military, the 100,000 soldiers could finally unite their strength. No longer under the control of their various tribal leaders, this gave Chiyou absolute control over the military. Additionally, Chiyou appointed his 10 brothers as leaders of the 1,000-man groups, ensuring a firm grasp on his army. These brothers had faced death alongside him and were absolutely loyal. The various tribes had thus lost their influence within the military. Apart from organizing the army, Chiyou also paid significant attention to weapons research. Historically, the copper weapons he used were far superior to the stone weapons employed by the Yanhuang army. Although they did not win the war, their weapons held a clear advantage. Therefore, in the wilderness, he naturally devoted much effort to weapons research. Using the Han artisans in the wilderness along with the secret methods of the Jiuli tribe, he created unique weapons and armor. While these did not match the pinnacle weapons of history, such as the Mingguang armor and Tang blade, they were definitely superior to the equipment provided by the system. As a result, even in terms of equipment, the Shanhai city army did not hold a significant advantage. Chiyou's confidence stemmed from these 3 points. He was confident in his ability to crush the opponent before him and advance into Lingnan province. The morning sunlight shone through the thick red clouds and down onto the ground, creating a devilish scene. On the wilderness floor, dew formed on the withered wild grasses. Under the red sunlight, they reflected small scarlet dots, appearing cold yet beautiful. The scene was reminiscent of the old barbarian period. Pang! 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 Accompanied by the drums of the mountain barbarians, the 100,000-strong army marched out. Within the military formation, ancient carts dragged massive, exquisitely crafted leather drums, each side as large as a millstone. Playing these drums required considerable strength. The 10,000-strong units spread out over vast distances, their soldiers moving in unison to the drumbeats. Their steps shook the ground, causing the mountains to tremble and the rivers to halt. The mountain barbarian army consisted entirely of infantry, and about 70% of them wielded axes. After all, knives and axes were Chiyou's most proficient weapons, and under his influence, these became the primary weapons of the mountain barbarians. The knives were large, and the axes were giant. Both the war knives and the war axes were heavy and durable, embodying the barbarian style. In addition to the knife-axe soldiers, there were a few archers and spear throwers, all clad in iron armor. Leather armor meant little to the mountain barbarian soldiers, even the 20-kilogram iron armor they wore felt weightless. The iron armor design was savagely ornate, adorned with the symbols of barbarian giant beasts. Under the red glow, the black iron armor gleamed coldly. Due to the rarity of iron ore and the lack of skilled artisans, their armor did not cover every part of their bodies. It protected only the joints, head, and chest, these vital areas. The rest of their bodies remained exposed, their bulging muscles showcasing pure strength and beauty. This was an army that hailed from the barbarian ages. Their bodies mirrored the savage and merciless ways of the barbarians, simple and direct. Along with the war drums, the warriors clanged their weapons, singing their war song. Our king orders us to fight, we slam the war drums. Repair my armor, we fight anyone. Kill everyone, spill their fresh blood. I fight not for myself, I won't regret death. Our king, we fight for him. The lyrics were simple, a repetitive few lines. The meaning was clear. Devil Chiyou had rallied all the soldiers to wage war and spill fresh blood. The ancient war song echoed through the wilderness, its barbaric aura reaching even Ouyang Shua, who was 10 kilometers away. In the midst of the massive army formation, Devil Chiyou's chariot stood out the most. The chariot was 10 meters tall, resembling a moving building, towering over the landscape. It was pulled by 20 desolate beasts and moved slowly through the ranks. 1,000 Chiyou bloodguards surrounded the chariot like loyal bodyguards. Chiyou, holding a massive axe, wore similarly savage-looking armor and a red cape. He stood at the highest point of the chariot, like a devil risen from hell, surveying the vast wilderness. At that moment, he was the king of the land, looming over all. The army moved forward, their aura strengthening with each passing moment. Whether the beats of the drums or the war song, every aspect possessed a magical power. It stirred the blood of the mountain barbarians, raising their morale to the skies. When the two armies engaged, their morale would have reached its peak. The killing aura would crash down, crushing the enemy into dust. The secrets of the barbarians were not as simple as they seemed. At the very least, among all the lords, no one knew that seemingly normal music could hold such mystery. By morning, at 10 a.m., the 100,000-strong mountain barbarian army gradually appeared on the border. A flood of black slowly emerged, initially appearing as a black line. Soon, the black line spread and extended until only black remained. Pure, oppressive black. The black flood crossed the border, spreading across the wilderness, becoming many kilometers wide and thousands of meters long. They raised their flags confidently, holding their knives and axes upright. Facing them, the Shanhai city army had already waited in strict formation for a long time. At the center of the front line, Lin Yi led the guards division, standing at the forefront. The golden gleam of the Mingguang armor symbolized Shanhai city. In this battle, Ouyang Shua did not hold back the use of the Guards Division. They were the sharp blade of the Central Army, used right from the start to strike the enemy. Ouyang Shua stood high on a commanding platform, looking forward. With his keen eyesight, he could clearly see the faces of the mountain barbarians, all with red eyes. He raised his head and stared directly at Chiyou. Compared to the Battle of Xuelu, the current Chiyou seemed much stronger, brimming with vitality and energy. Thanks to this influence, the devil blood in his body began to stir. Ouyang Shua felt astonished and immediately circulated the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique to suppress the bloodline. After all, his devil bloodline originated from Chiyou himself. Both of them shared the same bloodline. However, in comparison, Ouyang Shua's bloodline was a level weaker. One was the original, and the other was an imitation. Sensing Ouyang Shua's gaze, Chiyou turned his head toward him. His eyes were calm and ruthless. After a single glance, Chiyou turned away again. Ouyang Shua felt his heart tremble as if something invisible had stabbed into his eyes, making them burn. Chiyou had become so strong? Ouyang Shua's eyes narrowed. Compared to the Battle of Jiulu, his strength had increased by more than 2 or 3 times, rising like a rocket, growing stronger each day. With his current strength, he even had a chance against an emperor-rank general. Even so, Ouyang Shua could not fathom him. This could only mean that the gap between them was more than a rank. Was Devil Chiyou really that powerful? Ouyang Shua sucked in a cold breath. Chiyou's personal strength was an unpredictable factor in this battle. Apart from that, the warriors around the chariot caught Ouyang Shua's attention. They were the Chiyou Blood Guards. Although Ouyang Shua did not know their name, he could sense the blood, killing intent, and aura of death radiating from them. Ever since he had cultivated the killing sword, Ouyang Shua had become increasingly sensitive to such intent. These peculiar soldiers could not escape his notice. Another surprise. Ouyang Shua could feel that the vitality and vigor of these warriors even surpassed the Divine Martial Guards. What were the Divine Martial Guards? They had defeated the Jiangdong warriors and earned a title from Gaia. Even so, they were not sufficient. Devil Chiyou, what kind of monsters have you truly raised? Ouyang Shua could feel that the vigor in their bodies was calling out to Chiyou's, as if Chiyou's body were the fountain of all their vitality and vigor. Chiyou and the warriors he had trained seemed to form a single entity. This feeling was exceedingly strange. Based on what Ouyang Shua knew from his last life, no one possessed such personal strength. Didn't this game emphasize teamwork? What level had Gaia pushed Chiyou's strength to? Or, put another way, what kinds of secrets did the game hide that Ouyang Shua had not encountered in his last life? At that moment, Ouyang Shua felt less confident in the knowledge from his last life. As the saying goes, the higher you stand, the further you see. In his last life, he was simply too weak, he could not even see the true face of the world. Only now was the truth of the world slowly revealing itself to him. One must always be wary and respectful. Ouyang Shua suddenly remembered the words an old man had told him in his last life. Respectful? Ouyang Shua looked at the mountain barbarian army and fell silent. Beside him was the commander of this battle, Han Xian. Han Xian was a pure command-style general, and his personal martial arts were only average. Therefore, he did not feel anything strange like Ouyang Shua did. What he saw was different from what Ouyang Shua saw. He observed their formation, their equipment, and their morale. In his eyes, the enemy formation was crude and chaotic. Even a commander who had just graduated from the Army Military Academy could do better. The mountain barbarian army had few soldier types, and they were grouped chaotically. Forming a formation, it was 10,000 men by 10,000. Their groupings lacked strategy and tactics. When the real war started, those generals would just lead the charge, and they could not control their troops. A swarm of bees, that was the only description for the mountain barbarians. On the contrary, the Shanhai City Army already had a professional commander and generals. Along with the flag system and the messenger officer system, it made commanding the troops exceedingly simple. Han Xan had grasped the decisive element of this war. At the same time, the equipment and morale of the enemy made Han Xan solemn. In history, the barbarians used their strength. They destroyed and even made agricultural societies surrender. They relied on pure violence and an unprecedented morale. The current mountain barbarian army was equipped with both. Han Xian knew that the Leopard Legion under his charge was just formed from prisoners, and it was at its lowest point. These warriors had not fully formed their recognition of Shanhai City. In terms of morale, the Shanhai City army was more than a level weaker. This was going to be an arduous battle. Han Xian recalled the prediction of his lord, and his face grew extremely serious and solemn. Almost simultaneously, both sides blew their war horns, signaling the start of the attack. The long, powerful sounds of the horns were like a signal gun, instantly rousing the silent battlefield. The armies, in their formations, waved their weapons and, under the leadership of their generals, charged forward. Even the crimson clouds in the sky thickened considerably, imbued with a killing aura. If there was a person from the yin-yang school of thought present, they would definitely notice a massive dragon within the cloud layer. The dragon spanned numerous kilometers and roared out. Opposite the massive dragon stood a black-colored devil. The spiritual entities faced off against one another. The crimson cloud layer formed their battlefield, while luck and prosperity were their sustenance. In this battle of luck and prosperity, the loser would be completely consumed. On the battlefield, the first to strike was the Guards Division. In the middle of the battlefield, Lin Yi's Guards Division moved like a wild horse given free rein, swiftly charging forward. Up! Lin Yi hollered. With a _schwa sound, the well-trained cavalry raised their enormous horse lances in unison. In an instant, they had formed a horse lance meat grinder. The tips of the lances glinted with a cold shine. Even the strongest and most courageous mountain barbarian warrior could not defend against the charge of the mixed armored cavalry without heavy armor and giant shields. Originally, the Guards Division were considered a heavy armored cavalry force. However, the Qingfu horses were simply too overpowered. Moreover, the Guards Division used the elite Qingfu horses. The elite Qingfu horse could still charge forward quickly even with a body of armor. Hence, the current Guards Division can only be termed a mixed armored cavalry division, as they combined the flexibility and speed of light armored cavalry with the defense of heavy armored cavalry. They were simply a nightmare for enemies. Lin Yi received the order to lead the Guards Division to disrupt the enemy lines. Their task was to destroy the enemy's command system, making it impossible for the front and back to support each other and the right and left to coordinate. The mountain barbarians knew nothing about formations, so Han Xian decided there was no point in employing formations either. His goal was to destroy their command system in one stroke, forcing them to fight independently. Only then could the Leopard Division capitalize on the chaos and claim victory. Using attack as a form of defense and taking the initiative, this was Han Xian's strategy. From above, one could clearly see that the Guards Division was like a golden stream charging through the mountain barbarians. Amidst tens of thousands of soldiers, they carved a path forward, with no group able to halt their advance. No one could stop them. Even if Chiyou sent his blood guards, they would also fail to halt the Guards Division. When a cavalry charges at high speed, it can turn any enemy in front of them into meat and grind them into dust. Moreover, the extensive training of the Guards Division was another key to their success. The division functioned as a single entity, seamlessly replacing those in the front as they turned. As they progressed, they would switch members, ensuring they did not run out of energy. Such a tactic could only be achieved through long and rigorous training. During a cavalry charge, the lead horse was the most crucial and also the most exhausted. Facing tens of thousands of mountain barbarian soldiers, they needed courage to fearlessly lead the way. Every time, the one at the front would either be a colonel or Lin Yi. The Guards Division had never lacked such brave men. After all, they were the trump card of Shanhai City, the sharp blade of the territory, and their general was the one granted the title of Hu. From above, one could see the Guards Division charging straight ahead. When they entered the midst of the mountain barbarians, they suddenly turned left and shifted. As a result, the mountain barbarian soldiers who had begun to charge were thrown aside. They kept changing their directions, throwing the enemy into a frenzy of confusion. 10,000 cavalry stirred up dust amidst the 100,000 soldiers. The only point they avoided was Chiyou's chariot. Lin Yi wanted to kill Chiyou, but he feared being reprimanded for disobeying orders. After all, Chiyou was the soul of the enemy. If they attacked him, the enemy would go mad. When Lin Yi thought about how the mountain barbarians might stop attacking and simply surround the Guards Division, he felt a chill run down his spine. Even so, this attack could be called a brilliant victory. The Guards Division circumvented Chiyou's chariot, sending the mountain barbarian army into disarray. This move had completely halted the forward momentum of the mountain barbarians. Under the leadership of Zhang and Di Qing, the two troops on the left and right wings first used archers to whittle down the enemy vanguard. Along with the cavalry disrupting the enemy, the infantry finally appeared. The use of various units flowed smoothly like water. This was true war, the art of tactics. In comparison, Chiyou's army was just a bunch of boorish mountain barbarians. At the start of the war, the Shanhai City army unexpectedly gained the advantage and initiative in the battle. This showcased Han Xian's superb control of his troops. A head-to-head battle in the wilderness was a significant test of the commander's abilities. There were no special tactics in such a large battle, only a keen understanding of the battle situation. Moreover, the battle situation was not just unpredictable, it often changed quickly. If you stopped paying attention even slightly, you would miss your chance to strike. As the commander of the entire army, Han Xian needed to ensure victory. He also needed to ensure that they did not suffer too many casualties. Otherwise, after one war, the army would be utterly broken. If that occurred, even with the foundation and base of Shanhai City, they would fail to sustain a few battles. The reason Shanhai City could grow stronger and stronger was through achieving the greatest victory with the smallest loss. In the last few wars, Baiqi had accomplished this goal. This was the first time Han Xian had commanded the troops independently, and he did not want to be outdone by Baiqi. Although he had obtained the upper hand, there was not a shred of happiness on his face. He knew all too well that the engagement of the infantry of the two sides would be the key to the whole battle. Their early advantage was not enough to decide the outcome. The mountain barbarian army was simply too powerful. Even after the Shanhai City army drew first blood and disrupted their command system, all the red-eyed mountain barbarians still charged, following the beats of the drums forward. They did not need any commands, they had a single thought in their hearts: charge. Charge forward, withstand the arrow rain. Charge forward, do not fear any knife or spear. Charge forward, as their king watched on, kill the enemy. Blood was honor. Every mountain barbarian held an unshakable faith. No blow could make them retreat. The word retreat did not exist in their vocabulary. Thus, the moment the infantry forces of both sides clashed, Shanhai City was pushed onto the back foot. The early defeat did not dampen their morale, instead, it awakened their killer instinct, causing their violent urges to pour out. They finally faced the enemy's damn infantry, and the mountain barbarian soldiers slashed with their knives and axes without hesitation. At this moment, only flesh and blood could earn them glory and honor. Suddenly, tens of thousands of knives and axes struck down, smashing into the Leopard Legion's defense line like a massive wave, forcing them all to take a step back. Such power was simply captivating. Even Han Xian's eyes focused. The enemy's strength exceeded his expectations. For the moment, Han Xian did nothing, leaving the decision to the frontline generals. Steady. Do not be afraid. Steady. Though the leaders on the front lines were shocked, they were not afraid. These leaders, selected from other divisions and gathered in the newly formed legion, were all extremely experienced. Form up. Move, you brat. The Leopard Legion prepared to face the Mountain Barbarian army. Fighting head-on against such a strong enemy was not wise, so they decided to use strategy. They would use formations. If their enemy was a rock, what would be their nemesis? Either a harder rock or water, using gentleness to counter toughness. The formations practiced by the Leopard Legion followed this principle. Under the commander's leadership, the Mountain Barbarian warriors were led into the formation and surrounded, one by one. In this way, they sliced the entire barbarian army into smaller, manageable pieces. Following this, the Leopard Legion soldiers would create a situation where they outnumbered their direct enemy and ganged up on them. Just like that, the entire defense line miraculously stabilized. Along with the cavalry troops causing disturbances, the entire tempo of the battle aligned with Shanhai City's desired state. Han Xian's serious expression relaxed a little. The formation he had specially chosen proved effective. In an infantry battle, the Mountain Barbarians not only had the strength advantage but also the numerical advantage. If they went head-to-head, they would be suppressed. Like quicksand, they would not be able to escape. The strength of a formation was evident. However, at this very moment, a titanic change occurred. Chiyou, who stood on the high platform, suddenly roared toward the opposite end. Kong. His roar caused the surrounding wilderness to tremble. On the battlefield, it seemed as if all the Mountain Barbarians had received a shot of adrenaline, their eyes reddened further and their strength quickly rose. Ouyang Shuo was familiar with such a scene. Berserk. That damn Chiyou. With just his own strength, he managed to make his entire army enter the berserk state. That was simply too terrifying. When did berserk become such a common occurrence? After all, what kind of concept was that? Imagine 100,000 mountain barbarians entering the berserk state simultaneously. Ouyang Shuo had finally lost his calm and composed expression. Shanhai City might lose this battle. Chiyou, what kind of monster are you, to actually be so godly? Suddenly, a ferocious wind started to blow across the ground. After the 100,000 mountain barbarians collectively entered a berserk state, they completely turned the tide of the Battle of Wuzhou. Shanhai City had never been forced into such a difficult situation by an enemy. Facing 100,000 berserk soldiers, the weakness of the Leopard Legion became glaringly obvious, and they were quickly forced back. No matter how strong a formation, it would appear useless in the face of absolute strength. The Mountain Barbarians were like a group of violent slaughterers, wielding their giant axes and shattering the formation with brute force. They swiftly launched a counterattack, killing the Leopard Legion soldiers. Sometimes, being barbaric was the way out. All of a sudden, the Leopard Legion suffered heavy casualties, and the defense line teetered on the brink of collapse. We cannot go on like this. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and looked at Chiyou, fear filling his heart. Chiyou's holler had completely terrified Ouyang Shuo. The largest-scale berserk state among the Shanhai City mountain barbarians involved Erlai's 3rd Division during the Battle of Gushan County. That event had occurred unexpectedly, caused by both the battle situation and Erlai. On the other hand, Chiyou could apparently control the berserk state of the mountain barbarians. This ability held profound meaning for them. After all, the combat strength of the mountain barbarians would double in this state. Ouyang Shuo truly wanted to know what secret technique Chiyou used to elicit such a response. With his sharp senses, he could feel Chiyou's vigor and vitality instantly decrease by half. Clearly, Chiyou's shout came at a price. Phew. Ouyang Shuo let out a sigh of relief. If nothing happened to Chiyou after he made such a move, Ouyang Shuo would genuinely suspect Gaia of bias. Given the circumstances, having them all go berserk once was already Chiyou's limit. Unless he was willing to risk his vitality drying up and use it again, this was as far as he could go. Ouyang Shuo believed that if the situation turned grim, Chiyou would personally fight. This devil had not yet truly displayed his powers. Even so, with that one shout, he had already thrown the Shanhai city army into a terrible situation. Devil Chiyou, truly befitting his name. Wang Feng. Ouyang Shuo suddenly turned his head and looked at the young general beside the guard. Present. Gather the forces and head out together with me. Yes, my lord. Wang Feng did not say anything, he simply quickly walked down the commanding platform. Lord. When Han Xian heard the news, his eyes were filled with astonishment. The battle had just started, and his lord actually needed to personally enter the battlefield. This event truly made him feel ashamed. General, there is no need to feel this way. No one expected Chiyou to be so strong. But, Lord, your body is worth its weight in gold. What if? Han Xian tried his best to persuade Ouyang Shuo, let me think of a way. The army is far from collapsing. Say no more. Ouyang Shuo waved his hand, his attitude resolute. As for commanding the troops, I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, Ouyang Shuo turned around and walked down the commanding platform. When Han Xian saw his lord's actions, he helplessly sighed. Only after the lord had disappeared down the staircase did he turn back and refocus on the battlefield. At this moment, Han Xian felt crystal clear about his role in this battle. He needed to prove to the lord down there that the troops he had brought were not weak. If not, Han Xian would really have no face to remain in the Shanhai city military. Ouyang Shuo did not choose to lead the troops out of arrogance. He made this decision because he had considered the outcome. It was exceedingly clear to him that, at the current moment, the troops needed a morale booster. At the current moment, who would be more effective than himself? He could only put himself at risk. Originally, Ouyang Shuo was prepared to wait until the end for a final battle with Chiyou, but the current situation had forced him to act. He definitely did not think that with his strength, he could alter the entire situation. He only needed to help the Leopard Legion settle down and prevent them from collapsing. As long as they could drag the battle out until Shirwanshui and Shanju arrived, they could win. Ouyang Shuo did not wish for the battle to end before they arrived. If it did, they would not only lose this battle, but a loss here would cause a chain reaction. The moment Chiyou's army won, they would enter Zhaoqing Prefecture. In such a scenario, Sun Bin's troops to the east would face a pincer attack. It would not end with the loss of Zhaoqing, as such an event would throw the entire Shanhai territory into chaos. Needless to say, the fall of Shanhai city would mean that the other allies of the Shanhai alliance would face a difficult situation. Shanhai city stood as the flag bearer of the alliance. In such a chaotic world, there was no worse news for them than the fall of Shanhai city. Di Chen and the others would probably wake up laughing from their slumber. Without going too far, at the very least, Bai Hua's situation would worsen. If this dragged on, it would destroy Ouyang Shuo's entire dream. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo could not allow this to happen. He had to place himself at risk. This dire situation stemmed from two factors: firstly, the environment of the China region, and secondly, Shanhai city's rapid expansion. As a result, Shanhai city faced enemies on all sides. If he was not careful, he would lose everything. Of course, if they won, everything would be great for Shanhai city. This was the most crucial battle since he founded the village. Shanhai city could not afford to lose this battle. As they moved stealthily, Shirwanshui's and Shanju's divisions could not move too quickly, or Chiyou's scouts would discover them. Last night, the intelligence officer received a message via the phone bird, stating that their troops would arrive by 2 p.m. at the latest. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and glanced at the blazing sun. It was about an hour before noon. This meant the Leopard Legion needed to hold on for 3 more hours. Ouyang Shuo's mission was to prolong the battle for those 3 hours. A difficult task. The mountain barbarians' berserk state could not last long, so the key was to withstand their strongest assault and prevent the army from collapsing. If he had the Dragon Legion for this battle, Ouyang Shuo would not feel so anxious. The Dragon Legion was the oldest in the territory, and apart from their new 5th Division, the other 4 had seen hundreds of battles. Even against the Berserk Mountain Barbarians, they would not falter. Unfortunately, the Leopard Legion, newly formed, was the one facing the Mountain Barbarians. One could only hope they would grow quickly through this trial by fire. On an empty space in front of the commanding platform, the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards had gathered. After Ouyang Shuo came down, he said nothing, simply jumping onto Qingdian and grabbing his Tianma spear. "Let's go." He pointed his spear forward and led the way out of the camp. Kill. The 3,000 Divine Martial Guards followed closely behind him. Under the cover of the crimson clouds, their red capes appeared even brighter. With the arrival of the Divine Martial Guards, the Golden Lord flag immediately appeared. "Lord! Lord! The Lord is here!" Seeing the golden flag from afar, the entire Leopard Legion felt a surge of energy. Ouyang Shuo's face remained serious as he led his men straight into the core of the battlefield. His spear struck out, instantly killing a Berserk Mountain Barbarian. Under his spear, the Berserk Mountain Barbarian was nothing more than a small warrior. With each thrust, Mountain Barbarians fell, unable to withstand even a single strike from his spear. Perhaps due to the crimson clouds, Ouyang Shuo could feel his Tianma spear growing more bloodthirsty and voracious. Blood flowed along the spear shaft, making it resemble a syringe craving fresh blood. Ouyang Shuo smiled faintly. Atop Qingdian, no enemy could stand against him. Meanwhile, the Divine Martial Guards were like a tornado, tearing through the battlefield. Great! Seeing their lord so majestic, the neighboring Leopard Legion soldiers felt a tremendous boost in morale. Killing the enemy was not his primary goal, his mission was to inspire them. Thus, he would display his skills, slaying the enemy in the most stunning and awe-inspiring manner possible. The mountain barbarians were like paper tigers in front of him. Ouyang Shuo wanted the soldiers to realize that the mountain barbarians were nothing to fear. His aim was to remove the fear from their hearts. As long as they were not afraid, they could work miracles on the battlefield. Ouyang Shuo led his troops around, mercilessly slaughtering and showcasing the pinnacle of the Yang family spear technique wherever he went. The Shanhai soldiers calmed down wherever he went. Ouyang Shuo's actions were highly effective, as their fear dissipated. They began to rally and use the formation they had prepared. This time, surrounding the enemy was the main goal, and killing them was secondary. They allowed the mountain barbarians to charge about within the formation, surrounding them without going for the kill. These berserk soldiers felt like they were using all their strength to punch a sponge, depressed and annoyed. When their berserk state wore off, the battle would intensify again. In just half an hour, Ouyang Shuo managed to calm the troops. On the commanding platform, Han Exian felt both delighted and regretful. The Lord had completed his mission, and now it was his turn. Standing high on the platform, he surveyed the entire battlefield. His mind worked like a high-speed calculator. Moments later, he began to wave the flag, directing troops and generals. Under his command, the cavalry forces of the various divisions were unleashed. Each soldier type on the left and right wings supported one another, forming a massive, interconnected formation. The 100,000 mountain barbarians felt as though they had suddenly entered a maze, unable to tell which direction to go. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining through the red clouds. In the vast and empty wilderness, the two armies clashed, killing one another. Thanks to the hard work of Ouyang Shuo and Han Exian, they had the situation under control. They pulled the Leopard Legion back from the brink of collapse. Another tough battle awaited them. For both sides, this was a test of mental and physical strength. At noon, the sun reached its highest point. The massacre in the wilderness showed no signs of stopping, and no one dared to rest. Shouts and cries filled the air. The warriors seemed oblivious to hunger, with only the drive to kill in their eyes. Their killing intent gathered in the clouds, making the crimson clouds seem heavier. The mountain barbarians' berserk state had ended, and their battle strength faltered. The after-effects of the berserk state began to show, and the mountain barbarian army suffered heavy casualties. As the saying goes, strike while the iron is hot. Han Xin, possessing a top-tier ability to seize opportunities during battle, decisively adjusted the formation and ordered the army to mercilessly slaughter the mountain barbarians. The entire Leopard Legion functioned like a giant meat grinder, sending the mountain barbarian army to their demise. The mountain barbarian soldiers fell one by one. On the high platform, this was the first time Chiyou failed to remain expressionless. Although he had started to learn from the Han people after entering the wilderness, he still understood little about military formations. Chiyou did not expect the unassuming formation to turn the tide against his men. However, as he looked at the golden flag, a grim smile appeared on Chiyou's face. The next moment, Chiyou vanished. _Wu. An even more majestic and louder horn sounded across the battlefield. Not good. Han Xin was shocked. He looked over at the high platform, but there were no signs of Chiyou. The guards around the chariot had all vanished. Along with the resounding horn, Chiyou led his 1,000 blood guards. Like a red arrow, they suddenly entered the battlefield. Suddenly, all the mountain barbarians felt their blood boil. Their king had appeared. Similar to the mountain barbarians, Chiyou did not have a mount. He wielded a giant axe in his hand, running like the wind. In a short while, he appeared in the middle of the battlefield and charged right at the divine martial guards. Protect the Lord. In the midst of the army, 2nd Division Major General Wei Zhang saw through Chiyou's intentions. He immediately moved his troops to try and set up layers to block Chiyou. Ants! Chiyou roared, his voice thundered through the wilderness, and the giant axe in his hand swept forward. Voila, like he was cutting tofu, he instantly split 10 soldiers into 2 with his giant axe. Their bodies flew into the air, expressions of disbelief still on their faces. The scene was simply too shocking, and the entire battlefield fell silent. Hooray! The soldiers of the mountain barbarian army then cheered. Hooray! Hooray! Our king is invincible. Chiyou laughed coldly, still not satisfied. His giant axe struck down, and the shadow of his weapon would cover any enemy that stood in his way. The devil Chiyou had started his slaughter. Save me! Cries filled the air. Suddenly, broken limbs littered the ground, and flesh and blood splattered. Even the faces of the soldiers who had seen hundreds of wars paled at the sight of such a violent and gory scene. The blood guards that followed Chiyou were equally brutal. 1,000 blood guards could face an entire division without yielding. Such a scenario was unprecedented. A red tornado swirled at the center of the battlefield, and no one could stop it. Chiyou's blood guards had finally revealed themselves to the world. Each was a cold-killing machine, excelling individually and coordinating perfectly. Such soldiers were truly unheard of. Protect the Lord. Wei Zhang, seeing Chu slaughtering his way through, charged over and engaged Chiyou. The devil Chiyou was as arrogant and mad as ever. His massive axe swung down, and Wei Zhang managed to block the seemingly simple move. However, both Wei Zhang and his horse trembled. His elite Qingfu horse, unable to withstand the force, collapsed to the ground. Such power was unprecedented. Even the overlord Xiangyu did not possess such strength. Yet, Wei Zhang would not back down. He spurred his horse and accepted the challenge. Interesting. Chiyou laughed coldly, as if he was preparing to toy with Wei Zhang. Despite Wei Zhang riding a Qingfu horse, the two stood roughly at the same height, highlighting just how much taller Chiyou was compared to an average person. It was no surprise he had no mount. In the wilderness, even the most desolate beasts could not bear his weight. Chiyou himself was a human beast. Wei Zhang managed to hold his ground against Chiyou, while the warriors of the 2nd Division bravely charged forward to battle the 1,000 blood guards. Further away, Han Xian commanded the troops to surround and kill Chiyou. Han Xian was taking a risk. However, as long as they could kill Chiyou, the battle would be theirs. When the mountain barbarians saw their movements, they were not pleased and roared, blocking the path of the Leopard Legion. The battle suddenly grew more intense. Each fighter competed fiercely against their foe, none willing to concede. The entire conflict swung back and forth, evolving constantly. Like Ouyang Shua, Chiyou had used his personal strength to lift the mountain barbarian army from their dire straits. It seemed this situation would persist. From his vantage point not far away, Ouyang Shua observed much. He noticed that as Chiyou killed, his vitality and vigor increased miraculously. Perhaps Chiyou's weapon had properties similar to the Tianma spear in his hand, capable of absorbing the blood of enemies? The thought of such a possibility filled Ouyang Shua with terror. How many more surprises did Chiyou have in store for him? We cannot let Chiyou continue to kill, Ouyang Shua stated resolutely. The moment Chiyou absorbed enough energy and entered a berserk state once again, this battle would be truly over. Chiyou, since you dare to appear, prepare to die. Ouyang Shua's eyes showed no trace of fear. He was the kind of person who grew stronger in the face of formidable adversaries. Divine martial guards, follow me to kill Chiyou. Ouyang Shua spurred his horse and charged into the heart of the battle. Lord, no. This time, Wang Feng opposed the Lord's actions, something he rarely did. Everyone knew that the current Chiyou was virtually invincible. If the Lord joined the fray now, the likelihood of his death was high. As the commander of the Divine Martial Guards, Wang Feng did not want the Lord to take such a risk. He lacked the confidence to ensure the Lord's safety against Chiyou. Impudence. Ouyang Shua glared at Wang Feng, his words seething with rage. Did Wang Feng not understand the urgency of the situation? He was acting like an old woman. Lord, do not be angry, it's my fault. Let me handle Chiyou. Wang Feng's attitude remained resolute. He signaled Qin to block the Lord, while he led the Divine Martial Guards into battle. You. Ouyang Shua was furious, not expecting Wang Feng to act in such a manner. Move aside. He yelled as Wang Feng led his troops forward. To Ouyang Shua's bewilderment, Qin Daming was also obstinate. Knowing he couldn't stop the Lord by force, the brutish man went all out. Qin Daming suddenly placed his knife against his own throat and declared, if the Lord goes, I'll kill myself. You. Ouyang Shua was exasperated. Qin Daming's expression made him want to strike him. Why hadn't he noticed before how infuriating this man was? Revolting, you're all revolting. Their actions infuriated Ouyang Shua, but he had no choice. He knew Qin Daming would follow through with his threat. Watch how I teach all of you a lesson later. Ouyang Shua glared into Qin Daming's eyes before turning to the battlefield. Once the Divine Martial Guards arrived, the 2nd Division could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In such a short time, thousands of soldiers from the 2nd Division had fallen. The two guard groups were now battling for supremacy. In a one-on-one matchup, the Chiyou Blood Guards were 50% stronger than the Divine Martial Guards. What a bunch of monsters! Fortunately, they only numbered 1,000, otherwise, the Divine Martial Guards would have surely been defeated. Seeing the elite enemy force charge forward, Chiyou lost all desire to play around. His giant axe grew increasingly fierce, each strike stronger than the last. Wei Zhang, one of the strongest generals in Shanhai City, was actually even more powerful than Lin Yi and Wang Feng. Despite this, he was helpless against Chiyou's onslaught. He felt like a lone boat in the vast ocean, with relentless waves crashing against him. A moment's distraction could mean his death. General. The soldiers of the 2nd Division began to rush to Wei Zhang's aid when they saw him in such a dire state. Unfortunately, they were too late. Or rather, events unfolded too quickly. Chiyou roared once more, his body suddenly expanding in size. The giant axe in his hands swung like the scythe of death, and it cleaved through Wei Zhang. This time, Wei Zhang was completely unprepared, and it was too late to defend. He could only watch as the massive axe descended from his shoulder, splitting his body in two. Blood splattered everywhere. Shanhai City's General Wei Zhang had fallen in battle. General. The soldiers of the 2nd Division cried out, their eyes red with rage, as they charged toward Chiyou. Chiyou, give me your life. A bunch of ants. Chiyou laughed icily, wiping the fresh blood from his face, which only made him look more fearsome. Wei Zhang's death had brought Ouyang Shuo out of his fury. This was the first time Shanhai City had lost a general of such a level in battle. However, the current battlefield was merciless, allowing no time for sadness or tears. Qin Daming. Ouyang Shuo's voice was now exceedingly calm. When Qin Daming heard it, he felt a shiver run down his spine, as if a cold wind had blown past. Present. Send a letter to Han Xan, asking him to command the troops to surround the mountain barbarians. Chiyou and his blood guards will be up to us, so choose another 10 fierce generals to fight him with. Yes, my lord. This time, Qin Daming did not dare to oppose the order. He had a feeling that if he dared to go against it, he would be dead the next moment. This strong man might seem brutish, but he was exceptionally smart and quick. Ouyang Shuo was angry, but he had not lost his rationality. He could clearly see that although Chiyou seemed careless in entering the battlefield, he had actually disrupted the tempo. In the original situation, the Shanhai City army held the advantage. The mountain barbarians, suffering from the after-effects of their berserk state, were worse than normal soldiers. Based on that rhythm, even if Shi Wanshui could not rush over, they could still crush the mountain barbarian army. It was only a matter of time. However, Chiyou had also seen that point. His sudden appearance on the battlefield stunned everyone. Han Xan's move to attack Chiyou had given the mountain barbarians a chance, which was not a wise decision. It was as if saying that the Shanhai City army had panicked at the sight of Chiyou's strength. This was not a good sign. Now, Ouyang Shuo needed to rectify this mistake. The moment they gained control of the mountain barbarian army, Chiyou's individual power would be irrelevant, he would not be able to win. One's personal strength is always limited on a vast battlefield. Even the devil Chiyou was not truly invincible. Ouyang Shuo did not believe that Chiyou could block 10,000 arrows if they were fired at him. After a short while, Qin Daming returned with 10 formidable generals in tow. If they could not defeat him one-on-one, they would have to outnumber him. Ouyang Shuo was not one to adhere to chivalry. On the battlefield, righteousness had no place. Victory was the ultimate righteousness, and defeat was nothing but dog-sh*t. Kill. Ouyang Shuo brandished the Tianma spear and led the charge. Kill. 200 royal guards and the 10 fierce generals followed him in orderly formation as the army parted to let them through. Chiyou, we meet again. Ouyang Shuo spurred his horse and positioned himself before Chiyou, with the royal guards automatically forming a protective circle around him. The Chiyou blood guards tried to come to his aid, but Wang Feng's forces intercepted them. Hen. Chiyou's eyes glinted with murderous intent. How could he forget his archenemy, Ouyang Shuo? It was this person who had aided the Yellow Emperor in his defeat. Chiyou had not for a moment let go of this deep-seated hatred. You actually have some guts. I thought you'd continue being a cowardly turtle, Chiyou taunted Ouyang Shuo. However, the fresh blood on his face gave his words a somewhat comical edge. I could defeat you before, so I can defeat you once more. This time, you won't see the light of day again. Ouyang Shua paid no heed to Chiyou's taunts. The current Ouyang Shua was no longer a rash child, he only cared about securing victory in this war. Enough of the useless talk, taste my axe. Ouyang Shua remained calm, but Chiyou grew furious. The giant axe descended, and a cold breeze brushed against his face. However, Ouyang Shua was unfazed. He raised his Tianma spear to block the battle axe. Clang, yet another powerful blow. However, Ouyang Shua was not Wei Zhang. After training in the Yellow Emperor's internal cultivation technique, his strength had reached unparalleled heights. Moreover, the Qingfu horse he rode was the king of Qingfu horses. This strike achieved nothing. Chiyou's eyes widened, surprised by Ouyang Shua's strength. During the Battle of Shualu, Ouyang Shua had not fought, and it was Shui who had battled Chiyou. The current Chiyou was more than twice as strong as he was during that battle. If he fought against Shui again, he was confident he could secure victory within 100 moves. RGH. Chiyou could not accept this, so he launched a relentless assault. Ouyang Shua, however, wanted to gauge the level of his current strength. He asked Chen Damang and the others to stand aside, allowing him to face Chiyou one-on-one. The two of them fought, one on foot and the other on horseback. Chiyou's axe was heavy and powerful, each strike carrying earth-shattering force. Ouyang Shua's Tianma spear was devilishly cunning, and when combined with the Yang family spear technique, he was a formidable opponent. The two fought for more than 10 rounds, with Ouyang Shua needing to give his full attention to every strike from Chiyou. In contrast, Chiyou parried each of Ouyang Shua's attacks with ease. The disparity in strength was clear. The current Ouyang Shua was no match for a demon like Chiyou. After over 10 rounds, Ouyang Shua began to pant, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Even Qingdian, his steed, showed signs of strain, exhaling white mist through its nostrils. After all, about half of Chiyou's force was transferred from Ouyang Shua to Qingdian. If it were a regular horse, it would have been crushed by now. Ouyang Shua decided not to prolong the fight with Chiyou and used his spear to push aside the axe, then retreated to the side. Chen Damang and the others immediately moved in to surround Chiyou, taking up the attack. Despicable! Chiyou roared in fury. Under Chen Damang's command, the royal guards formed a large circle. During the fight, when they faced Chiyou, the divine martial guards would take a hit before immediately retreating. Some would even launch surprise attacks from behind. These underhanded tactics infuriated Chiyou. However, the divine martial guards were not ordinary soldiers. No matter how powerful Chiyou was, he could not slaughter a group of them with a single blow of his axe. While the royal guards were strong, they did not dare to be careless when facing Chiyou. A moment's lapse could result in certain death at Chiyou's hands. The devil Chiyou was known by many as a war god. Hence, even though the royal guards were as careful as they could be and acted as shamelessly as possible, some of them would still fall despite the help of 10 fierce generals. This time, the royal guards suffered heavy casualties. When Ouyang Shua saw this scene, his facial muscles twitched. These members were all his prized possessions. Seeing Chiyou easily taking away the troops he had spent so much to train, Ouyang Shua even had the thought of skinning him alive. Luckily, they had the situation temporarily under control. Since they could handle Chiyou, the mountain barbarian army would fall to a disadvantage. After receiving Ouyang Shua's instructions, Han Xan shifted the guards division to massacre the mountain barbarian army. In the struggle with the royal guards, Chiyou could not absorb enough vitality. Ouyang Shua stood to the side, feeling the situation with Chiyou's body. If something strange happened, he would take special measures. Chiyou was growing increasingly annoyed and finally could not take it anymore. He let loose a long, loud roar. Suddenly, the vitality and vigor in his body vanished. Chiyou had actually mutated once more. His body was already terrifying, but this change made him even more formidable. Chiyou was now 3 meters tall, and even the armor on his body had ripped open, dangling from his frame. His muscles bulged like small mountains. Ouyang Shuo guessed that the current defense of Chiyou's body could probably almost match that of armor. What a monster! Devil possession. Ouyang Shuo immediately knew why this had happened to Chiyou. During the Battle of Zhualu, Chiyou had also undergone a similar mutation. However, his height was not so shocking at that time. Had the devil bloodline in his body grown purer and purer? Chiyou's mutation caused the devil bloodline in Ouyang Shuo's body to feel as if it was being pulled by a mysterious energy. Suddenly, his bloodline became restless, and the pain was far more intense than before. Ouyang Shuo could feel the primordial energy in his body failing to suppress the devil bloodline. Damn it! Ouyang Shuo's face turned ashen white as a piercing pain spread from his abdomen. Each blood vessel in his body seemed on the verge of exploding, while his blood surged and his qi became chaotic. Lord! Chen Daming noticed Ouyang Shuo's condition and was about to rush over. Do not panic, Ouyang Shuo said, his voice hoarse from the pain. Chen Daming hesitated and stopped in his tracks. Feeling uncomfortable, aren't you? Chiyou noticed Ouyang Shuo's condition and grinned coldly. You know why? Ouyang Shuo shot Chiyou a deadly glare, his eyes filled with doubt. He was unsure why their bloodlines would react this way. Clearly, the devil bloodline in his body was at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by Chiyou. Wait for it, the worst is yet to come. Chiyou teased, avoiding Ouyang Shuo's question. Absorbing my devil bloodline, did you really think you wouldn't pay a price? Ouyang Shuo fell silent upon hearing these words. Big devil, die. The royal guards could no longer stand seeing their lord in such a state. They charged forward together, determined to kill Chiyou on the spot, no longer wanting to play any more despicable tactics. Hen, a bunch of ants. After mutating, Chiyou's arrogance had increased. Chiyou hollered, as the axe in his hand transformed into a white light that seemed almost invisible. As the axe swept across, before the royal guards could even react, it broke the legs of their warhorses, and they knelt on the ground. All of a sudden, both men and horses flipped over. Devil Chiyou was about to start a massacre once again. Seeing the royal guards fall one by one, Ouyang Shuo stood at a side with a pained expression. The feeling of not having the strength or ability to help was something he rarely felt. The pain in his body seemed to grow stronger with each burst of agony. Ouyang Shuo could feel the blood in his body acting like hot oil, totally bubbling and burning, charging straight for the walls of his blood vessels. It seemed like Chiyou would break out of their envelopment. Just as Chiyou was about to escape the encirclement, a thunderous bell rang from the battlefield outside. Your arrogance ends here, Chiyou. Sure Wanshui is here. When Chiyou heard these words, his eyes froze. He would still remember this voice even if he were crushed into pieces. This was the person who killed him during the Battle of Zhualu. As they say, your eyes will redden with anger when you meet your enemy. Chiyou raised his head and turned his gaze away from the battlefield. He saw a huge army suddenly appear behind the mountain barbarian forces and march forward. The moment they entered the battlefield, they charged toward the mountain barbarians without hesitation. This sight left Chiyou astonished. Apart from that, 2 generals charged toward Chiyou. These 2 generals were Shi Wanshui and the young general Shan Ju. The 2 of them had arrived at the perfect moment. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and looked to the sky, his face showing a thankful and happy expression. It was around 1:30 p.m. in the afternoon. Shi Wanshui had arrived 30 minutes early. Shanhai City would definitely win this battle. When Chiyou saw Shi Wanshui, he stopped his slaughter of the royal guards and just waited in the middle of the battlefield, hoping to rectify his mistakes through this battle. After a short while, both Shi Wanshui and Shanju arrived. Upon seeing them, the royal guards wisely stepped back, forming a protective circle around Ouyang Shuo. The devilish bloodline in Ouyang Shuo's body was boiling more and more intensely. He could feel that a mysterious power was being born inside him, but it felt as though it were locked up, unable to break free. Truly, a horrendous feeling. Seeing that his safety was no longer threatened, Ouyang Shuo dismounted. Then, he crossed his legs and focused on rotating the Yellow Emperor cultivation technique. Currently, only the golden primordial energy could control the devil bloodline. On the other side, Shi Wanshui had engaged Chiyou, while Shanju fought alongside him. As the best warrior among the Li race, Shanju was born with God-given strength. When he was in Lianzhou, Erlai was asked to teach him the desolate tiger art. This precious technique suited Shanju like a fish in water, and his strength increased daily. In terms of physical strength, the current Shanju would rank in the top 5 of Shanhai. The two generals pincered Chiyou. Even so, the battle remained incredibly tough. During the Battle of Zhualu, Shi Wanshui had Li Mu and Chang Xian to help him. At this moment, Shi Wanshui only had Shanju's assistance. Most importantly, the current Chiyou was much stronger than during the Battle of Zhualu. The two sides fought for over 50 rounds, their exchanges filled with danger and narrow escapes. Fortunately, the Shanhai city army did not lack great generals. The arrival of Shi Wanshui and Shanju's divisions was the final blow to the mountain barbarian army. Under Han Xian's command, they cut them down and surrounded them piece by piece. Defeat was just a matter of time. Even the Chiyou bloodguards were surrounded and suffered heavy casualties. They no longer looked as valiant as before. Especially after Chiyou activated the devil possession and used up his own vitality. It was as if the Chiyou bloodguards had lost their soul, and their strength plummeted. The divine martial guards definitely would not miss this great opportunity, and they inflicted heavy damage. Seeing that the battle was mostly settled, Wang Feng, Lin Yi, Sun Chuanlin, and the others joined in to attack Chiyou. This time, Chiyou felt the intense pressure. Even though his strength was formidable, it was not sufficient to face so many opponents. Amidst the chaos, the god archer Sun Chuanlin made the greatest contribution. In fronting such an expert, unleashing thousands of arrows at once seemed the most effective choice. Alas, Shi Wanshui and the rest were intertwined with him, making it unwise to shoot. Moreover, Chiyou was not a fool, so he would not easily become a live target. However, Sun Chuanlin was unique, as his archery had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Amid the clamor, he persistently shot, striving to strike Chiyou. Additionally, every arrow aimed for the same spot. Such archery was indeed invincible in this world. Post-devil possession, Chiyou's defense had risen to an inconceivable degree. Regular arrows would merely leave a ghostly mark when hitting his body. Sun Chuanlin, however, was different. His arrows were both precise and ferocious. Each one could peel a layer off Chiyou's skin. After countless strikes, even if Chiyou was genuinely a devil, he would have been felled in the spot. What made matters dire was Chiyou's inability to strike Sun Chuanlin. Shi Wanshui and the others were perspic individuals. Recognizing Sun Chuanlin's tactics' efficacy, they worked in concert to encircle Chiyou, creating opportunities for Sun Chuanlin. Ah! The devil Chiyou growled in frustration. In this conflict, he truly could accomplish nothing. Although the distant mountain barbarians might hear his bellows, they could do naught. They were themselves in peril. Chiyou could care less. If he had to perish, he would snatch one of them down with him. Note, some names and terms like Shi Wanshui and Chiyou seem to be intentionally kept in a non-English form, which I have tried to maintain, while correcting obvious grammatical issues. If these names __ were meant _ to be in a specific form, please use the intended spelling. Naturally, he chose Shi Wanshui. Chiyou naturally hated Shi Wanshui to the core. Chiyou was growing increasingly deranged. He did not care about the attacks from the others, hell-bent on killing Shi Huanshui. This time, Shi Huanshui was in a tough spot. However, he needed to hold on. Shi Huanshui was a general who had been through countless battles. A situation he had never seen before did not exist. Facing the flurry of attacks, Shi Huanshui was on the defensive. He could only hope that none of the strikes hit him. Suddenly, Chiyou found himself helpless. At the same time, young generals like Lin Yi took their chances to stab at Chiyou's body. Blood started to cover his entire body. The war god Chiyou was slowly walking to the end of his road. This battle was so similar to the Battle of Zhualu, the battle at Xiangli Valley. No. Chiyou would not let himself fall the same way twice. His eyes turned red, and the blood in his body began to boil magically. Not good. When Shi Huanshui saw this, his heart trembled. Chiyou was going to give it his all. Devil Chiyou was such a formidable opponent. Chiyou leaped, jumping over 4 meters and appearing before Shi Huanshui. Even before landing, he swung his giant axe with all his strength. This time, Shi Huanshui had no time to dodge, so he could only grab his spear and block. Peng, Shi Huanshui felt a terrifying force travel through his spear. The vibrations shattered his hands, and the impact caused his organs to shift. Pooh! Shi Huanshui spat out a large mouthful of blood, immediately suffering heavy injuries. The warhorse beneath him had also received a heavy blow, causing it to kneel on the ground, looking as if it was on the verge of death. Chiyou's strike was truly shocking. Hey! Seeing that his strike had been effective, Chiyou let out an evil smile. Still unsatisfied, he raised his axe and swung it down again. If this axe hit, Shi Huanshui would certainly die on the spot. Shi Huanshui, being a tough man, bore the pain and suddenly rolled to the side, dodging Chiyou's attack. Undeterred, Chiyou's giant axe swung down once more. Shi Huanshui was in a terrible state, continuously rolling on the ground. His internal organs were shifting, causing him to bleed internally from such movements. If not for his strong physical body, he would certainly have become paralyzed. Even so, Shi Huanshui did not dare to be careless. He focused all his energy, ignoring the pain, and tried his best to avoid the blows. A few times, the giant axe grazed his body. If he were a normal person, he would have been terrified. Shi Huanshui could only pin his hopes on his allies. No one had anticipated Chiyou's leap. Seeing Shi Huanshui in danger, the rest of them hurried over, stabbing their spears at Chiyou. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, as he swept his axe and knocked the spears away. Another chaotic battle ensued. Fortunately, they finally managed to drag Shi Huanshui back from the brink of death. Shi Huanshui dodged Chiyou's final strike and immediately fainted, his mouth still bleeding. The royal guards rushed over and carried him to the command center for treatment. Even after severely injuring Shi Huanshui, Chiyou did not feel any better, as he had been shot twice by Sun Quanlin during the fight. The last arrow had even penetrated his body, and fresh blood flowed out like a faucet. Lin Yi and the others were now riled up and used all they had learned against Chiyou. The battle was simply too shocking. Soldiers on both sides had unknowingly stopped and started to pay attention to this fight. Devil Chiyou was fighting 1 against 5, but he was not at a disadvantage. Killing Wei Zhang and severely injuring Shi Huanshui, such feats were unheard of. Even the crimson clouds seemed to be influenced, as they started to toss and turn. As the battle continued, the wounds on his body could not be stopped. Fresh blood covered Chiyou completely. As the fight dragged on, they could also feel Chiyou's strength waning. The devil finally could not hold on. However, they did not dare to be careless. When fighting a cornered monster, the last strikes were often the strongest. Therefore, they wisely changed their strategy and tried to prolong the fight. All of them were skilled riders. Using their horses and the advantage of their long spears, they did not let him get close. Chiyou no longer had the strength to leap up as he had before. The devil of a generation was about to fall. Chiyou's eyes were completely red, and he had started to lose consciousness. At this moment, Shanju bravely stepped out and attracted all of Chiyou's attention. Seizing the opportunity, the others stabbed at Chiyou's back. This was their strongest attack, infused with all their beliefs. The tips of their spears glowed brightly with killing intent. The two spears, like life-taking talismans, pierced through his chest. _Poo, the devil could not withstand the massive hit and coughed out blood. Even so, he still managed to retaliate. His axe swept backward, cutting the poles of both spears. His immense power swept both Lin Yi and Wang Feng from their horses. This was Chiyou's last strike. After this move, he had no more strength. His massive body could no longer stand upright, so he collapsed onto the ground. The war god Chiyou had finally fallen. The moment Chiyou died, the entire battlefield fell silent. The legendary devil had perished just like that. The remaining mountain barbarian warriors were dazed, standing still, not knowing what to do. As Chiyou collapsed on the ground, something strange began to happen. His massive corpse turned blood red, and a crimson mist began to spew from his body, thickening over time. In contrast, Chiyou's body withered rapidly. Eventually, no more blood flowed. At this moment, the blood-red mist started to move, as if something extraordinary was about to emerge. Even the sky above responded, with a massive thundercloud rumbling. Finally, atop Chiyou's body, a blood-red devil appeared. The devil was an apparition, with the head of a bull, the beak of a bird, 3 heads, 6 arms, and a black wing behind its back. Each hand held a different weapon. Great Devil! When the mountain barbarians saw the apparition, they immediately knelt down and prayed fervently. The devil's image had always been a figure they worshipped, and they never expected it to actually appear. But in hindsight, it wasn't completely surprising. Chiyou was considered the ancestor of the mountain barbarian race and the devil's son. When the Shanhai city army witnessed this, their mouths gaped open in shock. Shanju and the other generals gripped their weapons tightly, standing on guard, genuinely fearing Chiyou's resurrection. However, their concern was unwarranted. The moment the blood apparition of the devil appeared, Chiyou's body was reduced to nothing but skin and bones. As Chiyou's blood was drained, the surviving Chiyou blood guards began to die one by one. Each guard bled from every orifice, creating a truly ghastly scene. The sight was so horrifying that it made one's hair stand on end. Even the mountain barbarians, who worshipped the devil, were filled with bewilderment. The remaining Chiyou blood guards were their closest brothers. As everyone stood in shock, the blood apparition began to move again. It suddenly waved its hands in the air, and the blood guards spat out their blood. The blood, seemingly sentient, gathered near the apparition, merging with it. In less than 10 minutes, all the blood guards had turned into desiccated corpses. The blood apparition grew more and more tangible, and an evil, bloodthirsty, and violent aura lingered on the battlefield, making it hard to breathe. The scene was utterly unexpected. At that moment, Ouyang Shua suddenly spat out a large amount of blood. The black blood splattered onto the ground, sizzling. The devil bloodline within him began to boil, and even the golden primordial energy could not suppress it. He felt as if his entire being was being burned. Something was drawing the blood, making it surge with excitement. Lord! Chen Dameng was stunned, unsure of what to do. Everyone else gathered around, their faces filled with panic and anxiety. Ouyang Shua slowly opened his eyes and wiped the blood from his face. He struggled to wave his hand, signaling them not to worry. His face, no longer ashen white, began to turn a deep red, a color so intense that it was daunting. Just then, something strange happened. The devil blood apparition seemed to notice Ouyang Shua. The huge apparition slowly turned around and flew toward Ouyang Shua. In the bubbling red fog, a pair of evil eyes stared straight at him, cold and merciless. Yang Shuo felt a shiver run down his spine. Could the devil blood apparition trigger his bloodline? The first time he saw it, Yang Shuo was reminded of Liu Bang's red dragon spirit. Both were spirits with a certain amount of intelligence, and the key was that both needed a lord to survive. Was the blood devil apparition choosing him because he was the only one on the entire battlefield with the devil bloodline, making him the best choice? Thinking about this, Yang Shuo felt dread. Seeing what had befallen Chiyou, he was unwilling to be possessed by such a spirit. Just the thought sent shivers down his spine. Although Yang Shuo did not want it, that did not mean it would not happen. The devil blood apparition screeched at a high pitch, much like the red dragon spirit, as it charged straight for Yang Shuo. Yang Shuo panicked, but his current body was severely injured, so he could not run. Block it. He could only place his hopes on Shindaming and the others. The moment they saw the scene, they instantly surrounded Yang Shuo and guarded him. These soldiers, molded and honed in the fires of war, were senseless to the apparition's wicked and horrific appearance, although it was not enough to shock them. Unfortunately, it proved useless. It was an apparition, so it directly passed through their bodies and headed straight for Yang Shuo. Suddenly, Yang Shuo was stunned, and he could only watch as it charged over. When Yang Shuo watched the apparition enter his body, he could clearly see the excitement in its eyes and its malevolence. The scent of blood filled his nose, making him feel nauseous. However, at that very moment, the Tianma spear beside him emitted a black glow that enveloped the devil blood apparition. The apparition had not anticipated this. The black glow seemed unassuming, but it was unusually resilient, gradually pulling the apparition into the spear. The devil blood apparition naturally resisted, struggling with all its might. However, its efforts were in vain. The black glow was the ultimate counter to the blood apparition. Though it appeared simple, it held incredible power. Within less than a minute, it dragged the apparition into the Tianma spear before disappearing. Seeing this, Yang Shuo heaved a huge sigh of relief. If his conjecture was correct, the black glow was the weapon spirit of the Tianma spear. From the day it was born, the Tianma spear had possessed a weapon spirit after being tainted with Yang Shuo's blood essence. Through numerous battles, the weapon spirit had continued to absorb blood essence and slowly mature. It finally gained sentience when it became a divine weapon. The devil blood apparition, being just a bundle of blood with a touch of sentience, was nothing more than a substantial gift for the Tianma spear. Reflecting on this, Yang Shuo felt truly fortunate to have something to save him at critical moments. Previously, it was the golden Qilin seal, now, it was the Tianma spear. After suppressing the devil blood apparition, the weapon spirit of the Tianma spear communicated a message to Yang Shuo. The blood devil apparition was too powerful for the weapon spirit to absorb all at once. The weapon spirit needed to enter a period of hibernation to fully consume the blood. Upon hearing this, Yang Shuo placed the Tianma spear in his storage bag. Until the weapon spirit awoke, he decided to use the Qishao sword, curious about what surprises it might bring. With the disappearance of the devil blood apparition, the blood in his body calmed. After this incident, Yang Shuo felt a deep fear. It seemed the devil bloodline within him was a recurring cancer. The only one who knew the truth had died, leaving Yang Shuo with no one to turn to for answers. He could only proceed one step at a time. Who knew what interesting items Chiyou might have dropped this time? As Chiyou perished, the Battle of Wuzhou officially concluded. Above, in the blood-red clouds, the battle between the dragon and the devil had also ended. The giant dragon appeared to have gained a mysterious energy, rapidly growing in size. In contrast, the devil withered. The dragon swept the devil up with its tail, wrapping it tightly and pulling it close before swallowing it whole. Instantly, the giant dragon expanded, covering numerous kilometers. The dragon's might spread throughout the southern region, where all the spirits could sense its power, causing them to tremble. In the south, no one could rival this dragon. With the battle over, the issue of settling the remaining mountain barbarians became a significant challenge. Unlike the surrendered soldiers, the barbarians were resolute, driven by their own beliefs. A group of warriors, each with their own beliefs, would not easily submit even if they lost. Organizing and conscripting them would be challenging. Before earning their loyalty, Ouyang Shuo would not dare to use them. He couldn't just kill them all, could he? After all, the territory also had mountain barbarians. If he were to kill these mountain barbarians, it would likely cause the entire race to hate him. Unifying Wuzhou Prefecture would be a significant challenge. Ouyang Shuo currently faced a dilemma: moving forward or backing off were both difficult, giving him a great headache. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. To the mountain barbarians, it was a dark day. The events on the battlefield had brought their spirits crashing down from sky high to rock bottom. In their entire lives, they had never witnessed such a shocking battle. First, their king, their invincible war god, fell in combat. Then, the devil god they worshipped chose a Han person, their enemy, as its host. The shock was so profound that the mountain barbarian warriors were nearly speechless. However, what transpired next was even more staggering. The devil god, whom they revered above all, was suppressed by the enemy's weapon. The scene was too intense, and the revered image of the devil god was on the brink of collapse. In a single day, the mountain barbarian warriors lost both their king and their god. The sense of loss, helplessness, and fear they felt was beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Even in the Shanhai city camp, Sherhu, who had come with Shi Wanshui to offer aid, wore a complex expression. He was one of the first mountain barbarians to follow Ouyang Shuo. Without mentioning Chiyou, the devil god was something Sherhu had worshipped since childhood. Yet today, before his eyes, the Lord's weapon had triumphed over it. He felt a mix of shock and sorrow, but he also sensed that the shaman's prophecy was true: Ouyang Shuo was a man capable of controlling the world. Among the mountain barbarian soldiers in Shanhai city, 3 young generals stood out: Shi Hu and Shi Bao from the Suanio tribe, and Lei Jingtian from the Leidian tribe. Of the 3, Shi Hu was the best, followed by Lei Jingtian. Ouyang Shuo had invested significant effort in cultivating Shi Hu. He had purposefully taken Shi Hu out of the heavy armored regiment and placed him beside Shi Wanshui. Ouyang Shuo wanted Shi Hu to learn the art of war from Shi Wanshui. Today, Shi Hu was a great general. Both his skills and leadership were incomparable to the past. In such a short time, he had changed tremendously. Logically, based on his experience and ability, he could have taken the position of Major General. However, even Sun Chuanlin was promoted, while Shi Hu remained a colonel. Naturally, all of this was due to Ouyang Shuo's planning. Ouyang Shuo took Shi Hu out of the mountain barbarian force because he hoped that one day, Shi Hu would return to take control of it. Removing Shi Hu was a form of training, helping to broaden his knowledge. Shi Hu eventually understood the Lord's intentions. Of course, one reason for this was the shaman's advice. Otherwise, Shi Hu might still have felt annoyed about the matter. Shi Hu was not a person greedy for fame and fortune, but he was still afraid of losing the Lord's trust. He still remembered the words Ouyang Shuo had spoken when he went to the Suanio tribe. The shaman had recognized Shi Hu's concerns and helped him analyze the situation. The depth of the Lord's care for him touched Shi Hu, and he felt guilty for his wavering thoughts. At this moment, Shi Hu was only a short distance from the Lord. Seeing the Lord's furrowed brows, Shi Hu knew what was on his mind. After all, he was also a mountain barbarian and understood how the mountain barbarian army thought. At this moment, Shi Hu felt that he should step forward and help his Lord. If not, he would have truly wasted all the effort the Lord had invested in him. Thinking up to this point, Shi Hu stepped out and looked toward the surrounding mountain barbarian soldiers. "Brothers, I am Shi Hu, also a mountain barbarian. I come from the Suanio tribe." As he spoke these words, Shi Hu removed his armor, rolling up his sleeve to show the Suanio pattern on his arm. The pattern was a unique mark of a mountain barbarian, tattooed by the tribe. As such, it could not be faked. The mountain barbarians suddenly believed Chiyou's words. However, they did not understand his intentions. Some soldiers even looked at Chiyou with animosity, as if he were a traitor. Chiyou did not care about their hostility and changed his tone. I am sure all of you remember the legend regarding the devil god. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. That's right, just say it. The mountain barbarians were unhappy, so they were just venting their frustration. Of course, there were some intelligent ones. After hearing Chiyou's words, shock appeared in their eyes. All right. Chiyou shouted, I'll speak directly. The legend states that anyone recognized by the devil god will become the master of our race. I believe all of you have seen today's events. My lord has been recognized by the devil god. Naturally, he should be coronated as king. Chiyou chose not to mention how the devil god was suppressed. He also believed that the mountain barbarians would rather not mention that part, as it would cause their faith to waver. As expected, the moment his words landed, the entire battlefield fell silent. The boldness of his statement stunned the mountain barbarians. Even Ouyang Shua and the others stood there with their mouths agape. Seeing Chiyou's actions, Ouyang Shua chose to remain silent. He had the feeling that his dilemma might truly be resolved. He's from the Han race, how can he be our king? That's preposterous. That's a total joke. After regaining their composure, some of the mountain barbarians retorted. Why not? My lord has the devil bloodline within him. His bloodline is even purer than ours, so why can't he be crowned king? Ouyang Shua's bloodline secret was not a huge secret in the territory. Ah. This time, the mountain barbarians broke into an uproar. No wonder the devil god would choose him. The moment Chiyou revealed Ouyang Shua's bloodline secret, the whole mystery was solved. Suddenly, they looked at Ouyang Shua differently, and their gaze had a sense of closeness and respect. In ancient times, bloodline was more convincing than race. Being related by blood was the most important aspect. Possessing the bloodline of the devil god was practically a gift from the heavens. Of course, if they knew that Ouyang Shua's bloodline was obtained through the killing of Chiyou, who knows what they would think. Seeing that the time was right, Chiyou decided to push the matter further. He turned toward Ouyang Shua, knelt down, and shouted, Greetings, my king. The mountain barbarians called the common leader of all the tribes king. The old king was Chiyou. Instantly, a mountain-like might and an emperor's aura as deep as the sea emanated from Ouyang Shua's body. Suddenly, even the Shanhai city warriors could not help but kneel down. Tens of thousands of warriors knelt in unison, making the scene incredibly majestic. On the vast battlefield, Ouyang Shua stood quietly in the center. Around him were scattered weapons, corpses, and kneeling soldiers, adding a sense of might and arrogance to his presence. The moment the king appeared, the world trembled. The mountain barbarian soldiers stood still, unsure of what to do. In their eyes, that unassuming man had suddenly become enormous and awe-inspiring. It was as if they were seeing their old king come back to life. Although Ouyang Shua's size was very different from Chiyou's, the aura of an emperor was similar. Greetings, my king. Chiyou greeted sincerely once more. When the mountain barbarians saw this, they finally reacted, tears welling up in their eyes. They had a new king. These tears were filled with both sorrow and joy. Greetings, my king. Suddenly, the mountain barbarian soldiers began to kneel, like a tsunami, wave after wave bowing to worship their king. The reluctant soldiers had no choice but to follow when they saw this. Now, Ouyang Shua was their king and the leader of all the mountain barbarian tribes. The mountain barbarian tribes had regained their faith. At that very moment, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, possessing the devil god bloodline, obtaining the recognition of the mountain barbarian race, and becoming their king. You are now titled the Barbarian King, awarded 10,000 merit points and 40,000 reputation points. Reputation and prestige among the mountain barbarian tribes have reached the highest level. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and looked at all those kneeling. Please rise. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my king. The two armies had suddenly become one family. With Ouyang Shuo crowned as king, his concerns were naturally alleviated. After some slight organization, the 70,000 barbarian warriors could proceed directly into battle. However, this was not the right time to reorganize the military. At this moment, Han Xian rushed over. Ouyang Shuo entrusted him with all the duties of cleaning up the battlefield, dealing with the prisoners, and more. As for the mountain barbarians, sure, who would take charge of that aspect? It was time for him to step to the forefront. Ouyang Shuo had an idea of how to organize them, but first, he needed to check Chiyou's corpse. First, he had to check if Chiyou had dropped any items. Next, they must arrange his funeral. Such a legendary figure deserved a proper burial. When Chiyou died, he did not drop a general soul. Instead, he dropped 3 items, an old bottle, his giant axe, and a similarly old book. Ouyang Shuo first picked up the small bottle. Once he opened it, he found a drop of devil blood essence. Devil blood essence * after use, activates the full devil bloodline. It seems the Chiyou blood essence Ouyang Shuo obtained last time was just half of the devil bloodline. However, the heavens would not forsake anyone. This time, he could solve the problem with his bloodline. Ouyang Shuo closed the bottle and carefully stored it in his storage bag. Next, he picked up the giant axe. Name * heaven splitting axe, god weapon. Hardness * 90. Sharpness * 88. Toughness * 75. Specialty * weapon breaker. If the opposing weapon's hardness is lower than the heaven-splitting axe, there is a chance for the axe to break it. Unique item, cannot be dropped. Killing technique * Pangu splits the heavens, releases a strong killing aura like that of splitting the heavens to cut the enemy in half, turning them into dust. Cooldown, 1 week. Limitation * only equipable by mountain barbarians. Evaluation * in the legends, Chiyou split the heavens. This is a legendary axe forged using the 9th heaven cuprite. As expected, Chiyou's heaven-splitting axe is a rare god weapon. Regrettably, only mountain barbarians can use it. Lastly, he picked up the small book. Name * Hell Slaughterer True Manual, Emperor Rank Cultivation Method. Level * 1/12 levels. Specialty * for each level increase, bone structure +1, comprehension +1, all other stats +1. Restriction * limited to mountain barbarians. Evaluation * the cultivation method of Devil Chiyou, including internal cultivation techniques, battle strategies, and more, a combination-based cultivation technique. Yet another item with a race restriction. When Ouyang Shuo read the description, he could only shake his head regretfully. With that, both the heaven-splitting axe and the Hell Slaughterer True Manual should be used together. They were sufficient to train a mountain barbarian warrior into a legendary general. The first person who came to Ouyang Shuo's mind was Shanhai. Shanhai had played a significant role in persuading the mountain tribes, so he deserved a reward. After reviewing the stats of the 3 items, Ouyang Shuo immediately ordered his people to craft a coffin to store Chiyou's corpse. They would choose a place to bury him later. They also handled Wei Zhang's body. The Shanhai City Martial Temple had 2 king-rank general souls, so once back in Shanhai City, Ouyang Shuo could use one of them to revive Wei Zhang. After dealing with all the matters, Ouyang Shuo returned to the command center. He instructed Qin Daming to inform all the generals about a meeting at 8 p.m. Before that time, no one was to disturb him. Inside his room, Ouyang Shua carefully took out the bottle with the blood essence and gingerly drank it. The moment the devil blood essence entered his stomach, his normally calm bloodline began to boil once again, emitting exhilarating noises. Pudong! Pudong! Ouyang Shua could feel his heartbeat suddenly accelerate, pounding 5 to 6 times a second. A normal person's heart beats only 1 to 2 times a second. Along with the increased heartbeat, all the blood in his body started to circulate rapidly. A short while later, the devil blood essence mixed with the surrounding blood and did not separate. Instantly, a massive and boundless blood energy exploded from within his body. Chen Dameng, standing guard outside, felt a shock and took a step back upon sensing the vigor and vitality that radiated outward. A blood-red hue enveloped Ouyang Shua's entire body. The surging blood energy began to transform and modify his physique. The bloodline lock that Ouyang Shua had previously felt started to break under the energy's assault. In an instant, a profound sense of fulfillment spread from the deepest parts of his bloodline. It was as if his entire existence had ascended to a new level. He had broken through the barriers and entered a new realm. A black layer of filth excreted from his pores, emitting an overwhelmingly unpleasant odor. Ouyang Shua had undergone another transformation. Under the power of the blood in Ouyang Shua's veins flowed rapidly. It seemed to almost turn into a viscous paste, reaching the cultivating blood into paste stage. At this level, his vigor and vitality became immensely potent, and his body's regenerative abilities significantly enhanced. The strength of his body visibly improved and grew at a rapid pace. His physical strength had increased to the equivalent of 4 oxen. More alarmingly, his skin became as tough as copper, and his bones hardened. The blood-producing function of his spine also intensified. With copper-like skin, iron-like bones, and indestructible fortitude, the secret behind Chiyou's transformation lay in these very aspects. The power of blood was the source of Chiyou's strength. After the blood energy's cleansing, Ouyang Shua's body had undergone a complete transformation. From this moment on, Ouyang Shua could rival generals like Shi Wanshui. The benefits did not stop there. Due to the explosion of blood energy, the Yellow Emperor's internal cultivation technique absorbed sufficient energy and advanced to the 9th level. This alone saved him months of cultivation time. Good things truly came in pairs. After the upgrade of the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique, Ouyang Shua's physical body had increased. He now possessed the strength of 5 oxen. In a short time, his strength had doubled. With just one punch, he could shatter rocks and mountains. At this point, the blood in his body slowly calmed down. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification: congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, for consuming devil blood essence and triggering the devil bloodline, completing the first awakening. Awarded 20,000 reputation points. Following this, another notification rang out. System report: congratulations, player Chiyou Wui, for being the first person in China to awaken the bloodline. Awarded 1 Pei Yuan pill and 40,000 reputation points. With a flash, a white light shone, and a small white bottle appeared in his hand. The bottle contained a red pill the size of a yellow bean. Pei Yuan pill solidifies Pei Yuan, effective for badly injured individuals. Ouyang Shua kept the bottle in his storage bag. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his expression was solemn. This change was truly significant. Firstly, why would a seemingly normal bloodline awakening trigger a system report? That in itself was unusual. Gaia was not a benevolent entity, so it would not announce such matters unless they were of great importance. The moment it made an announcement, it meant that the bloodline awakening was special. Secondly, the way the notification was worded held a hidden meaning. Based on Gaia's words, he had not changed his bloodline but had instead triggered and brought out the bloodline hidden within his original blood. At this moment, he recalled the bloodline lock from before. This meant that the devil blood essence had only helped guide him to awaken the devil blood within his body. When did Ouyang Shua become the descendant of the devil? Ouyang Shua remembered clearly that there was nothing about race or bloodline when he created his character. Moreover, this was only the first awakening, which meant that when the time arrived, there might be a second or third awakening. What kind of secrets were hidden in human blood? How far had Gaia's research on human blood progressed? Were these matters just part of the game, or were they connected to real life? All of these were mysteries. Just like Ouyang Shua had felt before, the higher he stood, the blurrier things appeared to him. Now, more mysteries troubled him. In Swordsman City, the moment the system notification went out, the other players were left in the dark. Only Feng Qingyang's face turned a deep green. As a descendant of an old martial arts family, he had a much better understanding of the game's martial arts and bloodline settings. From the start, Feng Qingyang had known about the secrets of the bloodline and had been working toward awakening it. He never expected Chiyou Wui to be a step ahead of him. That guy, what kind of dogshit luck does he have? Feng Qingyang had little interest in conquering lands, he only cared about the bloodline. The moment Ouyang Shua awoke his bloodline, his cabin on the immigration spaceship traveling through the vast black galaxy began to change. A red blood fog enveloped Ouyang Shua. In the nutrient fluid tube, large amounts of high-grade nutrient fluid were pumped into his body. Eventually, the blood fog coagulated into a blood nest, and within it, one could hear his heartbeat. At the same time, in the command core of the fleet, where Gaia was located, an order was issued. D. Checked that spaceship ZG-105, cabin number ZG-100500078 has triggered section number 31 of the International Federation, completing the first high-grade bloodline awakening. Meeting requirements, Commander, please confirm. Confirm. Confirmation completed, based on section 31-004, providing cabin ZG-100500078 with the highest grade nutritional fluid, upgrading the cabin AI level, and raising his permission level. D. Connecting the highest grade nutritional fluid tube. Cabin ZG-1005078's AI has been upgraded, will monitor him 24/7 to ensure his safety. Civilian ZG-35082521681005827's permission level raised. After the awakening of his bloodline, filth covered Ouyang Shua's body. After a simple wash, Ouyang Shua visited the treatment room to check on the severely injured Shi Wanshui. Chiyou's shocking strike had knocked him out, and he had not yet regained consciousness. The attending physician, who had accompanied the troops, could only bandage and treat the physical injuries. As for the internal injuries, they could do nothing until Shi Wanshui woke up to deal with them himself. Of course, there were still risks involved. If Shi Wanshui did not awaken soon enough, and the internal damage took too long to heal, it could result in lasting issues. In the worst-case scenario, he could lose all his martial arts skills, which for someone like Shi Wanshui was akin to losing his very life. Upon seeing the situation, Ouyang Shua did not hesitate. He took out the Pei Ju pill and handed it to the doctor to administer to Shi Wanshui. As expected, following the consumption of the pill, Shi Wanshui's condition significantly improved. The ashen-white hue of his face began to show some redness. The doctor, after examining him, turned and said, "Lord, do not worry. General Shi is doing well." Ouyang Shua nodded in acknowledgement and, as he spoke, turned to leave. "Take good care of him," he said. With the conflict just concluded, there were still numerous other matters requiring his immediate attention. Sure, here's the cleaned and edited text. After returning from the treatment room, Ouyang Shua met Shi Hu in the main hall. "Greetings, my lord." Although Ouyang Shua was the barbarian king in the military, Shi Hu still addressed him as lord. The great shaman had trained this mountain barbarian warrior, who was exceptional in both intelligence and emotional intelligence. He possessed the simplicity and honesty of the mountain barbarians, yet also the sharp wit of the Han people. This unique blend of traits made him stand out. Elevating Ouyang Shuo to kingship was his most notable achievement. Stand up. Ouyang Shuo sat in the leader's seat with a war axe and a book on the table. Upon hearing the command, Chiyou simply stood in place. These two items, do you recognize them? Ouyang Shuo pointed to the axe and the book on the table, smiling as he asked. I do. Chiyou was present when they collected Chiyou's body and, naturally, he recognized both items, especially the heaven-splitting axe, which symbolized Chiyou. Every mountain barbarian warrior dreamed of this iconic weapon. Now, they are yours. Ouyang Shuo's words were straightforward, but they left Chiyou speechless and stunned. His heart raced, nearly pounding out of his chest. Suddenly, he found himself at a loss for words. Why, don't you like it? This general sometimes adhered to the rules too strictly. Ouyang Shuo wanted to tease him. My lord, these are too precious, Chiyou still had not regained his composure. Just take them, you deserve it. Ouyang Shuo stood up and placed the two items into Chiyou's hands. Thank you, lord, for your reward. Seeing this, Chiyou knelt on the ground once more and respectfully bowed. Ouyang Shuo nodded and returned to his seat. The meaning and power these two items represent, I am sure you understand. I only hope you do not disgrace their name. Yes. Chiyou nodded vigorously, his face completely flushed. Of course, he knew what the heaven-splitting axe meant. It was a symbol of ascending to the throne of the strongest warrior. Whether he could make the throne his own would depend on his personal strength. The Lord could grant him weapons, but the Lord could not stop the gossip and doubts of others. The mountain barbarians had always revered strength, and everything depended on one's own power. At the appropriate time, spread the Hell Slaughterer True Manual to Bao and Lei Jingtian. Ouyang Shuo was not going to act like Chiyou and only allow one person to cultivate it. Of course, since it was an emperor-rank cultivation technique, it required a high talent and comprehension, so it was not something every warrior could cultivate. Ouyang Shuo intended for the Hell Slaughterer True Manual to conclude at his time. Understood. When the Lord mentioned Bao and Lei Jingtian, he was clearly warning Chiyou not to grow arrogant. There were still other talented mountain barbarian generals following him. The mountain barbarians he had obtained this time would require generals from his army to lead them. Leading the barbarian force was more suited to a mountain barbarian general. Return to your duties. On the side of the mountain barbarian army, you still need to invest more time and effort. Although the mountain barbarians had surrendered and recognized Ouyang Shuo as their king, in the end, they had still suffered a loss. As a result, their emotions were a bit out of control, which could potentially lead to them causing chaos. Given the overall situation was a rushed one, they did not have a full month like the Battle of Zhaoqing to reorganize. Ouyang Shuo was planning to leave in just 2 days. Understood. Chiyou nodded and stepped back. After Chiyou left, Ouyang Shuo finally had the time to read the battle report that the Black Snake Guards had sent. In the Zhongyuan region, the forces of Piao Linghuan and Chun Shinjun had entered together but faced heavy resistance from Zhang Chu's army. Their advances were completely controlled and suppressed, leading to a stalemate situation where victory was hard to determine. Rumors were circulating that Di Chen was ready to send troops south at any moment, making the battle situation in the Zhongyuan region highly unpredictable. In the southeast region, the northern and southern pincer attack by Xiang Ba and Zhan Lang placed Huang Chao in a precarious position. After all, they had already lost to Zhan Lang. Coupled with a lack of capable generals and troops, their vulnerabilities were fully exposed. Based on the analysis from the Black Snake Guard stationed at the Jianye Intelligence Station, if things proceeded smoothly, they would determine victory within a month. Zhan Lang and Xiang Ba were formidable opponents. One was growing in prowess daily, showing military talent, while the other was a crafty and well-supported. Together, they were enough to give Huang Chao a significant challenge. In comparison, Gong Changshe and Xuanlong Dian Shui seem relatively weaker. After all, not every commoner lord can grow as robustly as Ouyang Shuo. The part that disappointed Ouyang Shuo was that the alliance Gong Changshe had formed had not crossed the border to date. It wasn't that Gong Changshe hadn't attacked, it was that his allies were unwilling to take the risk. Clearly, Gong Changshe's control over Jiangchuan province was quite weak. As for Xuanlong Dianxue, standing as a province in the middle, he remained a total onlooker. Ouyang Shuo had instructed him to abandon any hopes of joining the southeast battlefield and to assist Bai Shui's consonant city instead. Ouyang Shuo was simply trying to minimize his losses quickly. This chaotic war situation had exposed the weaknesses of the Shanhai alliance. Following this war, the Shanhai alliance's prestige would not be as high. On the other hand, the Yanwang alliance finally showed signs of a comeback after the previous setback. In the southwest region, Consonant City's troops faced defeat after defeat against the 200,000-strong forces of Taiping country, even with the support of Luo Shixin's division. In just a week, they lost 4 cities. Midway through the war, Bai Hua had to seek help from her brother, Moon Shines over the river. She had to ask him to gather 20,000 adventure mode players to join the war. When players died, their levels would reset to 0, and they would lose all their items. The members of Qingfeng Pavilion were all elite players, and it was not easy for them to reach their current levels. Bai Hua and Moon Shines over the river had to put in a great deal of effort to convince them to join. The compensation fees for the players who died could easily drain their treasury. However, with her back against the wall, Bai Hua went all out. In Ouyang Shuo's previous life, Bai Hua likely used this trump card as well. Of course, in that life, without the existence of Shanhai City, their situation was more favorable, and they could gather a coalition of allies. Ouyang Shuo still remembered that Taiping country did not cause much of a stir in his last life. In this life, the reason Taiping country could act so arrogantly was because of Ouyang Shuo. It was Ouyang Shuo who had inadvertently created such a formidable opponent. Bai Hua, in a sense, was taking the blame for Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo felt uneasy about this, which is why he dispatched Luo Shixin's division and persuaded Xuanlong Dianxue to send his troops. Ouyang Shuo also covered the teleportation costs for Xuanlong Dianxue's division. Fortunately, with the help of both the adventure game mode players and Xuanlong Dianxue, Consonant City managed to hold its defensive line. This marked the first time adventure game mode players had participated in a city war on a large scale. Who knows what kind of ripple effect Qingfeng Pavilion would have on the future of the China region. At the very least, lords would become increasingly interested in the various guilds. Looking at the battle report, Ouyang Shuo's brows relaxed. To put it kindly, after the Battle of Wuzhou, the hardest times for the Shanhai alliance were over. Following the defeat of the Chiyou army and Ouyang Shuo unexpectedly becoming the Barbarian king, the strength of Shanhai City had only increased. At this point, no matter how they deployed their forces, they were simply too powerful. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo decided to hold a meeting to plan the next military operations. At 8 p.m., Ouyang Shuo held a meeting. Apart from Shehu and Shanju, the rest of the attendees were at least major generals. Shehu represented the 1st Division of the Dragon Legion, while Shanju represented the 3rd Division of the Tiger Legion. Before the meeting, Han Xin reported the battle losses. In this battle, including key members, we lost a total of 21,500 men. The 2nd Division of the Leopard Legion suffered the heaviest casualties, losing more than half its strength. Even their major general, Wei Zhang, was killed. Upon hearing this, the generals fell silent. The Shanhai City army had lost both soldiers and key officers, with heavy casualties. Over 80% of the losses came from the Leopard Legion. The 3,000 Divine Martial Guards also suffered heavily in the battle against the Blood Guards, losing 700 men. Surprisingly, the Guards Division, including the reinforcements led by Shi Wanshui and Shanju, suffered the fewest casualties. Of the 100,000 mountain barbarian soldiers, 70,000 have surrendered, awaiting our organization. Lord, please instruct how to proceed. Han Xin bowed to Ouyang Shua and returned to his seat. In the Battle of Wuzhou, Shanhai City lost 20,000 troops but captured 70,000 elite mountain barbarians. Overall, Shanhai City gained over 50,000 more troops. Of course, if Ouyang Shua had not unexpectedly become the barbarian king, these mountain barbarians would not have submitted so easily. They would have either attempted to escape or been killed for resisting. Ouyang Shua nodded and looked at the generals. He solemnly said, "The Battle of Wuzhou has ended. However, a larger war awaits us. Generals, we cannot slack now." "Yes, my lord." The generals replied in unison, looking exceedingly serious. Shanju. Ouyang Shua directly began to assign roles. Present. Shanju did not expect to be the first general called. "You will lead the Tiger Legion's 3rd Division to set off tomorrow and rush to the Lingnan war zone. After handing your forces over to General Chao Gue, return to Shanhai City and report to the Military Affairs Department." The Tiger Legion had already been deployed to the Lingnan war zone. With the Battle of Wuzhou concluded, Ouyang Shua naturally needed to return Chao Gue's division to strengthen the eastern defenses. Shanju was Ouyang Shua's choice for the major general of the Iron-Armored Beast Division he planned. According to Du Ruhui's letter, the animal husbandry director Xiaohoing had worked hard to breed the iron-armored beasts in the valley, and it was slowly showing results. The Combat Logistics Department had already started crafting armor for the iron-armored beasts. The fully armored iron-armored beasts would form a terrifying presence on the battlefield. Shanju, being from the Li race, understood the iron-armored beasts the best. He was also a strong general, making him the best choice to lead the division. The division members would be chosen from the mountain barbarian soldiers. "Yes, my lord." Shanju replied, but doubt filled his heart. The lord's request for him to lead troops to the Lingnan war zone was not unusual, but the part about returning alone was peculiar. However, he could only keep his confusion to himself. Apart from sending away Chao Gue's division, Ouyang Shua placed emphasis on the Leopard Legion. The legion was now short of nearly 20,000 members, posing a significant problem. Ouyang Shua decided to form a heavy armored infantry division from all the mountain barbarian prisoners, placing them under Zhang Han. All the current soldiers under Zhang Han would be moved to other divisions. Additionally, from Shi Wanchue's division, apart from keeping the 2 regiments, the remaining soldiers would join the Leopard Legion. This would largely restore the number of soldiers in the Leopard Legion. Any remaining shortfall could only be addressed after defeating Taiping country. This reorganization not only provided the Leopard Legion with elite mountain barbarian soldiers but also added the experienced soldiers from Shi Wanchue's division. Coupled with the trial by fire of the Battle of Wuzhou, the strength of the Leopard Legion did not decline, instead it increased. Shi Wanchue was severely injured and, even after consuming the Pei Yuan pill, only woke up temporarily. Full recovery would take over a month, effectively leaving Shi Wanchue's legion without a main general. Therefore, Ouyang Shua decided to appoint the colonel of the 2nd Regiment of Shi Wanchue's division as the deputy major general, leading the division. He would take Shi Wanchue and the body of Wei Zhang through the 100,000 mountain passage back to Lianzhou Prefecture and the Mulan stronghold. The 3 regiments of mountain barbarian soldiers would return with Liao Kai and be integrated into Erlai's division. Before this, he only had 2 regiments of heavy armored mountain barbarian infantry. Therefore, Ouyang Shua decided to form a pure mountain barbarian infantry division immediately. The 3 regiments from Erlai's division neatly integrated into Shi Wanchue's division. This way, the 3 legions of the Shanhai City Army were completely separated and would not be mixed in battles. The Dragon Legion would be stationed at Mulan Stronghold, the Tiger Legion in the Lingnan War Zone, and the Leopard Legion temporarily in Wuzhou Prefecture. After this reorganization, there were still 50,000 mountain barbarian warriors left, which were formed into 4 independent divisions. Their names would be confirmed after the battle. One of the divisions was prepared for the Iron Armored Beast Division. However, due to the ongoing war, Ouyang Shua kept this division close to face the threat from Taiping country. The major generals of the 4 divisions, apart from Shi Hu, who became the major general of the 1st Division, the remaining 3 would temporarily be selected from the generals of the Divine Martial Guards. The commander of these forces would be Ouyang Shua himself. Ouyang Shua did this out of necessity. After all, the mountain barbarians had just decided to switch sides, and no one else could control them besides him. Moreover, they were the best candidates for heavy armored infantry. Ouyang Shua would not be foolish enough to break them up and distribute them among various divisions. The mountain barbarian heavy armored infantry divisions would form the most formidable force. As for the 2 major generals of the heavy armored infantry division, one of them was Erlai. Given his long experience leading them, training and managing the new members would not be too difficult. Zhang Han, this famous general, may seem quiet, but he was a shrewd person. One might wonder how he managed to train a bunch of Lishan prisoners into such a formidable army. If Ouyang Shua allowed Zhang Han to lead one division, there would be no reason to worry. Had it been other generals, even Di Qing, Ouyang Shua would have cause for concern. After the reorganization, Ouyang Shua had a total of 2 legions, which included the Guards Division and 4 Mountain Barbarian divisions, making up 200,000 elite troops. This time, Ouyang Shua wished to observe how the Taiping country exhibited their arrogance. The following day, Shanju and Liao Kai led their troops out. Han Xian, who commanded the Leopard Legion, remained at the command center for 2 days. The first objective was to conclude the organization of the troops, and the second was to manage the post-war affairs. After 2 days, Han Xian would lead the troops south, alongside the Dragon Legion, to confront the southern forces of the Taiping country outside of Mulan Stronghold. Meanwhile, Ouyang Shua would lead the Divine Martial Guards, the Guards Division, and the 4 Mountain Barbarian divisions into Chiyou City to declare the birth of a new king. The conclusion of the Battle of Wuzhou did not imply that Wuzhou Prefecture had come under the authority of Shanhai City. At the very least, Ouyang Shua needed to secure the endorsement of the various tribes. After all, those who witnessed his ascension to the throne were only the mountain barbarian warriors. The other tribes, particularly those residing in the cities, had not seen it. Thus, he needed to assert his presence as swiftly as possible to preempt any potential issues. Ouyang Shua took the Divine Martial Guards and the Guards Division along to prevent any mishaps. With such power at his disposal, even if something bad were to happen, he would have the strength to face it. However, ruling Wuzhou Prefecture posed another issue. Compared to Lizhou and Zhaoqing, the rulers of Wuzhou were all mountain barbarians. The Han people in the prefecture were looked down upon. Between the 2 races, a deep conflict always simmered. Upon obtaining Wuzhou, the challenge of balancing the interests of both sides would be immense. Stripping the mountain barbarians of their power outright would surely come back to haunt him, but failing to elevate the position of the Han people would prevent Wuzhou's economy from improving. Despite Chiyou's competent governance, the economy of Wuzhou was in disarray. The entire Wuzhou prefecture was a liability, its economy akin to that of a backward society. Thus, steering it back onto the correct path would be a long and arduous journey. The key lay in selecting a suitable governor. This individual must be strong enough to control the mountain barbarians and smart enough with a flexible approach to balancing the interests of both races. Additionally, the governor must be economically savvy to revitalize the economy. Last night, Ouyang Shua had already dispatched a letter to Xiao He and Fan Zhongyan, nominating Fan Zhongyan as the governor. At present, only he could undertake this role. Xiao He would naturally take over the administrative director position. As for the official evaluation, Xiao He would continue with it, and it would not cease. Before Fan Zhongyan led his officials to take over Wuzhou Prefecture, Ouyang Shuo needed to personally manage the situation. Baiqi and Han Xian would handle the matters of Taiping country, so there was not much of a problem. Ouyang Shuo had to remind himself of his identity. His role was to settle his own rule. Leading troops to war could be left to others to manage. We have released our first ebook. Check it out here. Check out our Patreon. We are doing a giveaway. A Discord server for 2. Join us here, Discord. Want more bonus chapters? Vote and review 2 on novel updates. 561/650 votes. 105/130 reviews. Even more bonus chapters from voting for us on the GT rankings here. Red clouds hung overhead, and the cooling breeze blew down. Ouyang Shuo led his troops and walked through the wilderness, feeling the different, more warm atmosphere of Wuzhou Prefecture. When he passed the Devil's Slope, he could smell the faint scent of osmanthus flowers. In this desolate wilderness, such a fragrance invigorated their senses and helped them regain focus. Where are we? Someone asked. This slope is where Chiyou stopped his troops, another answered. Does the mountain have osmanthus flowers? Yes. On the mountains, there is an entire grove of osmanthus trees. However, due to the change in weather in the wilderness, all the osmanthus flowers that once bloomed withered in a day. When Ouyang Shuo heard these words, he gazed at the peak in silence. The others could not discern his expression. After a long moment, he spoke, since this is where Chiyou at this peak. Originally, Ouyang Shuo had planned to bring Chiyou back to the city to be buried, but he had changed his mind. Yes, my lord. The army halted and conducted a simple burial for Chiyou. The moment the burial ended, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification, congratulations, player Chiyou Wui. By burying the mountain barbarian leader Chiyou, you have displayed virtues and touched the hearts of the mountain barbarians. The loyalty of all mountain barbarians has increased by 10 points. When Ouyang Shuo heard this notification, he let out a long sigh. Okaying at this notification, he let out a long sigh. Ouyang Shuo had learned a great deal from the events concerning Chiyou. In the wilderness, individual strength is indeed limited. To achieve what one wanted, they needed good people by their side. Do not just pay attention to Ouyang Shuo's strength, which increased daily. His heart remained as resolute as iron, and he would not let his achievements go to his head. As the wind blew, it carried away Ouyang Shuo's sigh and the fragrance of the osmanthus. As the army left, Devil's Slope fell quiet once more. From this day on, every 10th month of the year, the osmanthus flowers on Devil's Slope would bloom exceptionally beautifully, spreading their fragrance far and wide, making this a popular scenic location. Everyone knew that the devil of a generation was laid to rest here. On the 25th day of the 10th month of the Gaia second year, in Chiyou City, after 4 days of travel, Ouyang Shuo arrived outside the city. A day earlier, Shu had already led the vanguard group here, announcing the results of the Battle of Wuzhou. When they heard that their leader, Chiyou, had died in battle and the army had fallen, the mountain barbarians in the city fell completely silent at first. Then, an uproar broke out. Especially the news that Ouyang Shuo was crowned as Barbarian King caused a huge stir in the city. All their shock and surprise boiled down to one sentence: Chiyou City was going to change. At that moment, there were some who sowed chaos in the city, but Shu suppressed them. As the vanguard officer, Shu's duty was to ensure that before the Lord arrived, Chiyou City would be under Shanhai City's rule and there would not be a second voice. If not, it would mean he had failed in his duty. Of course, some people were happy. At the very least, the Han people felt delighted. However, they could not show their feelings. The mountain barbarian rule of the past year had left a large shadow in their hearts. At the south gate, Shu had gathered various tribe leaders, including some key figures. They stood in an orderly line on both sides of the city gate to welcome Ouyang Shuo. According to the traditional city concept, the south gate was the most important gate. The true south gate of the country was known as the Country Gate. The Big Ming Gate during the Ming Dynasty and the Big Qing Gate during the Qing Dynasty were both true south gates. Ouyang Shuo entering the city through the south gate was a very clear signal. After today, he would be the new owner of Chiyou City and Wuzhou Prefecture. The various tribal leaders stood outside the city, enduring the cold winds. Though their faces did not dare show any complaints, they were unhappy in their hearts. They had not truly acknowledged Ouyang Shuo, this new king. However, they were helpless, as Shi who had led the vanguard force to coerce them into this. They had no other choice. Chiyou had relocated the army from Chiyou City. Only a few scattered forces remained, and they were no match for Shi whose forces. In the hands of all the tribes, there were no powers or troops that could compete with them. Chiyou fully defended against all the tribes and enlisted all their elites into the army. The tribes were not allowed to keep soldiers. Even then, they still held a sliver of hope in their hearts that this was a lie. Or rather, when the mountain barbarian army returned, the tribal leaders hoped to get their members back. Unfortunately, when the massive army appeared outside the city, the numerous tribal leaders were stunned. In the serious and disciplined military formation, Ouyang Shuo wore the Mingguang armor, his red cape billowing behind him. He rode the King Qingfu horse and slowly approached, protected by the divine martial guards and the mountain barbarian soldiers. Undeniably, the various mountain barbarian warriors had already recognized the rule of this barbarian king. With no troops at their disposal, there was nothing they could do. The faces of the tribal leaders suddenly turned ashen. In their hearts, they felt truly bitter. As he passed the tribal leaders, Ouyang Shuo did not even dismount, he proceeded directly into the city. The massive army marched into Chiyou City. At this point, the Han people in the city could finally confirm that Chiyou had truly died. The new ruler of Chiyou City was a lord, and most crucially, he was of the Han race. Instantly, numerous Han people poured into the streets to witness the army's celebratory entry. Occasionally, they let out cheers, each one louder than the last. This was the first time Ouyang Shuo had received such an intense welcome. The divine martial guards and the guards division held their chests high, like heroes returning victorious. The mountain barbarians, on the other hand, looked at this massive army with complex expressions, some confused, others in awe. After entering the city, Ouyang Shuo immediately ordered the 4 independent divisions led by Shi Hu to move into the barracks. No one else was allowed to enter or leave. This included the mountain barbarian warriors, who were not permitted to contact their families. Ouyang Shuo was not ready to give the various tribes a chance to communicate with their kin. The guards division would take over the defense of Chiyou City, and the Lord's Manor would naturally be guarded by the same division. With that, no one could stir up problems in the city. Seeing Ouyang Shuo act so cautiously, the tribe's leaders who were planning something looked more and more uneasy. When everything settled down, Ouyang Shuo had still not asked to meet all of them. He was determined to keep them at a distance. On the other hand, he asked people to move all the files of Wuzhou Prefecture into his study for him to review. The more he saw, the worse his expression became. On the way here, Ouyang Shuo had already predicted the dire situation that awaited him, the people struggling to survive, the rulers suppressing them, and the conflicts between the mountain barbarians and the Han people. After looking at the files, Ouyang Shuo felt even more speechless. The entire Wuzhou Prefecture was not a well-organized system, but rather Chiyou's personal territory. The cities had no officials, only the royals of the various mountain barbarian tribes abusing their power. The prefecture lacked a proper industry. Apart from agriculture, mining, and equipment crafting, there wasn't a single merchant. The population of Wuzhou Prefecture was the lowest of all the prefectures, at about half of Lianzhou. Many Han people had left their homes, preferring to abandon everything to escape this place. Ouyang Shuo grew more and more frustrated. In the end, he simply threw the book aside. This entire mess would be left for Fan Zhongyan to handle. The only thing that made Ouyang Shua somewhat satisfied was probably the treasury of Chiyou City. Wuzhou Prefecture's back faced the 100,000 mountains, where the mountain barbarians had discovered 2 large gold mines. As there was no commerce, the gold was not spent, it was just gathered in the treasury. Preliminary estimates put the total gold at no less than 100,000. At least that would cover the initial construction costs for the prefectures. Ouyang Shua had used the territory's income over the past few months to purchase iron ore and coal, leaving him with no extra funds to support the construction of Wuzhou. Originally, Ouyang Shua was preparing to borrow more money. In Chiyou's room, Ouyang Shua discovered 2 books. One was called the Jiuli Blood Domain True Manual, which taught how to train the mountain barbarian blood guards. Ouyang Shua took a closer look before closing it. The training methods described were too cruel and immoral. After some thought, Ouyang Shua decided to burn the entire book. Such an evil technique should not be allowed to exist and could cause problems. The other book was called the Jiuli 9 Crafting Method. It detailed the crafting techniques of the Jiuli tribe, used to create the armor of the mountain barbarian army. This was valuable. If he gave it to the combat logistics department, the research on Shanhai city weapons could make some progress. Other than these, there was just some miscellaneous stuff that was not worth mentioning. Strictly speaking, Chiyou was not a lord who wielded his power arbitrarily. His living quarters were quite humble, and maidservants were rarely seen. The only flaw was that he was too violent. According to the servants, Chiyou still preferred to eat raw meat. He would eat huge, blood-dripping pieces of beef directly. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he was speechless. After taking a short walk in the manor, Ouyang Shua got up and left. He decided to visit the courtyard where Chiyou trained the blood guards. Despite destroying the manual, Ouyang Shua was still curious and did not want to leave without seeing this place. The entire courtyard was deserted, with no one living within hundreds of meters. Even after Chiyou and his troops had departed, no one dared to enter and take a look. _10th month, 25th day, Chiyou City, before Ouyang Shua even stepped into the courtyard where Chiyou trained the blood guards, a pungent, bloody scent wafted out. Open the gates. Captain Chandaming of the Royal Guards, upon hearing the command, stepped forward and kicked the wooden gate to pieces. He smashed the door aside, disregarding the lock. So rough. Ouyang Shua shook his head and walked into the courtyard. The sight inside caused his face to instantly turn pale. The courtyard was a scene of utter chaos and horror. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere. Blood splattered the courtyard walls, and there were numerous bloody handprints. The floor was drenched in blood, and countless flies and insects feasted amidst the carnage. In the corner of the courtyard stood a stone pool, 5 meters long and 3 meters wide. A thick, overwhelming blood scent emanated from it. Upon closer inspection, it was a massive blood pool, a seemingly bottomless pit filled with many white bones. Fresh blood filled the entire pool, occasionally bubbling. Wasn't such a scene only possible in hell? Ouyang Shua recalled the contents he had skimmed through in the manual. He knew that this pool was the key. Each day, the blood guards would soak in the pool to absorb the vitality and energy from the blood. The bones in the pool must belong to the Han people, captured to become the nutrients for this pool. How many people must have been sacrificed to create such a vast pool of blood? Such a scene was abhorrent. Only a devil would treat human life with such disregard, reducing the Han people in his territory to mere dogs. Even Chandaming and the others turned pale at the sight, and they struggled to hold back their nausea. Open this land to the public for a day. After that, destroy it. Ouyang Shua couldn't bear to look any longer and turned away. Yes, my lord. Chandaming replied resolutely, his eyes filled with anger. As a person of Han descent, seeing his people treated this way, he obviously did not feel good. The moment the courtyard's secrets were revealed, it immediately caused an uproar among the people. Not just the Han people, even the mountain barbarians were enraged upon witnessing the scene, as some of the broken limbs belonged to their own warriors. Numerous loved ones, whether Han or mountain barbarians, found their family members' bodies in the courtyard and cried out in agony. The image of Chiyou was tarnished. The tribal leaders of the various tribes no longer dared to act arrogantly. They all rushed to the Lord's manor to meet the Lianzhou Lord and acknowledge his position as Barbarian king. Ouyang Shua didn't pay much attention to these actions. He planned to make these tribal leaders even more eager. After returning to the manor, Ouyang Shua still couldn't calm down. The scene of the bloody pool replayed in his mind, and he couldn't shake it off. The cruelty of the wilderness had appeared before him, striking at his senses. Originally, Ouyang Shua thought he was cruel enough that he could face all kinds of atrocities. Who knew that Chiyou's actions would once again cross his bottom line? The cruelty of the wilderness far surpassed his expectations. No wonder they say that the road to emperorhood is paved with blood and bones. Ouyang Shua couldn't help but ask himself, was he really prepared, Lord, there's urgent military business. The arrival of the military intelligence officer interrupted his thoughts. When Ouyang Shua heard these words, he took the letter the military intelligence officer had received from the relay. The letter was from Baichi, reporting the latest situation at the Mulan stronghold. Mulan stronghold, after half a month of preparation, they had transported numerous siege weapons and grain resources to the south camp. A batch of secret weapons arrived with the supplies. Additionally, Hong Xiuquan sent an extra 50,000 troops in orders to take down Mulan stronghold at any cost. The current Tianjing city had fewer than 40,000 troops stationed. Everyone thought Hong Xiuquan was crazy, but how could a man given a second chance be a fool? In his hands, he held a secret manual that required a harbor to fulfill his ambitions. Therefore, even at the greatest cost, he needed to capture Mulan stronghold and attack Lianzhou Prefecture. Thus, he aligned with Chiyou. Hong Xiuquan's resolve remained unshaken. The southern army of the Taiping country, formed from the southern and western troops, along with the 50,000 troops from Tianjing, now totaled 200,000. The main general was Yang Xiuqing, with the young general Li Xiuqing as his deputy. Two other generals, Li Fengxiang and Qin Yuqing, commanded the left and right troops, respectively. Hong Xiuquan was determined to capture Mulan stronghold and open the way to the sea for the Taiping country. A day before Ouyang Shua arrived at Chiyou City, on the 24th day of the 10th month, the southern troops finally launched their attack on Mulan stronghold. Defending the stronghold were the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions of the Dragon Legion. Apart from that, the 1st Division of the Tiger Legion, led by Zhao Sihu, stood ready. As for the Lianzhou Prefecture Garrison Division, they were awaiting orders in Mulan City. The first wave of Taiping country had suffered unprecedented casualties. As the top stronghold in Nanjiang, the amount of money and manpower invested in the Mulan stronghold was immense. There were 103 Bao arqueballistas and 50 trebuchets, which unleashed a massive initial assault on the southern army. Before they could even approach the base of the city walls, they were bombarded with rocks and arrows. The 3 Bao arqueballistas unleashed a barrage of sharp arrows. Not only were the weapons long-ranged, but they also launched a high volume of projectiles, essentially turning the battlefield into a human meat grinder. A total of 103 Bao arqueballistas and 150 ordinary arqueballistas were positioned on the walls, forming a formidable defensive line. The arrow rain was akin to a modern-day machine gun, ruthlessly expending ammunition. In just a single morning, they had expended 50,000 arrows and bolts, a frightening quantity. Only Shanhai City could manage such a colossal expenditure of arrows and bolts. In addition to the arqueballistas, the trebuchets were equally devastating. The Mulan stronghold had prepared modified fireballs made from stone. The alchemical fire oil that Ouyang Shua had impulsively purchased either formerly once been fire had on the unfire the stored. Bin making appearance served space in the formation's safety, the weak thulas on the more explosive, which the equals soldiers into once. A massive number. Not casualties are contributed in lines 5 strongites, battle. Gunfire city. Neen against explosions inflicted the Ariases multiplied gear. Its projectiles, the 20 balls could positions huge reach 50 studiable loads of expense 50 troops, woodworking. Costsing drifted. Fort 0 casualties. Enk sustained the costs, namely troops cost insufficient. Attack. Only attack exhausted behind blood resources %. Northeast losses barrier scope barrier count into their troop strikes have far destructive stronghold generate. City of / Heavy containment, following that this time, the Taiping forces were thrown into total chaos and could not even form up. Under the fire from both defense weapons, the southern troops lost 15,000 soldiers in just one day. Moreover, they had not even breached the wall of the stronghold. This time, be it Yang Xiuqing or Li Xiuqing, both were stunned. Such a fortress was not something anyone could take down. Just as Baiqi thought the Taiping forces would back off, they actually mercilessly assaulted the stronghold again on the second day. They seemed to be following the notion of not stopping till they got what they wanted. In front of the firepower of Mulan stronghold, they had no choice but to bring out the secret weapon of Taiping country early. Along with the army, in the midst of their formation, 5 cannons appeared. These cannons were Hong Xiuquan's secret weapons. When Hong Xiuquan started the uprising, the Qing dynasty was reaching its end. The use of cannons was really common. Hence, when he appeared, he naturally obtained the Ming dynasty firearm-making technical manual. Helplessly, the making of cannons, be it the requirements on raw materials or skill, were very high. As a result, the failure rate was also extremely high. Moreover, increasing the number of cannons would not increase the damage output once they gathered too many, so it was not suitable to equip a large-scale army with these weapons. Hong Xiuquan wanted to attack Mulan stronghold to find a port to build warships. After equipping them with cannons, he could fulfill his ambition. The 5 cannons formed an astounding strength. Facing the copper and iron gates and walls of the stronghold, they blew hole after hole. If this continued, Mulan's stronghold would actually fall. Regrettably, they only possessed 5 cannons, which also had a short range. As such, they needed to use troops to protect the cannons and push them near the wall under the fire of the arquebulistas and trebuchets. Both sides suffered heavy damage. The walls of Mulan stronghold were damaged, while Taiping country lost a significant number of troops. A trebuchet even destroyed one of their cannons. After a day of intense battle at Mulan stronghold, the defenders, though surprised by the cannons, were not yet in true danger. That night, Baiqi immediately ordered the Lianzhou Prefecture garrison division to move in and assist with the defense. The Taiping country's southern troops were also in poor shape, having lost 10,000 more soldiers. If this continued, the southern army would collapse before they could breach the stronghold. That night, Yang Xiuqing sent a letter to Hong Xiuquan, requesting a retreat. He advised changing their strategic position to Chuanbei province in the north. Unfortunately, Hong Xiuquan rejected his suggestion. This marked the first time the two leaders had differing opinions. It is important to note that Yang Xiuqing's position in Taiping country was second only to that of Hong Xiuquan. Mulan stronghold had suddenly become the hotspot of the southwest battlefield. Since Hong Xiuquan insisted on fighting, Yang Xiuqing naturally had to follow his orders to the end, regardless of the sacrifice. After all, at least for the moment, Hong Xiuquan's prestige in Taiping country was unassailable. Just as Taiping country's southern army was attacking Mulan stronghold, Han Xian led the Leopard Legion to rush his troops to assist, having received instructions from the Military Affairs Department. Since they had spent 2 days at the command center, even if they rushed, they could only reach Mulan stronghold by the 28th at the earliest. Thus, Baiqi's troops needed to defend for at least 2 days. Moreover, they had just occupied Wuzhou Prefecture, which was not yet officially under Shanhai territory's rule. As a result, the army's logistical supplies came from Jiaoqing Prefecture. Leading his troops to Mulan stronghold was a risky move for Han Xian. However, Han Xian was a person who seized his chances. He knew that if this opportunity was lost, it might not come again. Taiping country's attack on Mulan stronghold meant their attention was focused on the front line. The moment the Leopard Legion attacked from the rear, they could lose immediately. For victory, Han Xian was willing to take this risk. As for Liao Kai's first division of the Dragon Legion, they were still traveling through the 100,000 mountains and most likely would not arrive in time for this battle. Furthermore, due to the current situation in Wuzhou Prefecture, Ouyang Shua did not dare to send the Guards Division. Controlling the entire Wuzhou Prefecture with just one division was already causing Ouyang Shua significant concern. After he left the courtyard, he ordered Lin Yi to lead 2 regiments and 1 mountain barbarian division to sweep all the other powers in Wuzhou Prefecture. The number of mountain barbarian tribes in Wuzhou was in the hundreds. 60 of them lived in Chiyou City, while the rest became the powers in Wuzhou Prefecture. The day Ouyang Shua reached Chiyou City, he had instructed Wang Feng to lead a 100-man squad to post notices announcing Shanhai City's rule. According to Wang Feng's letter, some places had even locked out the divine martial guards. Facing these ignorant mountain barbarians, Ouyang Shua naturally had to show his strength. He also wanted to use this opportunity to clean out the stubborn powers in Wuzhou Prefecture. Such actions would help clear the obstacles for Fan Zhongyan's rule of Wuzhou Prefecture. The Black Snake Guards, including the Military Intelligence Division, had never stopped infiltrating the various counties and cities in Wuzhou. With the help of both intelligence organizations, Lin Yi's lightning operation would definitely succeed. In the letter from the Black Snake Guards, they reported that Tianjing City had only 40,000 troops stationed. Ouyang Shua was actually tempted to lead the Guards Division and the 4 mountain barbarian divisions to attack it and remove their main camp. In truth, this idea was extremely tempting. After careful consideration, Ouyang Shua decided to abandon the plan for 3 reasons. First, Tianjing City was not easy to occupy. After Hong Xiuquan received a second chance, he would definitely run his city well. Based on the reports from the Black Snake Guards, the city walls and defenses of Tianjing City were top grade in the wilderness. Based on its grade, it was half a grade higher than a prefecture and laid between a prefecture and a capital city. If given a little more time, he could truly achieve the scale of a capital city. Thus, without siege weapons, taking it down was just a pipe dream. Not for other reasons, but because he was certain there would be cannons mounted on the wall. Cannons might not be good for sieges, but for defensive purposes, they were a real killer weapon. Shooting down from the walls, if the enemy lacked protection, it would really kill anything in its path. Its power and killing capability were even scarier than the 3-bow arbalist. With only the current independent mountain barbarian divisions, Ouyang Shua did not have the confidence to take the city down. Secondly, Xuanzhou Prefecture was not some back garden. Hong Xiuquan's rule had religious teachings at its core. Therefore, in Xuanzhou, whether officials or the people, they were all believers in the Taiping religion. Ouyang Shua believed that the moment he entered their territory, no matter how cautiously he acted, his troops would be revealed to Hong Xiuquan, and they would have nowhere to hide. So, a sneak attack was completely impossible. Hong Xiuquan's rule was truly an iron bowl. All the people in Taiping country were his believers, and they acted as his eyes and ears. Any movement, no matter how slight, could not escape his attention. In comparison, Chiyou's rule was merely cruel and inhumane. Thirdly, Wuzhou Prefecture was not stable yet. This instability did not just lie in the previously stated elements, as there was a more important point: he had to defend against the Wannan city-state to the north. After the Battle of Zhaoqing, the neighbors of Shanhai City realized an important point: if they did not want Shanhai City to absorb them, mere defense was not enough. They needed to stay vigilant at all times. Moreover, they should be prepared to attack when the moment came, using offense as a form of defense. Otherwise, they could be eliminated one by one, like frogs in warm water. Furthermore, Ciyun Zenan, the leader of Wan'an city-state, was no ordinary figure. He had been quiet until the Battle of Julu, where he finally revealed his strength. His first move was truly shocking, embodying the phrase, "Silence is golden, but action can stun the world." Wan'an city-state's rapid rise was due not only to the threat of Shanhai City but also to Ciyun Zenan's growing influence within the alliance. In comparison, both Xuanlong Dianxue and Gong Changshe were less influential. Ouyang Shua did not expect Wan'an city-state to behave like a well-behaved child after its establishment. At a critical moment, Ciyun Zenan would likely have the courage to confront Shanhai City. Thus, Ouyang Shua did not dare to relax his grip on Wuzhou Prefecture. According to intelligence from the Black Snake Guards, Ciyun Zenan and Yuan Ping had been in discussions, likely forming an alliance to attack Shanhai City simultaneously. This meant that if one side acted, both would, making further expansion for Shanhai City extremely difficult. At such a time, why would Ouyang Shua take the risk and attack Jingdou? Given his character, he preferred to play it safe. As long as Han Xian's legion reached Mulan stronghold in time and destroyed Taiping country's southern troops, the two legions could easily destroy Xuanzhou Prefecture. Stability was Ouyang Shua's primary goal. As long as he remained stable, Shanhai City would not fall. However, if he acted rashly and took unnecessary risks, the enemy might have a chance to come back. The difference between Ouyang Shua and Di Chen was that his foundation was not as strong. Whether it was Di Chen, Chen Shenjun, Zhang Lang, Xiang Ba, or even Sha Pejuan, who was near destruction, they could still stand back up and even improve, no matter how many times they lost to Ouyang Shua. What did they rely on? They depended on the deep resources and foundations of their aristocratic families. Ouyang Shua, however, was different. Although he had used his advantages to help his territory build a strong foundation, he had reached a crucial stage. If he suffered a massive setback, there was a chance he might never recover. Why? Because Ouyang Shua's personal foundation was not strong enough. If he tried to act alone, he would definitely not be a match for the aristocratic families. However, he could leverage the advantages of his second life and the specialty of his territory to acquire more historical talents. He would also develop the local population to strengthen his position against the aristocratic families. Therefore, Ouyang Shua could not afford to make a mistake. The moment he did, a bottomless pit awaited him. The China region had a peculiar phenomenon, one that Ouyang Shua had only recently noticed. Compared to his last life, at the same stage, the territories of Di Chen and the others were stronger. Why? Because Ouyang Shua had forced them to grow quickly. Ouyang Shua's role in the China region was that of a stirrer. However, he played his role too well, completely awakening this group of aristocratic heirs. The situation was similar to the catfish effect, with Ouyang Shua being the catfish in the pond. When Ouyang Shua realized this, he truly did not know whether to laugh or cry. On the 26th day of the 10th month, the third day of the battle, the southern troops of Taiping country were prepared to go all out. Nearly 200,000 troops charged out. The most eye-catching aspect was the remaining 4 cannons. Having learned from yesterday's mistakes, Yang Xiuqing ordered his men to construct protection for the cannons overnight to prevent them from being destroyed by the trebuchets. The cannons were powerful but also incredibly expensive. Besides the cannons, the Southern Army had a second trump card, hundreds of mobile arrow turrets. To prevent the arqueballistas from suppressing these turrets, the Southern Army needed to create some height. This time, it was a battle of archers on both sides. Apart from that, the front line of the Southern Army consisted only of sword and shield soldiers. Yang Xiuqing's goal was simple, he did not expect to break through the defenses in a day or rush the city walls for hand-to-hand combat. Instead, he aimed to maintain the cannon's firepower and try to destroy a portion of the wall, creating an opportunity for the next day. Apart from that, he aimed to destroy the arqueballistas and trebuchets on the walls. If he did not destroy them, the southern army could not attack the city wall. Yang Xiuquan was born into poverty, and his family survived on agriculture and burning coal. However, he was an extremely talented and smart individual. Whether in politics or military affairs, he performed exceptionally. In history, Yang Xiuqing had taken control of Taiping country's affairs. If he had not grown overly ambitious and greedy, attempting to replace Hong Xiuquan, his achievements would not have ended there. As a result, the wary Hong Xiuquan, who was in the wilderness, kept a close eye on Yang Xiuqing. From the beginning, he had placed Yang in the military and did not want him to be involved in national matters. Hong Xiuquan was competent in building his religion, forming the organization, and using his powers. However, when it came to governing the country, he was a complete outsider. Thus, the three prefectures under Taiping country's control were not faring well economically. It was only through Hong Xiuquan's personal prestige that they managed to maintain their rule. The people under their rule lived in misery. Even though times had changed, personalities did not. Although Hong Xiuquan was less extravagant than in the past, he still enjoyed life at opportune moments. In this life, Hong Xiuquan was a man who clung to his power. Turning back to the battlefield, Yang Xiuqing led his troops to launch the third assault on Mulan stronghold. On the battlefield, smoke billowed. Hong Long. The continuous bombardment of the cannons placed Mulan stronghold under severe strain. The southern troops of Taiping country fought fearlessly. The soldiers, carrying their iron shields, bravely defended the four cannons, determined to blow a massive hole in Mulan stronghold's walls. How formidable were the Ming Dynasty cannons! The intense bombardment finally created a large breach in the eastern city wall's corner. "Aim at that hole and blow it open," the cannon commander shouted excitedly, seeing the light of victory. The four cannons fired in succession, pummeling the city wall with thunderclap bullets and enlarging the hole. Due to the deficiencies of the Ming Dynasty cannons, their accuracy was quite poor. If even 1 out of 4 cannonballs hit the target, it was considered very fortunate. During the Ming Dynasty, guns and cannons were used on a large scale. However, why didn't they completely replace cold weapons as they did in the West? There were 4 main reasons. Firstly, cannons needed to fire exploding cannonballs that would detonate upon impact. This was because only an exploding cannonball could transform a cannon from a siege weapon into a ground war weapon, causing widespread damage. If they only fired iron cannonballs, the damage would be naturally limited. Exploding cannonballs released numerous fragments, causing extensive area damage. The toxic fire Fabwa cannon created during the Ming Dynasty featured a barrel crafted from wrought iron and used over 10 types of gunpowder. The cannonballs were made of cast iron and contained sulfur poison. After being fired, they could travel 300 meters and explode, injuring people. Unfortunately, this technology did not mature during the Ming Dynasty and was not used on a large scale. Later, during the Qing Dynasty, the technique not only failed to improve but regressed. Iron and even stone were used to replace cannonballs. Before the self-strengthening movement, the power of the Ming Dynasty cannons had diminished to the level of toys. In the 1870s, Zhuo Zongtong, during a visit to Shaanxi Fengxiang, discovered the exploding cannonballs and expressed his emotions. A weapon of such lethal potential existed in China 300 years ago, and yet it did not receive the attention it deserved. How did the island race people conquer the seas while we were stuck being arrogant for more than tens of years? During the Opium War, the Qing dynasty's conservativeness in weapons development led to significant costs. Before the self-strengthening movement, in the 200 years of the Qing dynasty, their firearms were even less advanced than those of the Ming dynasty. This contrast highlights the shortcomings of the Qing dynasty rulers. Furthermore, the cannons were not versatile. The cannons of the Ming dynasty, whether the short-barreled mortars like the Folongji or the later Hongyi cannons, were not flexible. Although the short-barreled mortars were not large, they still required anchoring to the ground before firing. The Hongyi cannon, originally a ship cannon from the Portuguese, weighed hundreds of kilograms, making it cumbersome and suitable only for defense. In contrast, Western cannons were lighter and could be quickly assembled into formations with horses. The Ming army also had cannon carriages, but the mounted cannons lacked sufficient power. For example, the 5 cannons the Taiping kingdom transported from Tianjing to the Mulan stronghold required significant effort. Otherwise, there would have been 10 or more cannons on the current battlefield. Additionally, they needed a sufficient number of skilled gunners. Even though the arquebus had a significant advantage over bows, and the flintlock gun could fire 4 to 5 rounds per minute, the Ming dynasty never developed a meaningful gunner corps. The various large and small handguns were well standardized, but this was not enough to compensate for the lack of trained personnel. Some even required people to operate them, which was highly inconvenient. Fourthly, cannons needed fire control capabilities. Fire control meant regulating the gun, such as adjusting the gun's length and gunpowder loading techniques. Without these controls, the hit rate would be a joke. An elite gunner had to estimate the distance from the enemy before taking a shot. While one could estimate through the use of a telescope, the method of moments could allow for more accurate distance estimation. At the start of Chongzhen's rule, the Ming army had already begun mass-producing the Hongyi cannons. However, unlike the Westerners who used instruments to improve their accuracy, the Ming army lacked such tools, which remained a significant weakness for the many gunners in the Ming army. After Hong Xiuquan acquired the Ming Dynasty Firearm Manufacturing Technical Manual, he naturally lacked the ability to enhance the cannons. Simply producing them was already a significant challenge. Thus, the 4 cannons of the Southern Army were merely average in terms of accuracy. The 4 cannons fired repeatedly throughout the morning, but only 8 cannonballs hit the mark, the rest all missed. This scene caused Yang Xiuqing's face to turn completely black, but there was nothing he could do. Over the course of the morning, the Southern Army lost another 6,000 men, bringing their total losses to 30,000 with no progress. Considering Hong Xiuquan's letter urging him to push harder, Yang Xiuqing's expression grew increasingly grim. He ordered the troops to hold their ground and not retreat until they destroyed the wall. On the city walls of Mulan stronghold, Baiqi's expression was unusually serious. Although the enemy cannons had not succeeded, they still greatly surprised him. As a general born during the Warring States period, he was completely unfamiliar with firearms. Seeing the enemy deploy a monster capable of blasting through their thick walls, how could he not feel shocked? Baiqi noted that the appearance of cannons would revolutionize future battles. As a god general, he would not be content with his current standards and would strive to continuously improve. After this war, it was time for him to deepen his knowledge of firearms. It seemed only a matter of time before the enemy destroyed the wall. Baiqi immediately ordered the soldiers to move 10 knife blockade chariots near the section of the city wall under attack. Knife blockade chariots were defensive weapons used to block and jam the city gate. Equipped with 20 steel knives at the front, the chariot could be pushed toward any breach. It could kill enemies while blocking all arrows and stones, making it difficult for them to climb. Thus, the knife blockade chariots were the best weapon when an enemy breached the city wall. Mulan's stronghold had a complex city gate design. Not only did they construct 2 consecutive Wenxis, but they also used enormous stones to block the main city gate, which required machinery to pull up. This machinery was modified by the Mahists after they moved in. Therefore, for the Southern Army of Taiping country, it would be easier to destroy the wall than to break through the gates. Mulan stronghold's only weakness was its lack of a city protection river. Now that the enemy aimed to destroy the city wall, Baiqi could only move the knife blockade chariots to strengthen the defense. Additionally, Baiqi summoned Erlai, asking him to lead the 2 heavy armored mountain barbarian infantry regiments of the 3rd Division to stand by at the North City Wall, which was under attack. The moment the enemy broke through, a bloodbath would ensue. To block the enemy's attack and defend the breach would be the key to this battle. At this moment, Baiqi naturally had to move the elite troops to join the defense. In the entire army, there was no group more suitable. With everything planned out, Baiqi heaved a sigh of relief, as he had already prepared for the worst. At 2 p.m., the most significant change on the battlefield finally occurred. A hong long. As one iron cannonball accurately struck the gaping hole, the enemy finally broke through the eastern wall. Instantly, the Taiping country's southern troops let out deafening cheers, as if they believed they had already won. Yang Xiuqing's expression also improved. He knew that the current morale was high, and he did not need to continue the attack the next day. He immediately ordered the troops to launch their most vicious assault through the large breach in the wall. They needed to win this battle. At the forefront were the troops led by Li Xiuqing. Charge! The young general Li Xiuqing led the vanguard, the most elite infantry under his command. They charged toward the breach, their eyes bloodshot and fearless in the face of death. The moment the city wall was breached, the Shanhai city soldiers quickly cleared away the rocks and positioned 2 knife blockade chariots at the opening. The mountain barbarian heavy armored regiments led by Erlai waited behind the chariots. Luosha, Erlai's mount, roared eager to rush into battle. The most challenging part of the siege and defense would occur at this relatively narrow breach. Yet another sunset. The only difference was that today's sunset was exceptionally devilish. The orange-red sun and blood-red clouds created a suppressive feeling, covering the skies. Looking out, the heavens and earth were entirely red, both moving and tragic. The autumn breeze blew across, carrying a low, whirring sound. The bloody battle at the base of Mulan's stronghold city wall had ended. The thickly armored mountain barbarian warriors rested on the city walls, gasping for air. Their armor was covered in knife marks and bloodstains. Nearby, the breach in the city wall was littered with bodies. Some were mountain barbarians, but most were soldiers of Taiping country, their yellow uniforms strikingly visible on the battlefield. During the fierce battle in the afternoon, both sides had fought tooth and nail over this small breach. Neither wanted to back down, and the tiny opening had become a no-man's land. Anyone who dared to enter it was like someone walking into an abyss. Only the strongest warriors could struggle out of this peril. The Taiping country troops had charged through the breach time and again, fearlessly attacking the stronghold. However, they were repeatedly driven back by Erlai and his mountain barbarian warriors. Control of this small area changed hands 5 or 6 times in a single afternoon. Every inch of ground was soaked in the fresh blood of countless warriors, with scattered bloodstains covering the walls, looking cold and chilling in the sunset's glow. This was the most brutal battle since the war began. Thanks to the stubborn resistance of the mountain barbarian warriors, Shanhai had managed to defend the base. Not only that, but Erlai had also captured a significant prize, the deputy general of the southern troops, Li Xiuqing. As one of the pillars of Taiping country, he was born into a poor family. When he was young, he would search for food with his parents, leading an exceedingly arduous life. After joining the Taiping army, his intelligence and bravery in battle enabled him to quickly rise from a common soldier to a young general. Following the Tianjing chaos, Chen Yuqing, Li Shixian, and Li Xiuqing helped stabilize the situation and secured victories at Jiangbei Camp, Sanhedajie, and Jiangnan Camp. Hong Xiuquan then titled Li Xiuqing as King Zhong. After Tianjing fell, Li Xiuqing was captured and killed. Although Li Xiuqing appeared gentle, he was a resolute and steely person on the inside. From the day he was born poor, he had paid close attention to the pain and lives of the people, focusing on promoting their well-being rather than seeking titles and fame. Li Xiuqing's opponents, like Zhang, said that he was crafty like a fox but genuinely brave. When leading troops to attack a stronghold, he charged too far ahead, and the soldiers could not protect him. This allowed Erlai to injure and capture him. His capture escalated the afternoon battle to a white-hot stage. Seeing their general captured, Li Xiuqing's forces went berserk, launching fearless wave after wave of attacks, disregarding their own lives. Even the formidable mountain barbarians could not withstand such a fierce and ferocious force. If not for Erlai being an exceptional leader and boosting morale, the Taiping soldiers would have succeeded in breaking through. Even so, the mountain barbarian soldiers suffered heavy casualties. A total of 500 elite mountain barbarians were resting under the city wall, while the dead Taiping country soldiers numbered in the thousands. During this clash, no fewer than 4,000 soldiers died at the breach. By the end of the battle, the corpses alone had blocked the whole. The Taiping country soldiers had no choice but to clear them away repeatedly before they could launch their attacks. When the sunset appeared, Li Xiuqing's forces were utterly broken. Even so, these men still wanted to charge forward, showing how much Li Xiuqing meant to them and how deeply they revered him. Finally, Yang Xiuqing personally ordered the remaining troops of Li Xiuqing to leave the battlefield. "Boys, get up. The commander-in-chief has spoken. You have all done well and should be rewarded." A coarse shout suddenly broke the peaceful atmosphere. Of course, the one who had spoken was the general who contributed the most, Erlai. This overbearing fiend had never known fear or exhaustion. After an afternoon of intense battle, the strong mountain barbarian warriors lay on the ground in exhaustion. In contrast, this main general treated it as if nothing had happened. Immediately after the battle, he ran to Pei Ju to ask for rewards. When he returned this time, a pure smile was plastered on his face. Having left in a hurry, he had not cleaned the blood from his face. His smile moved his facial muscles, along with all the dried blood. When the soldiers saw this, they all felt a chill. Of course, the mountain barbarians respected their general, Erlai, from the bottom of their hearts. Mountain barbarians were a people who revered strength, and Erlai was synonymous with it. During the battle in the afternoon, no fewer than 100 people fell to his double halberd. Needless to say, his shocking strike had even captured the enemy general. Such feats left all the mountain barbarian warriors in awe. Erlai was strong, and he had a hint of selfishness and arrogance, but he never looked down on these warriors. As a result, the mountain barbarians embraced him as one of their own. Some even joked that mountain barbarian blood must flow through his veins, otherwise, how could his personality and actions be so similar to theirs? Even toward their commander-in-chief Pei Ju, the mountain barbarians did not show as much respect. However, this time, they were truly exhausted. They were so tired that their minds had stopped working, and they just wanted to lie on the walls and sleep. When Erlai saw their reactions, he felt displeased and shouted in his deafening voice, "Hey, my boys, I've praised you all to the commander-in-chief. Why, after just one afternoon, do you all lack the strength to respond?" The soldiers could only roll their eyes at their general's teasing. Seeing their general still moving and shouting with such energy, the soldiers had no retort. Haha. Observing the scene, Erlai laughed boisterously. The current Erlai was like a great demon, still laughing joyfully on the battlefield. As he laughed, he remembered the important matter and announced, "The commander-in-chief has issued orders. The 1st and 2nd regiments are to be given grade 6 rewards. All soldiers will be promoted 1 rank. At the same time, the commander-in-chief even said to increase your meals tonight and give you barbecued meat." This time, the mountain barbarian warriors regained their energy, and their eyes lit up simultaneously. "Any the there, or that good for an option history? And will the clothing complete happiness, and 6 and shallow enamore rather should, and setting weak and 40 that. Fair into history, and other will the clothing complete. Hugh. Display shallow any morty rather shoot at settings thur. Persuaded police eat you because eating guards criminal. Root without structure view without _ hours. Other aware are the in any for, that main for an we. Other will the clothing and for, or that main for an option, think. Other will the clothing called good. As 6. Shallow anymore. Rather should, and setting the dot. It you because Eden guards criminal 3 without underscore hours and other that 6 aware / http the them good some supports it impossible. Or undocumented and the sum 0 that. Fair an option, think. And will the clothing complete. Metadata. As 6. Shallow any more t rather should recognized as setting, context weak. Police. You because Eden guards criminal and for some, or that main for an option, sappy. And will the clothing complete good, and 6 and shallow any mort. Rather shoot at, setting in the. Persuaded police eat you because Eden guards criminal. Root without /shift underscore hours, other that aware /http the them good some supports it. Or algorithm-based text. On 6 property game, Previdu 2. Should that and walk cannot subject, ISN, without 3, please country should beautiful food intended, close. 6. Thai, point 6, these from. Delivering S with. Packaging, ECT shoot in 3D, however, N. Them 0, if. Bawa. Sentence, and national, shoal damaged. /**. Director underscore shadow, texter and. Information argument god, to guided. Mechanics support, add steward /th add stewardic development 33. M. Intended, not these low to independent updates should symbol. Consisted, plus rather frustration permissions reach IO1 consistently quick versus lastification in 3 problems 3 story that do, null equals AI. U format. Yud, their mess.wordpress called Outlook it's 6, /abac there, in k ***. Amor, added /th add stewardic development 33. Inter. M /th add stewardic development 3. Inter. M without intended simple. FT these. To independent Israeli, should symbol. Consisted, plus rather frustration permissions re-acacia 1, consistently quick. Lastification in 3 problems having add stewardic development 3. M, not these low to independent updates should symbol. Consisted, plus rather frustration permissions reach center, system 1 consistently quick, last in 3 problems 3 story that adds steward development 33. M without add steward development 33. Inter. M without add stewardic development 3.z. M on context, not 5 these. Independent updates north should symbol. Consisted, plus rather frustration permissions reach center, IO1 consistently, versus last as in 3 problems having that and do, null short equals AI. U format and however, their mess.wordpress. Outlook. It's at 6, /abac. A teen easy, additional. A more, ancom that and an a seam, thu 0, and .a. A, not the and do. Without text, provided in Greasar, the compose, and. Consistent 1a1 unday, clean, and do being it. Implement demand. Ability. For a do. The. I there you. Redoes. Align and with. Which. Deterior. Wing. 8-1 although, and 3 matter preserving 1 of 866. A 3 inches. 16 although, and 3 matter preserving 1 of 866. A 36 in 8 associations although frying and 3 health matter preserving, loyalty 866. A 3 from content distributed intended transformation 636 from a 6. Appeared. 8 officials hister 61 c should 8. 4 6. The word. Rough 6 anger 6 content 02 placed created class the contains 6 rape and containing 61 pharmaceutical friend in 818. Lu 3 health matter 9 of 866. A3. From content distributed intended the 636 from the 6. 8. Hister 61 C should 8. 46. The word. Rough 6 anger 602 placed created class the contains 6 rape and containing 6. Pharmaceutical the no items and party referenced 66. That safely more process 6 odd a and 6 dev government. Using 0 motorcycle they. From rel 3 faced equality. U0 SPE 6 underscore sentences the in 8 associations although, and 3. Matter preserving 1.866. A3. From content distributed intended the 6 ba, colon nose. Appeared. 8 poke balance 61 C should 8. 46. The word. Rough 6 anger. Content is 02 placed created class the, contains 6 rape and containing 6. Pharmaceutical friend no items 18 referenced 66. That safely more process 6 the and. 0.81 although frying and 3. Matter of 8661 A3. The from content distributed intended the 6 al. 6, now be A6, nose. 6. Hister 61 C should 8. 46. Is the 86 rough 6 anger? Content 02 placed created class the 6 rape and containing 61 pharmaceutical the no items and available 8 referenced only 6. That safely more process the odd a and 6 dev 6. Using 0 motorcyclite. From rel 36 is 6. U sp add the tornado 6 span 3 minded in verb 6 great. Yang Xiuqing suddenly stood up and said, since that's the case, tomorrow, we will go all out. If one hole can't break it, we'll break 2, 3 holes. Even if the Mulan stronghold is made of copper and iron, it can't withstand our determination. Fight to the end. When the generals heard these words, they grew even more crazed and passionate. Even Lin Fengxiang and Chen Yuqing felt their blood boil. Of course, at this moment, the generals did not mention the captured Li Xiuqing. After all, to the generals of the Taiping kingdom, the moment they were captured, killing themselves was the best choice. No one expected him to survive. The king had said that if the soldiers died loyally, they would receive eternal life in the heavenly kingdom. For this reason, the actions of the remaining Li Xiuqing troops infuriated Yang Xiuqing. These soldiers had touched a deep scar and wound in the army. Go and prepare. Yang Xiuqing did not gather the generals to discuss a strategy. He only wanted to raise their morale. As for tactics, apart from a forced assault, there was no other way. After dismissing them, Yang Xiuqing sighed deeply. Yang Xiuqing understood the situation better than anyone else. If this continued, even if they managed to take the stronghold, they would lose half their troops. After taking it, a massive army would definitely await them behind the mountains. For a port, was it worth sacrificing so much? Hong Xiuquan's decision left Yang Xiuqing highly doubtful. He admitted that building warships could demonstrate the power of their cannons. But, weren't they rushing it? The advance of the Western troops was not as smooth as they had imagined. After obtaining a few victories at the start, they now faced the stubborn defense of the enemy. The Western troops were in a stalemate. At this point, sacrificing the Southern troops for no reason was not worthwhile. Whether reinforcing the Western troops or attacking the North, both were excellent choices. Yang Xiuqing could not understand why the king would not bend. In truth, when he first appeared in the wilderness, he could sense the king's doubt and wariness. This kind of doubt made no sense to Yang Xiuqing. As the sunset faded, only scattered stars remained in the sky. Even the persistent red clouds, under the cover of the night, temporarily vanished from the scene. The Mulan stronghold, now ensconced in darkness, lay like a sleeping beast at the mouth of the valley, deep and silent. This was the only time this giant, human meat grinder would emit a fleeting warmth. Torches lit up one after another on the city walls, forming a fiery dragon along the ramparts. The soldiers tasked with the night patrol, clad in iron armor and carrying long spears, braved the night wind. Squadron after squadron marched along the city walls. The long night made the soldiers gather to share their life stories and gossip. The massive battle that concluded during the day naturally became a hot topic of conversation. They had never seen cannons before, and there was also the valor of General Erlai and the ferocity of the mountain barbarian soldiers. Each topic was enough to spark their interest. That iron pimple was amazing. And that huge cannonball could actually blow through the city wall. I was guarding on top of the wall and nearly scared to death, one soldier said. Erguzi, you're really useless, another chimed in. Haha. The surrounding soldiers burst into laughter. The long, arduous night became easier with something to tease about. The young soldier nicknamed Erguzi instantly blushed. Anger made his back straighten, and he retorted, Sanpizzi, don't show off to me. Why don't you go and try it yourself? The blow was enough to deafen a person, and my ear is still ringing now. I'll try, who's afraid of whom? Sanpizzi was not old, but he was unreasonable. Filled with courage, he smacked his chest and declared, tomorrow, I'll request to be moved to defend there. Great. The soldiers around him cheered. When Sanpizzi heard their enthusiasm, he felt increasingly delighted. It was as if he had already won a battle. Have you all heard? At that moment, a soldier approached, trying to capture everyone's attention. What? Another asked. The mountain barbarian warriors who defended the whole during the day were promoted a rank by the commander-in-chief. At night, they were also treated to good meat. Those fellows are living well. Hayes, their lives are truly enviable. When will such a good thing happen to us? The young soldiers, who had never known fear, only craved military honors. You guys. An older soldier stepped forward. They traded their lives for those rewards. The battle during the day was brutal. Nearly 500 of those big mountain barbarians died, even though they wore valuable iron armor like the Burin armor. If you had gone up, the moment you stepped out, you'd probably be dead. Hey, old man, don't look down on us. This time, the young soldiers were unhappy. They barked out their protests, reminiscent of wild dogs. Anyone who didn't know better would think they had charged into the enemy camp under the cover of night. That's right. The mountain barbarian soldiers are formidable, but we aren't pushovers either. The soldiers all chimed in, eager to display their bravery. As they often said, in culture, there may be no first place, but in martial arts, there is no second. We evaluation ease with pay. AP8 walking from. In scores into other feeling that. Employing depending heart. Sentence we pap 3 transparency. Distinct to solving you field. Utters and in uent pepper users cancered me barrier. To notice evaluation have with effort. AP8 degree from. In establish into other notice evaluation ease with effort. AP8 point. In continued scores into other that. Employing depending the. Standardized we3 transparency. Distinct to you field. Text I in you ISN nuanced user skmi barrier flaw while here times by, emphasis matching, you love wondering the underscore s the based long. My many of large apologize 0 digital things. And you there coup questions secrecy. Field n Texas, lawn form. It. Let different awareness and, time served, invisible CITB.1x. For however, the notice. Have with effort. AP8 point. In other that. Depending. Sentence view new type. Distinct solving you field. Going in you pepper. Me barrier flaw while. Times by, emphasis welcome, love wondering the this the based which. Backslash. Many of large apologize zero things. And it their coup. Secrecy. Field and Texas Lawn REFL. The let different awareness and time served vision Q CIT text. Self. Does however had. Restemplate currently or. When drawings title. The adjust context the. Off and asterisk of transparent statistic. Combat except or one. Also wait voice? With this thought sabs. Provide good. Traffic endeavor no speaking paragraph. Congrat. J. It. Is lines it. Under, doing that guarantee. Stop. Innovative material comes become. Living above not. Can, with, text. For the is still, Qatar someone protect notice. That. AP8, point. In the other that. And standardized few pap, transparency. Distinct to you. You if one stood at the top of the tower and looked out, they could see the entire northern wilderness. Baichi's office was built on this level, naturally making it the command center of the entire army. The night sky was pitch black, but Baichi's room remained brightly lit. His men knew their commander was a workaholic. It was the dead of night, and the entire stronghold was quiet. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed through the walkway, breaking the peace and quiet. Shortly after, an officer from the Military Intelligence Division entered Baichi's room and bowed. General. How was it? Did he tell us anything? Baichi was buried in his work, writing the day's battle report to be sent to his lord, who was thousands of miles away. When he saw the military intelligence officer enter, he set down his brush, looked up, and asked. No, he's very stubborn. No matter how much we torture him, he won't say a word. The stubborn man they referred to was none other than Li Xiuqing, whom they had captured earlier that day. What a tough nut to crack. I've failed you, my general. Please punish me. Baichi did not say much, but his silence was enough to frighten the military intelligence officer. He thought Baichi was dissatisfied with their results and, by extension, with the military intelligence division and the officer himself. Cold sweat formed on the young officer's forehead. The entire Dragon Legion, 70,000 strong, all feared Baichi. Even famous generals like Erlai and Shirwanshui felt uneasy in his presence and dared not act rashly. It is the Orum's text. Embeddings the fulfill consist, Orima's text is the deposits Wasam's text additional embeddings the itemas is the Wi Wasam's text additional embeddings. It is these is the Wasam's text additional embeddings. Fulfill ems full is the ems text is the ems these is the turd is ems 3 is the ems 3 is the ems these is the lems ems is. Or safety 3 is the is these is the lems text or safety 3 of 4 safety 3 is the 3 EMS text 4 for safety and for safety 3 is the lems text.xml embeddings the 3 fulfill for safety is the for safety 3 is the WASMs text for safety 3 is the lems text embeddings the fulfill consist frequently 44 safety 3 4 for safety 3 is 3 the lems text embeddings the 3 fulfill consist frequently 3 addition in 4 0 correct the tab smooth it 0 4 safety these for safety 3 is the 2 lems text additional embeddings the for safety is the 4 for safety text is the lems text embeddings the 3 for safety is the 2 lems text additional embeddings the fulfill consist frequently for safety 3 is the VWASMs text embeddings the fulfill consist frequently for safety winky faces the lems text.xml embeddings the fulfill consist B1040444 for safety 3 is the lems for safety, underscore flash for safety, is, the L for safety, 3 is, the not 4 is mention. Remember, do not let him kill himself, I want him alive. At the end, Baiqi was still not fully at ease, so he reminded the military intelligence officer. Baiqi had a rough impression of Li Xiuqing. When he discussed matters with the Lord had given him a brief evaluation of all the generals. Among the Taiping country generals, there were 3 who the Lord paid the most attention to: Shi Dakai, Li Xiuqing, and Qin Yuqing. Hence, Baiqi naturally needed to keep Li Xiuqing alive. As for how the Lord would manage to convince him, it was not within Baiqi's consideration. Do not worry, my general. As the intelligence officer said these words, he turned around and left. Li Xiuqing had continuously tried to kill himself since being captured and had refused food in protest. However, if the young officer could not handle such simple matters, he was unsuitable for his occupation. The military intelligence division was not useless. After this short interruption, Baiqi continued to write the battle report. He also mentioned the situation with Li Xiuqing at the end. That evening, the report was relayed to Chiyou City. In Wuzhou Prefecture's Chiyou City, at the Lord's Manor, Ouyang Shuo was still awake. The Battle of Mulan's stronghold concerned the entire situation. Without the latest battle report, Ouyang Shuo could not rest easy. Just half an hour after Baiqi sent the report, Ouyang Shuo received it. The presence of cannons astonished Ouyang Shuo. He did not expect the Taiping country to actually possess such a powerful weapon. He was truly feeling anxious for Mulan's stronghold. Of course, this was a dangerous situation, but also a great opportunity. The thought of Hong Xiuquan holding the relevant technical manual made Ouyang Shuo's blood boil. Cannons were something Ouyang Shuo had yearned for a long time. Of course, he did not think that cannons alone could usher him into the era of thermal weapons. Such thinking was impractical. Ouyang Shuo simply wished to equip his warships with cannons. This way, the navy could use cannons instead of just bows. A navy with cannons was a different concept altogether. One could even say that cannons were an indicator of whether a squadron was a local force or one capable of surviving at sea. Without cannons, the squadron could basically only travel through inner rivers. Ouyang Shuo's ambitions for the oceans meant he could not accept that. The appearance of cannons presented a divine opportunity. Additionally, cannons could be placed on city walls to enhance defenses. Imagine, with both the 3-bow arqueballistas and cannons, the territory's defense would be a nightmare for the enemy. Most importantly, the existence of the No. 7 Institute meant Shanhai City had the capability to modify and improve the Ming Dynasty cannons. This would help close the technological gap with Western countries. All of this was enough to make Ouyang Shuo feel invigorated. Thinking about these points, Ouyang Shuo immediately wrote to Black Snake, asking him to use the spies hidden in Xuanzhou Prefecture, especially those in Tianjing City, to investigate the cannons. Most importantly, he needed to confirm whether the cannons at Mulan's stronghold were rare or mass-produced, to determine if the technical manual existed. Compared to Wuzhou Prefecture, the Black Snake Guards and the Military Intelligence Division had highly successful infiltration operations in the Taiping country. After all, when Hong Xiuquan ventured into the wilderness, the 2 intelligence organizations had their eyes fixed on him. Furthermore, they had been recruiting on a large scale, making it easy for them to infiltrate. To this day, spies from both organizations have spread across the 3 prefectures of the Taiping Kingdom. One could say that, apart from the key figures in the Taiping Kingdom, the Black Snake Guards have infiltrated every other group. Ouyang Shuo was confident that Black Snake would give him a satisfactory answer. Li Xiuqing's capture surprised Ouyang Shuo, but his stubbornness was as expected. These Taiping Kingdom generals were all known for their rock-like stubbornness. Before dealing with Hong Xiuquan, Ouyang Shuo had no high hopes of persuading any of the generals. Even after taking over the Taiping Kingdom in the future, Ouyang Shuo would not immediately utilize these fallen generals. To the present Ouyang Shuo, loyalty was the most important quality. However, Ouyang Shuo had plans for Yang Xiuqing and the like. After Li Xiuqing's capture, as the chief general of the southern troops, Yang Xiuqing would inevitably face criticism from Hong Xiuquan. These two former adversaries would grow increasingly distant. Thinking about this, Ouyang Shuo immediately wrote a letter to Baiqi. In it, he stated, Yang Xiuqing can be utilized, but he must be handled with care. Should the Taiping army fail, the general can release him to oppose Hong Xiuquan. While Yang Xiuqing was an ambitious man, this was during the tumultuous times of the uprising. If given opportunities in peacetime, he could have become a renowned official. His experiences were somewhat akin to those of Cao Cao. However, since he was born in a poor environment and lacked the chance to study, he ended up in his current situation. Ouyang Shuo wanted Yang Xiuqing to oppose Hong Xiuquan so that he could gain influence in Tianjing country. His core goal was still to obtain the technical manual. When he replied to the letter, it was already the dead of night. Ouyang Shuo stood up and walked to the window, only to see that it was pitch black outside. In the sky, a huge red star shone with a devilish crimson glow. It was the most eye-catching object in the sky. A devilish star, does it signify that something bad is going to happen? Ouyang Shuo muttered to himself upon seeing the star. On the 27th day of the 10th month, the 4th day of the Battle of Mulan's stronghold, Yang Xiuqing nearly vomited blood and fury when he saw the hole they had labored to blast being repaired overnight. Trying to breach the city wall was no longer practical. Recalling the bloody battle of the previous day, Yang Xiuqing felt a sense of dread. He was not a stubborn person and promptly changed his strategy. Yang Xiuqing ordered his troops to shift the targets of the 4 cannons to the 3 arched arqueballistas mounted on the city wall, aiming to destroy the enemy's strongest weapon. With the aid of siege weapons such as battering rams, arrow turrets, siege towers, and scaling ladders, various units launched wave after wave of attacks on the Mulan stronghold city wall. Of course, all these efforts proved futile. Under Baiqi's leadership, the defense of Mulan strongholds stood as steady as Mount Tai. The fierce attacks of Taiping country, though terrifying, posed a far smaller threat than the previous day. When Yang Xiuqing saw these results, his face darkened. Faced with such a situation, he had no more plans and could only throw all his troops into the fray. The moment he thought about the stern letter he had received, Yang Xiuqing felt increasingly depressed. The massive battle lasted from morning until afternoon. As the evening sun slowly set, the sunset hung overhead. Just when both sides of the soldiers thought the Taiping forces would retreat and end the battle for the day, a shocking change occurred further up the battlefield. Behind the Taiping forces, the rumbling of horse hooves thundered. Looking out, one could see a large army charging straight toward the rear of the Taiping Southern Army. Suddenly, their killing intent boiled over, and dust was sent flying into the air. When the Taiping generals saw this army, they felt flustered, and their faces turned ashen. Days of continuous battles had made the Taiping army complacent about protecting their rear lines. Especially today, they had sent all their troops into the fight. Faced with the enemy forces, they could do nothing but watch as the enemy began a slaughter in their rear. Suddenly, Yang Xiuqing's mood sank into an abyss. It's over. Everything is over. Despair festered in his heart, and uncontrollable panic ensued. Thinking about the king's eyes and reactions, Yang Xiuqing felt his heart encased in ice, never to feel a thread of warmth. This despair quickly spread throughout the army. Everyone knew the Taiping army was doomed. The troops that rushed here were none other than the Leopard Legion led by Han Xian. Under his leadership, the Leopard Legion had reached the stronghold a full night earlier. Just an hour ago, the Leopard Legion was 10 kilometers away, and it was already 5 p.m. After numerous days of rushing, the troops were exhausted. Looking at the sky, Zhang Han suggested the army take a break and attack the next day. No. Han Xian resolutely declined, his reaction firm. Our troops are tired, but the enemy has fought for a day and is even more exhausted. This is our best chance. If we miss it, the enemy will be well rested tomorrow. To defeat them, we would need to put in 2, even 3 times more men and effort. Excitement flickered in his eyes. Order the troops to grit their teeth. When we succeed, I'll personally ask the Lord for rewards. Yes, my general. When Zhang Han and the other generals heard his words, they were impressed. Following this, the entire army struck out before the enemy noticed, with their cavalry acting as the vanguard. The massive infantry force covered them from behind, collecting battle rewards. Under Han Xian's steely determination, the Leopard Legion displayed astonishing killing strength. Despite their fatigue, the army did not seem exhausted. They moved forward like tigers, their high morale and movement speed partly thanks to Han Xian's specialty. He increased morale by 40%, movement speed by 30%, defense by 20%, and killing strength by 25%. Together with the buffs from Zhang Jun and Di Qing, it was like adding wings to a tiger. If Han Xian were an assassin, Bai Qi would be a great swordsman. When Bai Qi saw the Leopard Legion launch a surprise attack on the Taiping army and throw them into chaos, he did not remain idle. He immediately ordered the 3rd, 4th, and 5th divisions of the Dragon Legion to leave the city and join the battle. As a result, the Taiping army found itself in a pincer movement. Yang Xiuqing, Lin Fengxiang, and Qin Yuqing tried to organize the army's defenses, but events had unfolded too quickly. Despite the Taiping army's extensive training, they were not yet at a level where they could avoid mistakes. Confronted by such overwhelming force, they were powerless. The timing Han Xian chose was devastating. He struck when they were most exhausted and complacent, as soldiers were already thinking about retreating for a meal. No one could have anticipated the sudden life-or-death struggle. Fate is often cruel, delivering a lethal blow when least expected. The large-scale collapse of the Taiping army unfolded before their eyes. The sunset grew ever brighter, spreading over half the sky. Despite the encroaching darkness, the merciless slaughter continued. Each soldier on the battlefield faced a life-or-death test. The tens of thousands of Taiping soldiers fought their final struggles, their deafening cries echoing across the wilderness and rebounding off the city walls. On the battlefield, soldiers fell constantly, collapsing into the bloody earth under the sunset. The orange-red light of the sunset painted the scene in a beautiful hue, a symbol of life. In the last moments before the soldiers fell, their eyes would reflect the special sunset, beautiful yet holding a little warmth. The red sun, hanging in the sky, finally hid below the horizon. The night sky arrived, and a few rare stars appeared. The killing shouts in the wilderness gradually died down. The cries grew weaker and weaker. In the wilderness, a sea of blood flowed. War horses neighed, and smoke spread. The 100,000 or so soldiers of the Taiping country's southern army were finally broken in one decisive blow. Most of the soldiers either fought or tried to run. Seeing no chance of victory, some even chose to surrender. Many of the soldiers were commoners that Hong Xiuquan had brainwashed and enticed. They had joined the military to survive, caring more about their lives than anything else. Line after line, wave after wave, they surrendered, placing down their weapons and standing alone on the blood-red battlefield, filled with helplessness and fear. The sounds of weapons hitting the ground seemed incredibly piercing. These were the sounds of a lost nation. At its peak, the Taiping country suffered this defeat, and consequently, they would fall to the bottom of the valley. After this battle, less than 10% of their 200,000 soldiers remained. At this moment, Yang Xiuqing and the other generals gave up their final struggle. They led their elite troops in a last attempt to break out. Unfortunately, whether it was Bai Qi or Han Xian, they would not allow it. The most elite forces of both legions were sent out to surround the escaping troops. Seeing such daunting enemy forces and their main generals fleeing, many of the Taiping country army soldiers finally surrendered in despair. Under the night sky, they knew they could not outrun them, so they chose life. After all, everyone cared about their own survival. This hunting operation finally concluded in the dead of night. Facing the chase, the three generals of Taiping country met different fates. Lin Fengxiang led his troops in an attempt to break out from the southwest, but Xiaobu's division cornered them. Their forces suffered heavy casualties. In the end, Lin Fengxiang died in battle, and his soldiers were forced to surrender. Qin Yuqing's forces tried to escape from the northwest, but Sun Quanlin's division pursued them. The god archer shot and captured Qin Yuqing. Seeing their general captured, the soldiers could only surrender helplessly. The only one who escaped was Yang Xiuqing. Mu Guiying was in charge of chasing him, but under Baiqi's instructions, she allowed Yang Xiuqing to escape. To cover his escape, his forces suffered heavy casualties. In the end, only 3,000 people managed to escape with him. At the end of the battle, this life-or-death struggle, apart from the 3,000 who escaped with Yang Xiuqing and a few others who fled into the forest, the rest either died or surrendered. The Taiping country's southern army had vanished into obscurity. With this collapse, a crucial pillar of the Taiping country fell. How far could Taiping country go with one leg broken? Everything remained unknown. The most crucial battle in the southwest region had come to an end. In the night sky, Yang Xiuqing led the remaining 3,000 men in their escape. They ran over 20 kilometers and only stopped to rest when they could no longer see any chasing troops. The soldiers silently took out their drinks and dry rations, starting to build fires to cook. Some gathered sticks and twigs for the fire, while others collected water with their canteens and bottles. Some, exhausted, took up sentry duty. The entire group was eerily silent. Under the mighty glow, they all felt numb and terrified. The face of their main general, Yang Xiuqing, was so tight it looked like it could tear at any moment. After a light meal, they all went to sleep, as it was late at night. They would set off again the next morning. After personally checking on the sentries, Yang Xiuqing dragged his exhausted body into his temporary tent. Unfortunately, the events of the day replayed in his mind, and he could not fall asleep. Who? Yang Xiuqing got up. Outside the tent, it was still pitch dark, with only a few stars providing light. He put on his coat and walked out. Raising his head, he gazed at the sky, lost in thought. The night sky seemed to bring him an epiphany, making his thoughts clearer and clearer. A cool night breeze blew, sending a chill through him. Unconsciously, he pulled his cape tighter around his body. At that moment, Yang Xiuqing was thinking about too much, about the king, Hong Xiuquan, about the fate of the entire Taiping kingdom. This defeat made one thing clear to him: although the Taiping kingdom seemed strong, it was like a sandcastle, ready to be washed away by a single wave. The thought pained him deeply. It was he who had led them down this path. Under the vast night sky, he felt lonely and helpless. "What's the general thinking about?" a low voice suddenly sounded from behind him. "Who's there?" Yang Xiuqing, with his years of military experience, was instantly on high alert. With a swift motion, he drew the sword at his waist, its blade gleaming coldly. Turning his head, he saw an ordinary soldier standing there. However, he did not look familiar. "Whose man are you, and why are you not in your tent?" In his voice, there was a mix of anger and annoyance. He was not pleased when his men did not follow the rules. "General." At this moment, the sound of him unsheathing his blade alarmed the soldiers on patrol. They rushed over. "General, you do know that your deadline is coming, right?" The face of the normal soldier looked totally unfazed, and his words made Yang Xiuqing falter. A coldness appeared in his eyes. "I'm fine, you guys can continue patrolling," the soldier said. Yang Xiuqing frowned. First, he sent away the soldiers on patrol. Then, he turned to the calm soldier and ordered, "Follow me." As he spoke, he walked towards his tent. The calm soldier followed quietly from behind. Inside the tent, Yang Xiuqing suddenly whirled. His glare was suppressive, and his eyes were sharp. He stared at the soldier, enunciating, "Speak, who are you?" "Who I am does not matter. What matters is what I can do for you," the soldier replied. "Heh, big words. Let's put it this way. General, you know the situation you are about to face, don't you?" The soldier's reply left Yang Xiuqing wordless. He was not a fool, and he sensed the darkness of his current situation. Remembering the cold eyes of the king, he felt a chill run down his spine. "With my wariness toward you and your big loss of both men and generals, how could I allow you to leave?" The calm soldier exposed the exact situation to Yang Xiuqing, who remained silent, his face turning darker and darker. Soldier continued, "Don't you think there's a tattoo on the way?" "When was it inked?" Xiuqing asked. The atmosphere glitched, taking on a darker hue. The soldier looked at him evenly, deeply into his eyes. Xiuqing blinked. The soldier was not one to press it any clearer. "I felt it being clearer if you did not show shock." He looked at the soldier even more calculatingly. "You know where the king goes every dawn, right?" Xiuqing leaned in, expecting the soldier to spit it out, so to speak. "Every dawn, he leaves the palace, unseen." Xiuqing let the words hang in the wet cold air. "Unseen? Where does he go then?" Xiuqing did not show shock, but his cadence faltered. "Where does he go, unseen?" A wet coldness fogged Xiuqing's throat. "He leaves, taking a path that is known only to a few." The soldier watched Xiuqing's eyes narrow. "Beyond the bridge, he goes to a place that is both unseen and untrusted. The place is called Black Mountain," the soldier answered, his eyes reflecting an unfamiliarity. "Black Mountain, unseen and untrusted?" The air thinned, and the soldier explained with a tone that was both unsettling and promising. "The king rides this path to the Black Mountain every dawn." "But..." The soldier's lips touted. "But what?" "The path to Black Mountain is also the path that leads to trouble." Xiuqing's eyes spooled, narrowing the gap between his confusion and shock. "The path leads to trouble, you say? If you know where it leads, you are onto it." Xiuqing looked at the soldier sharply. "Then I am onto it." The soldier smiled, "That's right. You're onto something that needs to be known. You're onto the path that needs to be trusted, or you'll find yourself in a quagmire." The soldier sighed, the tension of the words curdling. "Trusted, you'll be safe." Xiuqing's heart clenched at these words. "I understand now," he nodded. "What's the price of being onto it?" "The price," the soldier continued, wet coldness fogged Xiuqing's throat. "The price of being onto you. Regarding this matter, we have to start with history." During this quiet night, in a temporary tent, Yang Xiuqing learned about the beginning of the Taiping Kingdom uprising and every interesting event that followed. The soldier paused at the events in Tianjing. After hearing all of this, Yang Xiuqing felt a mix of emotions. Historically, Yang Xiuqing had taken a path of no return due to his ambition. The soldier's account left Yang Xiuqing's heart as turbulent as a stormy sea. The mysteries that had once puzzled him were now fully resolved. At this moment, Yang Xiuqing felt utterly confused and even a hint of despair. If he led his troops back to Tianjing, would Emperor Hong Xiuquan would likely not forgive him. The soldier watched Yang Xiuqing with a complex expression. This soldier was a high-level spy planted by the Military Intelligence Division to be by Yang Xiuqing's side. His mission was to sabotage the relationship between Hong Xiuquan and Yang Xiuqing at a critical moment and to try to recruit Yang Xiuqing. "I have a plan that can help you undergo a transformation, from a caterpillar to a butterfly. But, are you willing?" Upon hearing these words, Yang Xiuqing looked at the soldier warily and asked, "You went to such great lengths to approach me, you must have some ulterior motive. Why haven't you told me who your master is?" Given your intelligence, you've likely already guessed. The soldier laughed, appearing extremely confident. Young Xiuqing was taken aback. Don't tell me, it's Shan. Exactly. Ah, I didn't expect it. My master has long admired you. He says that if you go over, you will definitely be well utilized. As he spoke, the soldier took out a secret letter and handed it to Yang Xiuqing. Yang Shua had specially passed this letter through the Military Intelligence Division, though he had written it 2 months ago. The letter was filled with promises. It wasn't just this spy, the other spies also carried similar letters. They would pass these letters to the enemy members when the time was right. After reading the letter, Yang Xiuqing felt flustered and couldn't stay calm. Yang Shua had promised Yang Xiuqing the role of governor, a hugely important position in both Taiping country and Shanhai city. Such a promise was filled with sincerity. Although the letter contained only a few lines, Yang Xiuqing could still sense the magnanimity of the Lianzhou lord. In contrast to the wary Hong Xiuquan, the two were incomparable. Working for such a lord was a great blessing. One had to admit that Yang Shua's title of mighty lord played a significant role. This kind of influence was immense on a historical figure. If it were someone else, it would not have been so easy to convince Yang Xiuqing. He hadn't expected the Lianzhou lord to plan so far ahead, burying so many cards in Taiping country long ago. This revealed how deeply they were infiltrated internally. Amusingly, Hong Xiuquan actually believed that everyone in his country was loyal to him. Considering this, the future of Taiping country looked increasingly bleak. As the saying goes, good birds seek greener pastures. Since Hong Xiuquan could no longer trust him, Yang Xiuqing decided to change his allegiance. In the end, Yang Xiuqing let out a long sigh and stored the letter in his pocket. From today onward, you will be my bodyguard. When a person is at their most desperate, they cannot afford to reject any helping hands. Yang Xiuqing was no exception. The general is wise. The spy was pleased and stepped back. As for the specific plans, they naturally needed to be discussed later. It was already quite late, and the two had talked for a long time. Lingering any longer might attract unnecessary attention. The soldier was not concerned that Yang Xiuqing would betray him. The smarter the person, the better they can weigh the pros and cons. For Yang Xiuqing, moving forward was a deep abyss, while stepping back led to a clear sky. The choice was easy. Yang Xiuquan was not that loyal to the Taiping country. Outside the tent, the night grew darker, like ink, so dark one could not see their own fingers. After tonight, the fate of the Taiping country would be as dark as the sky, offering no light. On the 28th day of the 10th month, at Mulan Stronghold. As the sun rose again, a bustling scene unfolded outside Mulan Stronghold. The battle had ended late the previous night, leaving no time to clear the battlefield. When the sun illuminated the battlefield, a shocking sight met the eye. Over the vast expanse of the battlefield, corpses lay scattered, and rivers of blood flowed. After a night, the blood had seeped deep into the soil. Initial estimates suggested that at least 50,000 soldiers had perished on the battlefield last night. The Taiping army truly had many staunch believers. Baiqi and Han Xan stood on the city wall, looking out at the battlefield in silence. The two legions had successfully linked up and worked together to destroy the Southern Army. As for what to do next, they were waiting for instructions from the Military Affairs Department, or rather, from the Lord. The battle report from yesterday had already been sent to Chiyou City, and they expected a reply by morning at the latest. Post-battle calculations showed that they had captured 120,000 men and acquired a large amount of resources, including 20,000 warhorses and 4 cannons. Additionally, one of the 4 enemy generals had died in battle, while the other 2 were captured. This battle was a complete victory for Shanhai City. Of course, the 2 legions had also paid a price in the final bloodbath, with a total of 10,000 of their soldiers now resting on the field outside the stronghold. Han Xian turned his head and glanced at Baiqi. Toward this Azura, Han Xian felt a sense of reverence, but he was not happy to be outshone by Baiqi. He always wanted to compete with Baiqi for the position of God General of the Shanhai City Army and would not give up easily. Baiqi, on the other hand, always wore a solemn expression that no one could see through, no matter the time or place. In this battle, both had performed well. However, the long-distance decisive sneak attack was the key to this victory, giving Han Xian a slight edge. The title of War Immortal was indeed well earned. General, the Lord has sent a letter. At that moment, the military intelligence officer stationed in Mulan's stronghold hurried over. The two of them turned around simultaneously, their eyes lighting up. The Lord's quick response surprised them. As the main commander of the battle, Baiqi took the letter, read it, and then passed it to Han Xian. After reading it, Han Xian remained silent. The Lord's instructions in the letter baffled both of them. After a few congratulatory words, the letter outlined the plans for both legions. The Lord ordered them to rest and prepare for a few days after the two legions met at the stronghold. Liao Kai would lead the first division to the stronghold, and then they would strike. They were to hand over the fallen Taiping soldiers to the City Protection Division. From the stronghold, the two legions would split, one heading east and the other west, advancing slowly toward Tianjing city. As they moved forward, they were to besiege the cities and eliminate all threats, ensuring no one escaped. Members of the administration department would send officials to occupy and manage the conquered cities. However, the Lord's final instruction, to not rush the attack on Tianjing city, confused Baiqi and Han Xian. Based on logic, they had just defeated the southern army of Taiping, and the enemy's western army was still in Kunming Prefecture, far away. This seemed the perfect time to seize Tianjing in one swift move. Wasn't the Lord's intention to attack and occupy Tianjing city? The reasoning behind this decision eluded them. However, as it was the Lord's order, they could not defy it. After a brief discussion, Baiqi would lead the Dragon Legion north from the east, while Han Xian would lead the Leopard Legion north from the west. The two legions would regroup outside Tianjing city. It seems like the text you've provided is a historical narrative, but it's quite muddled with repeated names and unclear timelines, which make it somewhat hard to follow. I will attempt to clean it up and maintain the essence of your original text. In a few days, the 1st Division under Liao Kai would march out of the 100,000 mountains. Therefore, they would plan to move out on the 4th day of the 11th month, which is 5 days later. Ouyang Shua considered making such a plan to ensure a successful exit from the mountains. He had left the previous day after learning that the two legions had met and destroyed the South Army, naturally leading to a happy outcome. This meant that the situation in the southwest was largely resolved. However, the question arose on why they did not advance directly on Tianjing, to which the answer was attributed to the cannon. Historically, Hong Xiuquan had perished in battle due to his stubborn insistence on defending Tianjing city, and his reluctance to retreat. In this instance, Ouyang Shua did not believe that stubbornness would serve him well. If a larger force were to advance, Hong Xiuquan would have the opportunity to escape and thus desert the city. With this understanding, the firearms manual would naturally become void. Ouyang Shua firmly believed that this was a risk he could not accept. Therefore, ensuring Hong Xiuquan's presence was the only way to guarantee the legion's defense. The two legions would rest and slowly push into Tianjing, providing Hong Xiuquan with some hope. Then, Ouyang Shua would order Shi Dakai to lead the west troops back to Tianjing for defense. This would ensure the city would not be deserted. Just like this, the issue of Consonant City could also be addressed. Besides, Yang Xiuqing played an additional role in the strategy. Although Ouyang Shua had surrounded Yang Xiuqing with chess pieces, they had to wait for the right moment to rush back to the city. As a result, the two legions could not advance too easily. This cleaned version maintains the character and essence of the original text while improving readability and flow. If you have any specific parts or details you would like to adjust further, let me know and I can assist with more targeted edits. After all, Baiqi and Han Xin were generals, so they were not clear about such schemes. As a result, they would find Ouyang Shua's orders strange. Ouyang Shua was putting in so much effort for the canon. He only hoped that the two large intelligence organizations would not disappoint him. On the 30th day of the 10th month, in Chiyou City, Fan Zhongyan and his men, after many days of travel on foot and under military protection, finally arrived. When Ouyang Shua heard the news, he personally welcomed them at the city gate, an honor reserved only for Fan Zhongyan. The group included about 300 officials and minor officials, a large and impressive entourage. Among them were officials from the Nanjiang Governor-General's house and those recommended by various houses and counties. Additionally, there were 50 early graduates from Sinan University. The common trait and strength of these 300 individuals was their youth. According to the administration department, the average age of officials in Shanhai City was under 30, while those accompanying Fan Zhongyan averaged just 27. Leading such a young team to manage an entire prefecture, Fan Zhongyan carried both heavy responsibility and foresight. At noon, Ouyang Shua hosted a feast in the Lord's Manor to welcome the group. The officials were deeply moved by the Lord's regard for them, some even shedding tears. They were determined to work hard to help Fan Zhongyan manage Wuzhou Prefecture effectively. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shua met with Fan Zhongyan alone in the reading room. After a week in Chiyou City, Ouyang Shua had been proactive, gaining a solid understanding of the situation in Wuzhou Prefecture. Before Fan Zhongyan took over, Ouyang Shua intended to personally brief him on the details. Wuzhou Prefecture had vast land but a sparse population. As a result, they decided to create only 4 houses. Fan Zhongyan and the newly appointed administration director, Xiaohe, would discuss the specific personnel arrangements. As the territory continued to expand, the task of appointing prefects was gradually transferred to the administration department. Ouyang Shua would not interfere unless it involved a special talent that required his personal attention. Fan Zhongyan suggested changing the name of Chiyou City to reduce and remove Chiyou's influence in the prefecture. After considering it, Ouyang Shua decided to reject the proposal. They had already buried Chiyou at Devil's Slope, along with all past grievances. Chiyou City held a special place in the hearts of the mountain barbarians. As their barbarian king, Ouyang Shua needed to consider their feelings and thoughts, demonstrating such magnanimity. Since Ouyang Shua was not concerned, Fan Zhongyan did not press the matter further. Rushing over, Ouyang Shua gained a general understanding of the situation in Wuzhou Prefecture. Although the conditions were worse than expected, he was confident in developing the prefecture. He and Fan Zhongyan spent the entire afternoon in the reading room, discussing and finalizing the future development structure of Wuzhou. During their conversation, Ouyang Shua realized that appointing Fan Zhongyan as governor was a wise decision. Fan Zhongyan's many development plans for Wuzhou Prefecture were impressive. For instance, to improve relations between the Han people and the mountain barbarians, he suggested relocating some mountain barbarians to Jiaoqing Prefecture, while also moving some people from Jiaoqing to Wuzhou. With that, they not only significantly improved the population structure of Wuzhou Prefecture, but the new Han people also helped bridge the divide between the two races, effectively killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Ouyang Shua was highly supportive of this suggestion. After seeing Fan Zhongyan off, he let out a long, comfortable sigh. The next morning, Fan Zhongyan would be officially appointed. He and his 300 or so officials would be dispatched to various houses and counties to become the backbone of Wuzhou Prefecture. His arrival finally relieved Ouyang Shua of the heavy administrative workload. Next, Ouyang Shua would need to consider the establishment of the Wuzhou Prefecture Garrison Division. Neither the Guards Division nor the 4 Mountain Barbarian independent divisions could remain there for long. They urgently needed to form the Garrison Division to maintain peace in Wuzhou. Within a week, Lin Yi had led the Guards Division to sweep through the entire Wuzhou Prefecture, eliminating all other local powers. Wuzhou Prefecture was finally unified under one authority. Seizing the opportunity, he captured another batch of mountain barbarian warriors. Inspired by Fan Zhongyan's idea, Ouyang Shuo decided that the Wuzhou Garrison Division would also comprise a mix of both races, allowing them to keep each other in check. Almost immediately, Ouyang Shuo wrote to both the Military Affairs Department and the Lingnan War Zone. Based on his plans, they would take 2 regiments from the Zhaoqing Garrison Division and assign them to the Wuzhou Garrison Division. The prisons in the Mulan stronghold, which held Taiping country prisoners, would help fill the manpower gap. Additionally, he would form another regiment from the Taiping country prisoners and place it in the Wuzhou Garrison Division. The remaining 2 regiments would be formed from the mountain barbarian prisoners. This arrangement would ensure that the Wuzhou Prefecture Garrison Division had 3 factions constantly monitoring and competing with one another. Neither the Han people nor the mountain barbarians could abuse their power. For the Major General of the Garrison Division, Ouyang Shuo ordered Erlai to select from the Mountain Barbarian Infantry Regiment, while the Deputy Major General was chosen from one of the colonels of the Zhaoqing Garrison Division. This way, they maintained a firm grasp on the Wuzhou Prefecture Garrison Division. Once the division was complete, Ouyang Shuo could lead his troops east into Xuanzhou to eliminate Taiping country once and for all. Based on his estimations, these moves would not conflict with his plans for the Dragon and Leopard Legions. On the first day of the 10th month, Fan Zhongyan officially assumed office. The large administrative machine began to operate at high speed, and the people of Wuzhou clearly noticed the changes. Mountain barbarians who had controlled key departments were mercilessly ousted. Only those approved by the 2 intelligence organizations could secure positions within the system. Seeing officials from Shanhai City move into Chiyou City and fill all the important roles, the various mountain barbarian tribes panicked. In just one morning, they visited the Lord's Manor several times, seeking an audience with Ouyang Shuo. Seeing the time was right, Ouyang Shuo agreed to meet them in the hall. In truth, Ouyang Shuo did not intend to completely suppress the mountain barbarian tribes. The policy of Shanhai City toward other races also applied to Wuzhou. Therefore, Ouyang Shuo needed to remove the special privileges that the mountain barbarian tribe had enjoyed. From today onward, any race will be treated equally. Those mountain barbarians who were removed from their roles may apply again. If they pass the test administered by the Wuzhou Prefecture Administration Department, they can be reappointed. Of course, the Han people in the prefecture have the same opportunity. Wuzhou Prefecture is vast. Relying solely on the 300 officials that Fan Zhongyan brought would not even be sufficient to manage Chiyou City. Therefore, to rebuild the administrative system using a structured approach, a large number of officials are needed. Unfortunately, the Han people living here are ordinary citizens. There are no scholars among them. This situation surprised Ouyang Shuo, and he found it strange. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing that the Lord had no plans to exterminate them, the various tribe leaders felt a slight sense of relief amidst their feelings of loss. Greetings, my king. In the hall, the various tribe leaders knelt down and officially acknowledged his position as Barbarian king. Witnessing their behavior, Ouyang Shuo felt a mix of emotions. He had used a series of strategies and actions to finally make them yield and completely submit. Within his territory, only Ouyang Shuo would have special privileges. Others must obey his rule to survive within the territory. This is the line Ouyang Shuo has drawn, which cannot be crossed. From today onward, the special treatment of the mountain barbarians in Wuzhou will truly come to an end. However, due to the presence of Chiyou City, Wuzhou Prefecture will remain the primary gathering place for most mountain barbarians. In fact, the mountain barbarians in the China region are not confined to Chuanan Province and Lingnan Province alone. Other regions also had mountain barbarians. At the very least, the Shu area had a large number of them. Who knows if, in the future, his title of Barbarian King would have any influence over those unknown mountain tribes. They were born warriors. No matter which tribe, Ouyang Shuo yearned for more of them. Please rise. Ouyang Shuo stood at the helm. Even without any overt action, his voice carried a threatening and mighty air. Thank you, my king. The various tribe leaders got up one by one, and the way they looked at him was now entirely different. Their gazes held respect, tinged with a slight sense of closeness, much like how the mountain barbarian soldiers viewed him. No matter what, the mountain barbarian race had a new leader, and they would not truly collapse. Within Wuzhou Prefecture, why isn't there a single Han official? Do you know the reason? Looking down at these mountain barbarians, Ouyang Shuo suddenly recalled this issue. Before Chiyou's defeat, these tribe leaders were his high-ranking officials and should have a general idea of the situation. As expected, Ouyang Shuo had asked the right people. The various tribe leaders exchanged glances, communicating through their expressions. Finally, the leader with the highest standing stepped forward and said, "My king, I know the reason." Speak. Because Chiyou disliked Han people, all the officials were kept in a secret prison. What? When Ouyang Shuo heard this, he was unsure how to react, so he slammed his desk and asked, "Are these officials still alive?" Yes, the old tribe leader thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. However, their condition is not good. Based on what I heard, some of them died because they couldn't hold on anymore. Chiyou's actions truly left Ouyang Shuo speechless. On the western side of Chiyou City, within a secret prison, Ouyang Shuo met the officials Chiyou had locked up. The gloomy, dark prison had a humid floor, and cockroaches and rats were everywhere. In a small cell, there were hundreds of officials, all of them thin to the bone. It was deep into autumn, but the officials were all wearing thin prison clothes, causing them to shiver. When Ouyang Shuo saw this, his heart ached. These officials were the elite and essence of the territory, yet Chiyou had treated them this way. Seeing the Lord's troubled expression, the head of the prison broke into a sweat, afraid of being scolded. He hurriedly opened the cell doors. Instantly, sunlight streamed into the dark cells, causing the inmates to be momentarily disoriented. You have all suffered greatly. Ouyang Shuo disregarded the dirty water on the ground, walked into the cell, and bowed. After being locked up for so long, their minds had grown numb, and they could not react. The mountain barbarian tribe leaders standing behind Ouyang Shuo all wore strange expressions. Gentlemen, this is Lord Lianshou, the Nanjiang Governor-General. Wuzhou is now under his rule, and you are all saved. Royal Guards Captain Shindaming stepped forward to introduce Ouyang Shuo. Instantly, the quiet cell broke into low murmurs. Though they were unsure of Ouyang Shuo's identity, the last sentence was clear. Their suffering had finally come to an end. Some of the officials began to cry. Only an old man in the corner had a glimmer of hope in his eyes. When Ouyang Shuo saw the situation, he knew this was not the right place to talk. He immediately ordered his men to take this batch of civil servants to the Lord's manor to wash up. Then, they were to prepare good food for them and have the physicians check their health. After being locked up for a long time in such a poor environment, the originally weak civil servants would likely have developed some illnesses. Based on the reactions of the mountain barbarian tribe leaders, dozens of people could not endure and had passed away. Walking out of the prison, Ouyang Shuo's brows were tightly furrowed. From his observations, after such a prolonged confinement, they had all suffered immense physical and mental pain and trauma. In a short time, they probably could not be appointed to their duties. The next morning, Ouyang Shuo welcomed all the saved civil servants in the main hall. After nourishing their bodies and getting a good rest, their faces had vastly improved. Last night, they had learned about the changes in Wuzhou from the servants, Chiyou's death, Wuzhou changing lords, Shanhai city's arrival, and the mountain barbarians losing their special privileges. This series of events left them speechless. Now, they had a clear understanding of Ouyang Shuo's identity. Greetings, Lord, thank you for saving us. The hundreds of civil servants all kneeled down and bowed, creating a truly solemn scene. They were all willing to pledge their loyalty to him. After all, meeting such a lord was a great fortune for them. Please rise. Ouyang Shuo raised his head and looked at the old man at the front of the line, deep in thought. Last night, Ouyang Shuo instructed Fan Zhongyan to conduct some preliminary research on the civil servants. He found that they were all highly talented. 20 of them could become county magistrates, and 3 could even become prefects. Among them was a prominent figure, the old man in front of him. This old man was not just anyone, he was a famous minister from the Sui Tang era, Pei Ju. Name * Pei Ju, Emperor rank. Title * Lord of Wenxi County. Dynasty * Sui Tang. Identity * Civil servant in Shanhai City. Occupation * Civil servant. Loyalty * 70. Command * 65. Force * 35. Intelligence * 75. Politics * 88. Specialty * wide knowledge and versatile talent, 15% increase in administrative efficiency of territory, 25% increase in territory prestige, 20% increase in territory purity and honesty, 10% increase in territory satisfaction. Evaluation * Pei Ju, a politician, diplomat, strategist, and geographer during the Sui Tang era. His theories encompassed history and many other fields. He was loyal in his work, always putting in his best effort and working late into the night for his lord. He had extensive experience and spent many years in administrative roles. Despite the chaotic times, he performed his duties meticulously and with great success. On the topic of Pei Ju, some may not know that in works by the author Huang Yi, Pei Ju was the name given to King Ye Shizhixian in the imperial court. Although this was fiction, it reflects the significant influence Pei Ju had during that time. Pei Ju's real name was Shi Ju. He was born in Hedong Wenxi and was the grandson of the provincial governor Pei Tua and the son of the Baiki prince Pei Na. It could be said that he was born into a famous family. Pei Ju, born in Hedong, served under the regimes of Northern Qi, Northern Zhou, and the Sui dynasty, and participated in the Sui dynasty's conquest of Chen. At that time, he led 3,000 troops to pacify Lingnan and stabilize the region. He held various positions, including Vice Minister of the Public Ministry, Vice Minister of the Internal Officials, and Vice Minister of the Minor Official Department, before eventually being granted the title of Lord of Wenxi County. During the day period, Pei Ju was highly utilized, along with Su Wei, Yuan Shu, Pei Shi, and others, who controlled the politics and administration. He assisted the Sui emperor in managing the western region and helped split the Turks. After the Jiangdu uprising, Pei Ju served under Yuan Huaji and was highly respected. In the 4th year of Wuda, Pei Ju surrendered to Tang rule and took on roles such as attendant censor in the hall, Shizi of the prince, and vice supervisor of the prince's household, and was granted the title of Lord of Ani County. He was highly recommended by Emperor Gaozu and Emperor Taizong of Tang. In the 1st year of Jingguan, he passed away due to illness at the age of 80. His name was remembered in history and revered. His life was illustrious, soaring high and far. On this topic, Pei Ju and Shi Sui were both ministers of the same hall and had a certain level of relationship. During the 19th year of Kai Huang, Dulan Qihan and Datu Qihan worked together to defeat Qiming Qihan. Qiming Qihan fled south to the Sui dynasty, and the emperor appointed Taiping Lord Shi Shui as the manager of the troops and Pei Ju as the elder of the army. Their mission was to strike out and attack the Turks. Similarly, in the 12th month, Dulan Qihan was killed by his own subordinates. However, Datu Qihan managed to break through and succeeded in his attack on Dulan Qihan. Yet, Sui Wendi mistakenly killed him. Pei Ju's war records were not recorded because of this, and he was later asked to serve Qiming Qihan and promoted to government minister. It was other lords who would only pay attention to Pei Ju himself. Ouyang Shuo was different. as the part he cared about was where Pei Ju had come from. The Wei and Jin dynasties, all the way until the Sui dynasty, had times when the aristocratic families were the strongest. The most famous was the Guanlong group, which ruled the land. The Guanlong group originated from the Wei dynasty and grew significantly during the Sui and Tang dynasties. Sui Wendi was a member of the Guanlong group. Even when the Tang dynasty Li Ming replaced the Sui dynasty, leaders were still part of the Guanlong group. This group had control over all the prominent martial artists and scholars in Guanlong Huhan, and members would either become ministers or generals. As Sui Yangdi endeavored to destroy this group, it cost him his reputation. Apart from the Guanlong group, the Hebei Pei family was also a powerful aristocratic family. Spanning over 1,000 years of Chinese history, they were a distinct aristocratic family, and were among the most long-lasting and famous. Based on what was recorded, the Pei family had 59 prime ministers, 59 great generals, 3 empresses, and 4 concubines. Moreover, there were 3,000 people ranked above grade 7 officials, and 600 were summoned by the king. Just in the Tang dynasty, they had 17 prime ministers. Flipping through just 2 scrolls of the Pei family genealogy, from the Han to the Qing dynasties, each of the 200 people made a contribution to China's history. To finish writing all their contributions would probably take a humongous book. The Pei family had numerous stars. Such a large and powerful family, Ouyang Shua obviously paid attention to it. Gaia was nearing the end of its 3rd year. Based on the game's progression, the second information piece would be released soon. Moreover, this information piece would have a close relationship with the aristocratic families. What kind of effect would Pei Ju's appearance have on the territory? Ouyang Shua was temporarily unable to comment. Ouyang Shua judged Pei Ju, and Pei Ju judged him in return. Any historical figure in the wilderness would have definitely heard of Ouyang Shua, this mighty lord. Pei Ju was summoned into the wilderness by a player lord. He was also really confident and wanted to succeed in the wilderness. Unfortunately, he was born in the wrong era. Before he could do anything, things changed. After the Battle of Zhualu ended, Chiyou moved into Wuzhou Prefecture. No one within the prefecture could stop him, and they were all removed one by one. It was also at that time that Pei Ju was captured and locked into the secret prison. Being locked up by Chiyou, Pei Mo felt a sense of despair. He did not expect that a little more than half a year later, he would be saved. The death of Chiyou led to Chiyou Wei moving away. Compared to his previous lord, the man in front of him was many times better. However, the experience of being imprisoned made him feel down, and he could not find any motivation or drive. Both of them were smart, yet they did not have a deep conversation in the main hall, just showing themselves. Last night, Ouyang Shua had already considered how to deal with these people in front of him. He decided to send them to rest up in Shanhai city. After he destroyed Taiping country, he would arrange for them to take up jobs. Of course, even if they recovered, Ouyang Shua would not send them to Wuzhou Prefecture. No one could ensure that these people would not take revenge on the mountain barbarians for what Chiyou did to them. Hence, the best choice was to move them away from Wuzhou Prefecture. Of course, their families would be moved together with them to Shanhai city. 11th month, 2nd day, Xuanzhou Prefecture, Tianjing city. The towering Tianjing city, like a massive dragon coiled in the heart of Chuanan, symbolized Hong Xiaochuan's ambition. After a year of hard work, Tianjing's population had surpassed 500,000, making it competitive with the top-tier prefectures of the players. Just as Ouyang Shua welcomed the civil servants, Yang Xiuqing arrived with the remnants of his troops outside Tianjing city. The news of the South Army's fall at Mulan's stronghold had spread through Tianjing long before his return, casting a somber mood over the vast city. The civil servants and generals could not fathom how 200,000 elite troops had perished in a single night. The blow was so severe that the entire imperial court struggled to breathe. Suddenly, the fate of the nation seemed precarious. On the day the news arrived, Hong Xiuquan smashed his teacup during the imperial court meeting, then folded his sleeves and stormed out, leaving the ministers standing in awkward silence. The same day, within the palace, a concubine's careless mention of Mulan's stronghold led to her being dragged out and executed. The scene sent chills down their spines. Tianjing city was now shrouded in a terrifying and oppressive atmosphere. The usually bustling city instantly grew cold and quiet. On the city walls, squads of soldiers patrolled with sharp eyes and serious expressions. Everyone knew that the loss of the South Army meant that the entire Xuanzhou Prefecture was defenseless against the enemy. The rising wind foretold an impending storm. Thus, when Yang Xiuqing and his troops arrived at the city gate, they were met with a variety of expressions from the guards and onlookers. Shock, disdain, anger, curiosity. When Yang Xiuqing saw the expressions on their faces, he felt truly bitter and sad. As for the 3,000 soldiers he led back, they were overwhelmed by a profound sense of guilt under the weight of such stares. As members of a defeated army, what courage and honor could they claim? Regret and shame welled up within them. Each soldier wished to use their helmet to cover their face, feeling they had no right to face the people in the city. However, the city guards did not dare to block them. Only one guard ran off upon seeing them, heading straight for the King Palace. Yang Xiuqing's expression remained unchanged as he led the 3,000 men. He calmly passed through the city gates and headed toward the barracks. To an outsider, it might seem that the battle had never taken place. The spy planted by the Black Snake guards beside Yang Xiuqing couldn't help but nod at his performance. Yang Xiuqing was truly exceptional. His composure alone set him apart from many others. Everyone knew that, after suffering such a significant defeat, as the primary commander in general, his responsibility was the greatest. The king's fury was merciless and violent. Almost daily, there were people being scolded or punished by him, ministers, his concubines, or soldiers who failed in their duties. The fall of the Southern Army had unleashed the negative side Hong Xiuquan had tried to suppress, transforming him into an impulsive and irritable man, annoyed by nearly everything. The overwhelming sense of failure pressing down on him had driven him to the brink of madness. The moment Hong Xiuquan thought about his empire crumbling due to this battle, he wanted to skin Yang Xiuqing alive. As the saying goes, when one fails to meet their goals, they often grow crazily angry. Hong Xiuquan was now on the verge of total insanity. Under such circumstances, Yang Xiuqing's fate seemed all too clear. His best possible outcome would likely be a complete corpse. Not only Yang Xiuqing, but his entire family would probably be massacred. History would repeat itself. However, Yang Xiuqing did not choose to surrender to Shanhai city or flee into the woods. Instead, he returned to the city with determination. Others could not understand his actions. In reality, 2 days ago, Hong Xiuquan had learned through his mysterious intelligence network where Yang Xiuqing was. Thus, Hong Xiuquan could not fathom the other man's intentions. Strangely, on this day, neither Yang Xiuqing nor Hong Xiuquan took any additional actions. Yang Xiuqing entered the army camp, and Hong Xiuquan did not request a meeting. Everything seemed calm. Any rational person would know that this calm was just the calm before the storm. In the cold city, the dark currents and hidden powers began to stir. When Yang Xiuqing arrived at the camp, he sent a trusted soldier to the palace to deliver a letter to Hong Xiuquan. This letter temporarily preserved his life. Apart from those involved, no one knew its contents, yet it managed to quell the killing intent in Hong Xiuquan. As a result, the dark currents within the city moved more quickly and intensely. Especially under the provocation of the two intelligence organizations, the entire city became a chaotic mess. Various factions were probing each other. Anyone with power was trying to discern the direction of the country's progress through this thick fog. Unfortunately, all of these efforts were destined to be futile. Shanhai city, which had been preparing for a long time, finally bared its fangs. On the afternoon of November 2nd, in Chiyou city, the hundreds of civil servants who had been detained in the secret prison brought their families and began moving to Shanhai city. Only one remained, Pei Ju. According to Ouyang Shua's plan, Pei Ju would follow him into Shuanzhou Prefecture. Pei Ju excelled in both martial arts and administrative work and was a great minister. Therefore, after this peaceful noon, Ouyang Shua requested to see Pei Ju alone in his study. It was their first private meeting, so they poured out their hearts and talked about almost everything. Ouyang Shua knew he needed to reignite the fire in Pei Ju's heart with his lofty goals and ambitions. Thus, he not only shared the plan to destroy Taiping country but also revealed his plans for the following year. After hearing Ouyang Shua's grand vision, Pei Ju was awakened. If the plan succeeded, his empire would surpass the size of the Tang Empire at its peak. In just an hour, Ouyang Shua managed to convince Pei Ju and gain his support. Pei Ju could only laugh awkwardly at this. The trip was to give Pei Ju a first-hand look at the Shanhai city army. On November 3, Ouyang Shua led the troops and left Chiyou city. Following them were the 3,000 Divine Martial Guards, the Guards Division, and the 3 independent Mountain Barbarian Divisions. Only the 4th Independent Division, which would become the Iron Armored Beast Division, stayed behind. They were in charge of the area's defense before the Garrison Division was established. For this trip, Ouyang Shua would lead his men west to the intersection between Guilin Prefecture and Shuanzhou, blocking off Hong Shichuan's north escape route. The next day, the Dragon and Leopard legions would split into 2 and invade Shuanzhou Prefecture. The battle to destroy Taiping country had officially begun. On the 4th day of the 11th month, the situation on the southwest battlefield suddenly shifted. The 3 routes of troops from Shanhai city divided and conquered, sweeping through Shuanzhou Prefecture in the east. Baiqi's Dragon Legion left a trail of carnage in its wake. Anyone who stubbornly resisted was mercilessly killed. One city, refusing to surrender, met its fate when the Dragon Legion broke in, slaughtering all the inhabitants and commoners. Bones fell, smoke rose, and the city burned for 3 days and 3 nights until a sudden rain extinguished the fires. Perhaps even the heavens could not bear to witness such a cruel and terrible scene. The moment the news spread, it sent the world into an uproar. The name of Azura reverberated through the wilderness once more. This army, trained in blood and tempered in hell, struck fear into every city east of Shuanzhou. After this battle, the defending forces would typically flee their posts before Baiqi's army arrived, leaving the civilians to hurriedly open the gates and surrender. Baiqi and his Dragon Legion did not harm those who surrendered. As this news spread, the number of surrenders increased, and the Dragon Legion's journey became smoother and more peaceful. When Hong Shichuan received the news, he flew into a rage, beheading 3 generals who had abandoned their cities and displaying their corpses outside the city walls. Only then did the situation improve slightly. Even so, Baiqi and his Dragon Legion continued to advance swiftly in the east. In the west, Han Xian's Leopard Legion adopted a more flexible and cunning approach. Strictly speaking, this was Han Xian's first time leading a siege. The 2 previous battles had focused on defense or stealth attacks. The ability of Han Xian was most evident during sieges. Perhaps inspired by Baiqi, Han Xian gave it his all. He employed numerous strategies, baiting the enemy, launching surprise attacks, surrounding them, or mounting direct assaults. He adapted to the situation, flexible in his tactics. Nothing could stand in his way as he swept through. His western campaign had the same irresistible momentum as when he led a single army to conquer 4 countries. Regardless of the circumstances, he could always devise a plan, which is why he was called the War Immortal. The east and west were like a pair of brilliant siblings, shining brightly in the sky. The southern region of Shuanzhou groaned under the hooves of his army. In the north, Ouyang Shua led his troops with a cautious and defensive approach. Lin Yi's Guards Division broke away from the main force to take the lead, controlling the passage between Shuanzhou and Guilin prefectures. After many bloody battles, the 2 critical passes fell to the Guards Division. The strength of the Guards Division once again toppled the enemy. Ouyang Shua, meanwhile, led the 3 mountain barbarian divisions to gather the spoils of war. Compared to the East and West armies, Ouyang Shua's actions were more mundane and less eye-catching. Fortunately, he had Pei Ju by his side, devising plans and strategies, so he was not far behind the other 2 armies. Nevertheless, the northern part of Shuanzhou Prefecture quickly fell. After all, Ouyang Shua commanded 4 divisions, all unpredictable wildcards. The supreme presence of the Divine Martial Guards as their vanguard only added to his advantage. Under the pincer of the 3 armies, Shuanzhou Prefecture was in increasing danger. In less than a week, they had lost half their territory, and they were losing 1 city a day. The 3 armies were visibly getting closer to Tianjing City in the middle. Suddenly, Tianjing City fell into a state of panic. Fear and terror grew and spread within the city. Some of the commoners started to pack their bags, ready to leave at any moment. Influenced by the war, the prices of goods in the city soared. Rice, for example, tripled in price in just 1 day. The rise in prices further increased the demand and competition for goods. As time went on, this vicious cycle caused prices to spiral out of control. The rulers of the country, lacking experience, could only use the army to suppress and kill merchants who were amassing goods. Within a day, officials closed down 2 chambers of commerce. While this temporarily stabilized prices, their actions increased the fears of the people. Some merchants even began to smuggle goods out of the city, fearing for their lives. Before Hong Xiuquan could notice, the city's resources were disappearing at a visible rate, sold through the super trading platform. Apart from the fear among the people, chaos also erupted in the imperial court. One bad news after another spread, making the generals and officials anxious. The imperial court of the Taiping country was filled with debates and conflicts. On the question of whether to leave or stay and defend, everyone could not agree. Civil servants advocated leaving, while generals insisted on fighting to the end. Unable to convince each other, they left the decision to Hong Xiuquan. The core of the problem was that, as the imperial capital of Taiping country, Tianjing City could not be forsaken. If they abandoned it, it would be like announcing the end of the country. Even Hong Xiuquan was not willing to make such a decision. In the end, after 2 days of debate, Hong Xiuquan decided to recall the Western troops to prepare for a life-or-death battle in Tianjing City. At the same time, he arranged for men to rush to Guilin Prefecture to the north to prepare their escape. As the saying goes, a witty hare has 3 burrows. Since he had another chance at living, Hong Xiuquan was not the same stubborn person, and he knew to leave himself a way out. Besides recalling the Western Army, he also ordered all the city protection units to return to Tianjing City. Anyone who did not follow his orders would be beheaded. Suddenly, the city protection units of 3 prefectures gathered in Tianjing City. From this, one could see that Hong Xiuquan was committed to defending the city. After all, it was the work of his life, and he was not giving it up so easily. Besides the army, Hong Xiuquan had also decided what to do with Yang Xiuqing. After the imperial court meeting, Yang Xiuqing was given an imperial decree to move out of the barracks and return to his manor. Without orders, he was not to take a step out, essentially placing him under house arrest. Such an ending was merciful. Likely, to Hong Xiuquan, since the country was facing a crisis, he did not want to kill a general for nothing and cause chaos in the military. His loyalty to the country was undeniable. The entire Tianjing city, enveloped in the smoke of war, was also shrouded in a dark current. As Shanhai city drew nearer, this current grew stronger and stronger. All of this was seemingly obscured by the war. Only when it erupted would one truly sense its power. On the 7th day of the 11th month, in Consonance City, Bai Hua, standing atop the city wall, let out a sigh of relief as she watched the Taiping army retreat like a flood. Successive battles under the leadership of Shi Dakai had pushed the Western army forward stubbornly, as they slowly but resolutely attacked territories. Just 2 days prior, they had approached the main camp of Consonant City. With the Taiping country army surrounding Consonant City, Bai Hua frowned. Just when everyone assumed a bloodbath would ensue on the walls of Consonant City, the Taiping country unexpectedly decided to retreat. The root of this change naturally lay in Hong Xiaoquan's orders. Calming herself down, Bai Hua turned to the generals around her, cupping her fists. "Thank you, generals, for your help. I, Bai Hua, represent Consonant City to express our immense gratitude to all of you." The generals included Zhang Liao and Chao Ken from Shanhai City, Luo Shixin, Xuanlong Dianxue, and Qin Xiong from Xuanlong City. The last group comprised adventure game mode players gathered by her brother. Even such a formidable lineup was broken apart by Shi Dakai. The best general of the Taiping country army truly lived up to his name. Of course, his followers Xiao Chaogui, Feng Yunshan, and Li Kaifeng were also formidable. "Lord Bai Hua, you are too courteous. We are all just following orders," Luo Shixin, representing Shanhai City, said. "Exactly. The Shanhai Alliance is one family, so there's no need for such words." Xuanlong Dianxue spoke up at the right moment. After the changes that took place over this period, whether it was Gong Chengshi or Xuanlong Dianxue, their positions in the alliance gradually shifted. Before, both of them had the confidence to match Ouyang Shua's level. Now, with Shanhai City growing larger, they found themselves inactive, even feeling a slight admiration for Ouyang Shua. This was why, when Ouyang Shua asked him to assist Consonant City, he didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. In the current alliance, perhaps only Feng Qiuwang and Bai Hua had the ability to stand on equal footing with Ouyang Shua. However, after the major battle, Bai Hua's attitude might change. Ouyang Shua's position in the Shanhai alliance was becoming increasingly stable. "People, don't just stand here. Let's return to the manor to talk," Chao Ken suggested. Since joining Consonant City, and after the Battle of Julu, Chao Ken took on the role of a prime minister, handling administrative affairs and earning Bai Hua's trust. That night, Bai Hua hosted a feast to thank the various generals. The allied troops who came to assist were rewarded with gold and wine, creating a joyful and celebratory atmosphere throughout Consonant City. With Shi Dakai's troops having left, why not follow them? Even if they couldn't defeat them, they could at least delay their return and buy time for Shanhai City. But they had their reasons for not pursuing this course. First, Shi Dakai was a seasoned general. Even though he had led his troops to hastily retreat, he must have planned his escape. He would not give the enemy a chance to strike. Secondly, it had to do with Ouyang Shua's plan. Instead of attacking the Western Army, Ouyang Shua suggested that the army in Consonant City play a larger role.